Dragon. Wait.
No, come on, not
Oh,
Blue
not
Eyes.
It's
Dark
Dark Magician.
Wait.
Yeah.
I got baited by the blue and white.
Dude,
I
I
got baited by the
haven't
blue and white.
played Yu-Gi-Oh! In like forever, and I could immediately tell from the horn. Come on, man.
You know
Do
what?
better.
That is slightly embarrassing. That is not my greatest moment, but it is all right.
He just saw the color, was like, oh, blue one.
Why would they ever do that? Why would they change that? I feel betrayed. Everything I know is a lie, so let's talk about something that we know to be true. We got some fun Wild Rift games ahead of us, and probably a lot of dominant ones coming from one particular team, because we will get to see the new Sentinels roster perform again. They are still undefeated. Guys, they have yet to drop a game throughout 3 open qualifiers and the playoffs so far.
Perfect Circuit is still alive for the Sentinels' dream. If they maintain this run, it would not only be like just a huge accomplishment for this new team itself, but it would mark the sign of by far the most dominant team we have seen in Wild Rift North America.
I mean,
sure.
honestly, I maybe, but if you think about it, every split or season we've had like a dominant team, right? It was Tribe, then it was Immortals, now it's Sentinels. So we'll see. They're just keeping the trend going. You know, there's only ever one team that's just crushing everybody else in North America. But if you're wondering what's going on right now, if you're just tuning in for the first time, let's take a look and catch you up to speed on the entire format of this event. Rift Masters 2022 featured both North American and Latin American regions. That was the big highlight for me, is watching these regions compete against each other. I hope that we get more opportunity for that going forward. But it started with 3 open qualifiers, a last chance qualifier. We got 4 teams that are now playing in playoffs. This is how all the open qualifiers, yada yada, worked. It was all based on points and whatnot. But the teams in order, of course, were KFC, which was picked up by Sentinels in first place. Second place, Demons, Imperius, and then Hot Tub Streamers made it in through the last chance qualifiers. But Rava, we're in the playoffs now.
That's right. And we are down to not only the 4 teams that we had at the beginning of this weekend, but we've already had to say goodbye to one of them yesterday in Imperius. We are now down to our top 3, with Hot Tub Streamers still sitting in the lower bracket after besting Imperius. And we have second place Demons and Sentinels still in the upper bracket, which I believe is going to be our first match of the day for our first best of 3.
It should be, because then the loser will go up and face Hot Tub Streamers. But this is what they're competing for, Elk. That's a lot of money, a lot of moolah on the line here, especially for an off season, right? Where there's not like a circuit for these players to compete for.
Yeah, I mean, the next match basically costs you about $2,000 to $4,000, so we'll see what happens, right? Like, second place, $4,000, third place is $2,000. Like, that's a sizable chunk of change, especially we talked about it yesterday. You know, it's the end of the year, holidays are coming up, and just being able to say, like, hey, I made a bit of money, a bit of scratch playing some video games, I'll take that, like, literally any day of the week.
Oh, yeah. And Imperius, of course, having already bowed out, they are in that 4th place spot. So they're already taking home a cool 1,000 right there. That's 200 split for each player, maybe coaches as well. We're never sure. But yeah, like you said, you're basically playing for money. Each loss is going to feel rough, because not only are you losing on stream, but you are also losing a chunk of change right there. But let's talk about the first matchup that we have of the day, which is, of course, Sentinels versus second place Demons. On the bracket, you can see it right now. This is the upper bracket semis. Winner goes on, loser goes into the lower bracket. It's best of 5s in the knockout lower bracket. So the loser will actually get a guaranteed best of 5. And Alec, you actually had a little bet yesterday.
Yeah.
Because there's a bracket reset that could happen if the winner, if whoever's in the upper bracket finals loses, then we do a bracket reset, which means that we had how many games potential, Rafa? Do you remember offhand?
18.
It was 16. It was 16, actually.
18. No,
I put you on the spot, but then I remembered.
16? Wait,
it was
that's
16
right.
total potential
right.
games.
Okay.
And
Best of
Alex,
fives.
what did you say?
I said if we are able to get to 15 games, I'll shave my head. I don't really care, because I know we won't get to 15. I know for a fact we will not get to 15 games. So. Well,
I'm happy you reminded everybody. So I'm going to have this counter above me for the rest of the day. I got to resize it a little bit so that way it's correct.
You do
boom, there we go.
realize, you guys realize the moment that there's a 2-0 in the upper bracket, like, this just doesn't matter anymore? Like, we just...
No, it could still happen. If it's a 2-0 in the upper bracket, we could still get 15 out of 16 games, all right? So until we have 2 series not go the distance, then it's already automatically gone. It could happen very
Safest
quickly,
bet
and
of
it
my
probably
entire
will.
life. I'll just say that.
Yeah,
right now.
but you know what? Since there were no other stakes and it was just you saying that you would do it,
Yes.
I was fine taking this bet. So we're going to keep this counter up. We're at 15 that we still need to complete because we haven't played any today, of course. And while we're waiting to get into pick and ban for game number 1, Sentinels, of course, they've had some crazy stats throughout the open qualifiers, right? You know, they've dominated everybody. They are the super team right now. But I'm wondering if the two of you take a gander and a guess at who on Sentinels is the kill leader throughout the 3 open qualifiers. Who's picked up the most kills on this squad? And bonus points if you can guess how many kills to like within 10.
Throughout
Oh,
just the
10?
playoffs or the entire circuit?
Just the open qualifiers. I wasn't keeping track of the playoffs kills that they got. So this is not factoring yesterday's games that they played. They did play 2 yesterday. This is just the 3 open qualifiers that they went through.
Rafa, you wanna go first on this one, or you need some time?
I'm gonna say Molly.
Okay.
Molly over 3 open qualifiers.
Okay.
Is it?
Does
It's
this-
just
does-
kills,
does-
right? It's
Just kills.
Okay.
Just
Not
kills
assists, just
for
kills.
stage matches, or also their round of 16 matches.
Just the stage matches. Only the ones that
Okay.
we have data from. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, these are all good questions that I should have clarified at the beginning.
Okay.
Okay. Molly, and I'm gonna lock in my answer at 48 kills.
Okay.
48 kills. Alec, what do you think?
I'm gonna say. Oh man. Let's go on a long shot. Let's go with. It's either starting or Gume, man. Like. Okay. Let's go. I'm just gonna go Gume. Gume will do 36.
Okay, I'm gonna need both. I know Rafa just baited you. Okay, this was across 3 open qualifiers. That is 6 games each day. That's 18 total games. So you think
Yeah.
only 42 kills across
that's
18
true.
games?
Okay,
From all,
shit.
okay,
Okay.
reassess the number of kills because you're both
recalibrate.
you're both
Okay.
a little off.
All right.
Yeah, Gume. We're gonna go Gume 82. You know, we'll just stick
Okay,
with that.
Gume 82, Rafa.
Molly, 108, 108.
Ooh, wow, I like that.
Okay. Okay, Alec, you were closer to Gume's total kill count.
Okay.
He had 102 kills
Okay.
throughout the 3 open qualifiers, but he was 2nd place on his team.
Oh, I'm getting
Rafa, you were right. It was Molly. Molly got 141 kills across 18 games.
I caught
That's
that ratio.
averaging about 8 kills a game. Average.
I'm glad I got 2nd though. I'll take that. That's
Yeah.
That's good. I'll
Jesus,
take
Yeah.
Molly.
that. Feels good, man.
It was a little crazy. I'm trying to find which series it was. There was a series that Molly got
Got like
in
20
the
bomb now.
series itself, 24 kills. And this previous series, he got 23 kills. The 2nd qualifier, Molly absolutely went nuts. He got 63 kills in 1 weekend.
Molly just dropped a bomb.
For real.
Yeah,
Holy.
a little nuts. So that's to contextualize for anybody tuning in just how strong the Sentinels roster has been. So now let's talk about 2nd place Demons, okay? I don't have as many fun stat games for them just because, you know, I honestly, the biggest one was
It's fine.
biased broadcast, of course, but they weren't in the first qualifier, and then in the next 2 qualifiers, they had a couple of really stand-up performances, but nothing that was like absolutely insane. But I still want to, you know,
Kangas? Dude,
Yes?
Mark, I think we gotta make fun of him now. We gotta make fun of him.
Do you know why they were not in the first open qualifier, Kangas?
was it just because they weren't 2nd place Demons at the time?
They were new
No.
massive ego, yeah?
Yeah, well, they were new Massive Ego, but they matched up against Kansui Fan Club, aka Sentinels, in the first round of 16.
Yeah.
Right. You know, it still counts. Still
counts.
Still counts. I don't see them on my stat sheet for the first qualifier, so they don't have any stats to talk about there.
Of course
But
they
as we
don't.
get into pick and ban, because we are ready for that, let's start to contextualize the way that the team plays and what we saw from them yesterday, because they did still have a very strong performance. Meals in particular, a player that very much impressed me.
Okay, I'm down for this. I love Meals, man. Meals is a funny guy. Always, we talked about this yesterday, and every time we kind of talk about
What's he
Meals, we
eating?
always have to. I think it's an ice cream sandwich. Always like contextualize the fact that like this guy literally is willing to play everything, and we saw it yesterday, willing to play the Nasus mid lane, and then they had, what was the second one? It was less of a dog champion, but it was more like,
I believe it was a Corki in the second match. I think that they went to like a completely different look, right? I don't remember now. It's so funny how one day later you always already
there's a Thresh game somewhere in there in top lane, so at this point like anything's possible.
Yeah, that kind of broke all of us.
A little bit.
But Nasus is banned. Sentinel's doing the research, obviously seeing that that is a flex pick for second place Demons. And also second place Demons, kind of like Sentinels, a couple of role swaps, right? Emils was saying that Jackie was the initial one trying to get everybody together, but then decided to go to support because they could get old school in there. So I love to see this in the offseason. Players trying out different roles, right, Rafa? Because, I mean, honestly, even if they go back to the original role, they're going to understand the game at a higher level if they play competitively from a different lens.
Yeah, I think the other thing, too, for a lot of the role swaps we're seeing is Wild Rift is still early enough in its state where I think most of the players have strong enough fundamentals for the level that North America is at that you can relatively go to different roles, and it doesn't take too much to kind of like adjust, right? Everyone understands the game at a certain level that like even if you come into, you know, jungle for the first time or support for the first time or AD for the first time, you know what your job is supposed to do, and you can still perform it at a, you know, minimum required level to perform.
The skill floor is there, and obviously like the thing that you gain in experience with playing a role for so long is like the minutia of the role. So like the little things that maybe aren't necessarily apparent when you're playing a role for the first time, or you're just like watching someone play a role, at least without a pretty in-depth lens. But we're getting some, I think, some pretty interesting stuff. The fact that Lucian made it through on the bans, we're seeing second place Demons take away Corki, which I'm thankful for, because Glaciax told me that there might be some Corki picking going on, not just because he got you know, buffed up, but because he thinks it's pretty good for his team. We're also just getting Yone again here for, we have to assume is Meals. Yeah, it could be a flex, but I think Meals has shown he is, you know, put in a lot of work and has definitely won his team some games on this champion here at RiftMasters.
The Yone, a strong pick, but I'm not always the biggest fan of it locked in super early. It feels like you can try and draft things around it. I think that the set is a great answer already. But you're right to identify the Lucian. This is a Gume special. He does pilot this one incredibly well, even back at Icons. Starting could still pilot if they really want to, but all right, is that Thresh going top lane? Place your bets now. What's happening here?
I don't think so, but for people who may have not watched yesterday, second place Demons, their Baron laner, Sandwich, he brought out in game 2 a Thresh Baron lane, and we got a really long game, and it turned out that, hey, the Thresh ended up working. Sandwich is just trying to innovate some Baron lane picks as a newcomer to the Wild Rift space. So hopefully it isn't the case. I wonder if these Baron lane bans are because of that. They're like, okay, let's get rid of some really bad Thresh matchups.
I mean, if anything, this Thresh now works as a flex pick for second place Demons, which is such a cursed timeline to be in for Sentinels, because you're just like, do we know this is Thresh support, guys? Like, do we want to solidify our support?
Do we want the set to go into the Yone lane or the Thresh lane? Honestly, I don't know which one's worse for us.
Honestly, the set Thresh lane sounds really great for set. You know, it's just a constant support counter pick, so wouldn't be surprised if Zelo's going to be able to take that. It is a champion that he can just exist on a side lane by himself, has plenty of tools to survive, and, you know, potentially outplay in a scenario where he's maybe getting overloaded and multiple members are going over there. And we're now getting a Tristana here, which, you know, Meals could play this champion. We don't know. That's the thing that I love about second place Demons, is that these guys have shown and are willing to play a bunch of stuff anywhere, really.
Something that just crossed my mind here. There hasn't been a clear jungle pick locked in for second place Demons yet. However, two of these champions, and Gragas and Yone, could be flexed into that role.
Ew.
So there's a lot of...
Didn't Yone get nerfed for that?
Yone got a little bit of a nerf on his second ability.
Yeah.
They nerfed the max damage it does to monsters, but I think you could still technically make it work. Sentinels haven't shown their jungle pick yet, and I think that's why second place Demons haven't shown their definitive jungle pick. They haven't gone immediately for the Kha'Zix for Tybh. Sentinels, because the Lee Sin was banned, they haven't decided whether they wanted to go for the Riven, which is another Molly pick that he normally goes to, or the Fiora for scaling, and it just might be that Camille instead.
Ahri in the mid lane as well to help push out the lanes against probably the Yone, meaning that the set will be against the Thresh. Not surprising, as I believe Zello even played the set in yesterday's series, so going back to what he plays well. But taking, honestly, this Camille away from Tybh, who locks in the Morgana. I imagine it's Morgana jungle, honestly.
Yep.
Yeah. We still don't know where Thresh is going. Wonderful. Love it here.
Huh.
And yeah, I mean, the Morgana could definitely be useful in a couple of other lanes. We have no idea, but with the shell that they've built, they have a lot of ability to go in, look for fights, look for picks on individual members, and maybe even separate some of the members of Sentinels thanks to this Gragas ultimate. There's a little bit of dissynergy there between Gragas and Morgana, which we'll have to watch out for, and they, as second place Demons, will have to pay attention to. But for Sentinels, they have a pretty straightforward idea of what they want to do. They can pick off sides, they can play really strong on the side lanes in the Baron and Dragon lane, but it is this core comp between your Dragon laners and your mid laner to push from mid and look for kills around the river.
And
was that for second place Demons or for Sentinels?
That's for Sentinels. That last part is second is Sentinels. But Rafa, what were you gonna?
Yeah, no. I definitely agree with that, because Camille as a jungler, with all the nerfs that Riot has delivered to her in the past, and yet pros still manage to find a way to use her. They just use her specifically for her hard ganking abilities. Hookshot gives you such long range capabilities of being able to traverse through terrain, through walls, and then catch enemies by surprise, especially when they don't have any real escape tools or mobility spells off cooldown. But because her farming speed is very slow, and she is so reliant on getting farmed through kills and through getting things done on the map, something like a Morgana jungle is going to be so good if you are able to diffuse everything on the map. If you're able to play safe, if you have great vision control, diffusing any moments that Camille for Molly is looking to, get things done on the map early on.
Something that we didn't necessarily notice right away in pick ban was just how many junglers were banned. Riven, Lee Sin, Vi, Xin Zhao. So this is what both Molly and Tybh are going to in their back pockets for game number 1 of the semifinals in the upper bracket. Time for me to dip out. So Rafa, Alk, take it away as we get into game 1.
And just to remind, every. Oh
yes!
My God! It is Tybh with the Yone jungle. Okay.
Okay.
This.
I was thinking about it. I was literally like, okay, but Meals could take the Morgana mid, and like it makes it so hard for starting to look for kills in the mid lane, which is obviously something that they've tried to do. We talk about the early game pathing where they usually try to overload at about 115, 130. You can't do that against Morgana. She starts her second ability, and boom, that wave is gone.
That's right. The wave clear is so damn good into the RE as well, which prevents a lot of what Sentinels want to do. You already talked about before. Oh, these are some dank team names we have at the top of the score.
Well, Masters, they wanted to get one last shot with the tribe, so they were like, we can still believe that starting on our team.
But as you were saying before, the core identity for Molly and starting this game is to try and get out of lane and just look to roam. You have so many great single target abilities to layer down and pick off tools. But if you can't get out of lane because you're always being contested by the wave from Morgana, then it gets even harder to do as well. So for Sentinels, it's going to be about if they can just find moments of error from second place Demons, and they're already going for that dive.
Level 3 here for Molly, so he has everything. Jackie gonna throw out the hook. I don't know if there'll be a play here. Second place Demons, correctly so, just backing up, not really losing out on the experience, but will simply just get some of it on the way out, starting. Don't know if he'll be under a lot of threat, but, ends up... It was a really good play here. Now, Tybh could collapse, has the red buff. Fate using the Soul Unbound. Is he gonna try and seal this?
He might be able to get back with the Soul Unbound, but it times out, and now Jackie might have extended a little too far forward, forced to use his flash to get out.
Rafa, they did it! A team finally didn't get jebaited by the dive. We're in the promised land. North America is growing.
They're adapting to the plans that Sentinels have shown. And I think second place Demons and Sentinels, they've obviously been scrimming a lot together. They've definitely been just understanding and seeing so many games between each other that at some point you're able to finally make plans around it. And we know that Sentinels have been far better for the majority of games that we've seen, both in RiftMasters and others. Sentinels have been so good at communicating and adapting on the fly, and second place Demons usually have been more reactive and just relying on their raw mechanics and strength and skill level to try and outplay them in micro. But it's super cool to just see second place Demons are actively adapting to what Sentinels want.
Yeah, I would say a lot of the advantages and stuff that we've seen from second place Demons, the reason why we're seeing them have so much success is some of the creativity that we get from their mid laner and their dragon laner. Like, we know Old School to be a little bit of a nerd for some wild Rift stats and stuff, and Meals, we've talked about it already, the champion Ocean that he has. So between these two, you get some really interesting combinations of champions that if you're Sentinels, you're not like, okay, we're going to play the same matchup for like 15 times in a row. We are a better team than every team in North America, so we will obviously be able to perform at a higher level. Second place Demons are like, we're going to put you on a really weird offset, right? We're going to be playing Nasus, we're going to be playing the Morgana mid, and hopefully you have enough matchup data on that to know, hey, this is how this should go, and this is how we have to change up our game plan.
I just want to clarify, nerd is a positive term here. Yeah. Oh, Sandwich.
Well, okay. Do it, Sandwich.
That's both summoner spells out of Zello. Oh my God, Sandwich gets the solo bolo on Zello.
There we go. And the guy that has been, you know, there's been some comments about him being a Renekton one trick. Like, hey, we're only keeping our Baron laner on Renekton. It gets banned this game. To put him on the Gragas, he straight up solo kills Zello. And fantastic stuff. And on the opposite side, that's just a 2v2 kill coming out from the Dragon lane.
Lemont and Lemont. Look, oh, wait. Where was? Oh, Gume just went towards the top side of the map. And so I guess Lemont was able to debate Old School and Jackie thinking that it was all by himself, but Molly there with the Hextech Ultimatum being able to lock down one member. So 1-for-1 early on. Sentinels are second place Demons, making sure they are still even in this game.
Really love that. I mean, that's just really good play. And obviously the rotation coming out from Sentinels, right? Having Gume pick up this wave by himself, Zello there to catch it once it crashes. It's just really smart on the fly. It's that adaptation that we were talking about just now. We've got Dragons and the Rift Herald spawning, and you already see that both teams are kind of making their ways over to the top side of the map. They're moving over for this Rift Herald. They want to try and make the play for it. I'm wondering how Tide will be able to play this, because I don't know how much, raw information you have on Yone Jungle, Rafa. It's pretty new to me. And when I think of Tide, I think of like these junglers that have so much agency, the ability to jump over walls whenever. The Kha'Zix we've been seeing recently, his Camille from Former, like Yone just seems very static in my opinion. So I'm very interested to see how he plays this one out.
Yeah, your mobility is really, soul unbound, which is actually really great for objective steals, because if you have vision, you can always just pop it, get over the wall, smite, and then get out as a, get out a free jail card. Your other big mobility is just the third stack of your first ability, being able to traverse terrain.
Could have thrown one. Could have thrown a single orb, just going, hey, I'm teasing it. I might be able to go for this. And because
of that, go harass Josh about that after this game.
I might have to. I might have to.
Go twitch.tv/starting all over and be like, hey, how come you didn't go for the Dragon Steel, buddy?
Yeah, 1500 HP, what do you lose? It's one ability, right? So with that trade, Sentinels are actually, without even grabbing the Rift, or putting down the Rift Herald in the Baron lane, are going to be able to grab this Baron lane turret for Gume. And now Zello going to have to make that outplay. This is why they gave him the set. Can they make it happen? He doesn't even need to use anything. Ends up just popping his barrier, walks straight out, and I wonder now, will they use the Rift Herald immediately here in the mid lane to get starting of these turret plates?
Yeah, oh, that's a lot of wait, Starting's dead! Oh my goodness! Molly at least able to trade one back onto Jackie, but here comes Tide, Fade Sealed, lands right onto Molly, and the Soul Unbound Mark is not going to do enough damage. Tide forced to flash over the wall. Gume comes in, makes sure to rectify the odds, but Meals locks him down with the Dark Binding Soul Shackles. Got nowhere else to run. Gume goes down, and Sandwich Looking for the explosive cast, goes wide. Zello now looking for revenge after the solo kill early on in the game. And Old School is going to push him back with the explosive charge.
This is the most even game we've had so far. I mean, between these two teams, for any game really out of Sentinels. They've had some pretty slow starts in some games that we've seen throughout the qualifiers, but so far, second place Demons, this definitely looks like their best chance at looking for an upset, at least getting a 1 game, much less 2. So Sentinels, for every, it feels like tit for tat. Every time they go for 1 kill, second place Demons are able to have a pretty good response.
And so far, a lot of the gold has been funneled in onto Molly. I feel like it would only be surprising if Molly was not ahead in a jungle matchup that he was in. Already 1,300 gold just thanks to the 3 total kills that he has been a part of. 100% kill participation. He has been instrumental to Sentinels' lead leveraging in every single game they've been a part of. But for second place Demons, a lot of the gold that keeps them at even has been through Sandwich.
They're doing a fantastic job up there, up in the Baron lane. He has been holding down his end of the bargain, and I'm actually really impressed here. I mean, Molly, right, like, he got those kills, but he also got the Rift Herald. He also got some turret plates mid lane. No way!
I don't know if the interaction was quite what second place Demons were looking for. Zello still gets traded by Sandwich, but now Sandwich is deep in enemy territory. He's got Jackie waiting for the passage.
Does he have it?
Lantern?
He doesn't have it.
Oh, he might not have it. So Sandwich is saying, it's okay. I'm just going to body slam over the wall. We finally got passage. We're going back to Baron lane, bro.
Pick up your minion wave, like Tristana's fine there. Old School's going to be picking up that wave. It's, it's a trade. It's a 1-for-1 Zello going down and Tide being traded. It is gold into Molly's back pocket, so I have to remember that. But you see right here, I think it's actually really difficult for Sentinels. I think they're recognizing from second place Demons that their lane allocation is going to have to change up if they really want to open up one side of the map. For the meanwhile, like, Meals is literally just every time Tormented Soil, drop it down, they can't threaten onto this mid wave, or onto the Dragon Wave. You see Old School, he's getting his Infinity Edge now. This turret's almost dead, but, I mean, really all of that is just Rift Herald damage, so they're holding out. They're, second place Demons are putting in the work. Their homework must have been really good, because this is the best game we've seen so far from them.
Yeah, and while Old School was one of the first deaths in the game, I think it is great to have him on something like a Tristana, because this champion's going to get more and more range the later the game goes on, the more levels he gets, and you become an explosive hyper carry that can reset off of the burst damage that is being provided to you through Tide, engaging with Fate Sealed, Sandwich breaking up the team fights with explosive cask, Meals being able to get people closer and closer to low, and now maybe there could be that first fight. Tide looking for Fate Sealed. It's dodged out beautifully by Sentinels though. Starting does not go down to the explosive charge, and the rest of second place Demons cannot follow up. This Rift Herald is free for Sentinels,
and that could be the mistake that they look back at. We'll have to see if Sentinels can make true of it. Wait a minute, they're just killing people in the mid lane.
Old School found it. Whoa! Savage is continuing to impress and surprise us all on the first game of the day.
Oh my god, Sandwich, my boy, let's get it. Come on, man. Like, he steals it with a stray barrel that's just sitting there soaking up damage. And that means that Rift Herald is there. They go 1-for-1 on a trade, and that's another death onto starting there. So all the while you're thinking, oh, the jungler is dead. We don't have to worry about this. Sentinels, they get caught lacking just a little bit. Rift Herald's going to take that Baron, and immediately you say they just abandon this. That's going to be gold in Gragas's back pocket. They want to look for something in mid. Try to go for this Dragon.
Explosive Cask on to starting. Forces the Spirit Rush out immediately. Transcendent Embrace refires back onto the group of second place Demons. Molly on the forefront. Old School trying to leap out. Wow. The Hexagonal Momentum locks him down. Zello gets the Facebreaker, locks him. And 3 members already fight the dust. Sentinels now push themselves back in the lead.
That Zello engage just completely ruins second place Demons. Lands in the middle of 4, and Meals might go down here through the exhaust.
Kume is looking to fire a whole clip into him. Wow. Kume gets him out on the back end.
Oh, what is the...
Wow, he lives!
Okay, all right, Lebmont. That's just Lebmont things, I guess. We saw yesterday on the Gragas. They're just going to straight up ignore the fact that this turret is even here. And that's 2 turrets in their back pocket. It was a trade for second place Demons, but it's a bunch of gold into Sentinels. And Mark, it's not over. It's still a very close game, but that right there is the kind of play we expect from Sentinels that typically gets them into a very commanding position.
Yep, Sentinels we have seen patterns where Sentinels sometimes are just able to explode the game under 2 minutes off of the normal dive that we see from time and time again. Second place Demons have been able to defuse that and be even for the most part. But somehow, even in some of the most even games before from Sentinels, once they find that lead, once they find that 2,000, 3,000 gold advantage, it's very hard for them to ever let it go.
And it's based on what we'll see from the carries here, because right now, second place Demons, whether they intended to or not, a lot of, where their residual gold leads are kind of lying are in that Baron lane. Mid lane is even for the meanwhile. Oh my god, old school. You absolute beast. I'm glad they just went for it. Jackie just walks up, takes the turret. But we need to see old school have that kind of team fight win. And we haven't really seen that just because Gume has been, for the most part, avoiding him, right? Like just going to their side of the lane saying, I'm just going to pick up gold around the map. And that's why we kind of see him doing a little bit better. He's just doing so much damage in a lot of these fights. Tybe looking for it with the Fate Unsealed.
Damn.
Doesn't find it, and that's Baron spawning. You have Dragon in the next few minutes. Old School and Sandwich really got to link up and find something for them. They got to find a flank, find a pick somewhere, and that's where we're kind of looking at right now.
Yeah, Tybe has not been having the best game so far. On this Yone, this champion, once you get into that spot where you have the double crit itemizations for 100%, you deal so much damage, you put out so much, and you have great utility and engage on the Fate Sealed. But the past few fights, it's been 50-50 on either the ult lands, but there's not much gained off of it, or the ult is completely whiffing. So Tybe, we know that this player has made insane remarks and has hit high ceilings in peak. Right now, this is one of those times where Tybe is going to have to find the form to be able to recuperate, because second place Demons right now, everyone else is kind of pulling their weight, whereas Molly is the only one so far that is outclassing the individual matchup.
Yeah, right now it's just Molly things. We talked about it in the stats during the, before the draft. It's like Molly is putting in work. He is putting down damage. He's putting down basically carry performances in almost every single one of his games, regardless of his position. So Sentinels here taking really strong position in the top side river. I think what they're trying to do is take control of mid lane and then pretend to fade into Baron. Just look for a pick. Do something.
Damn.
Oh, wait!
Oh, Tybe brings Molly back with a Hexa Ultimatum. I don't know if that was intended, but Jackie will have to pay for it. Second place Demons losing out their support. Gonna be a numbers man down for this next siege. There's no objectives up immediately available that is ripe for the taking, but Sentinels is gonna make this control the blue quadrant instead.
And I love this because they took part of, the top side jungle. You see that there's some vision up there towards the Baron. They just wanted to look for a pick and go for something, but both Tybe and Molly were unstoppable. Oh, okay.
You can see the damage coming out from Tybe. He finally completes the Blade of the Ruin King, but it just might not be enough. Sentinels still pushing forward. Beautiful tactical sweep flash.
Molly.
Flipping Sandwich. And now Molly still under tower. He pops the stone plate. Don't tell me he died. Oh. He goes down eventually, but he got so much work off of it. 3 members bite the dust from second place Demons, and Sentinels have full control.
And Sentinels now, if Molly was able to live, maybe he looks for a honey fruit somewhere, and they could potentially threaten for that Baron. But instead, going for a little bit of a tankier build, it still means that, hey, this Camille true damage is going to kick, and ends up getting 3 for them on that. So more and more kills, the snowball beginning to happen for Sentinels. Second place Demons kind of losing their grip on this game. Old School doesn't have that same safety that he did in the early game because of how many items were being picked up. Just means that every member on Sentinels is a credible threat to him.
We're about 16 minutes into the game right now. It is still a 4,000 gold advantage for Sentinels. Second place Demons, the one bit of hope that they have for this composition is that the later the game goes, the more it does favor them in the end. You have so many tools and champions that get better with items going online, and the fact that Tristana will eventually outrange things like the Lucian, like the Ahri. Second place Demons have to stabilize.
Okay, here's the Dragon. I don't know if a pick onto onto Zello is going to be necessarily the pick here. And remember, Meals is nowhere nearby. Meals has been mostly relegated to side lane, to pushing a wave in and maybe collapsing later on to a fight. And so that just means that second place Demons, their fights have to be extra fast, and they can't really go for much. Looks like they're going for something here in the mid lane.
Molly still doesn't have flash, but the boldness to go forward, knowing that the rest of Sentinels has his back. means that he is not in any danger flying in the middle of 4 people, unironically.
Wow. Means that, you know, second place Demons, they're getting a bit of an advantage in the Baron lane, but I think they're more than willing to trade that for Sentinel saying, hey, look, we got a Ocean Drake, which feels pretty nice, and with Elder Drake coming up in the next few minutes, that's going to be an objective that they obviously never played for. Forcing that out from Tide. This is the thing that we always talk about, or at least I always talk about, is Lebmont, his instinct for kills, his instinct for just going stuff, transferring over from the jungle. We're talking about the role swap. His support play has been nothing less than superb in almost every single game.
Yeah, it's difficult already when we have praised multiple supports in this role already in the past. Charm, Max Green, hell, even now Jackie coming up as well. But Lebmont is coming to the role and is already challenging for best in class.
He's putting in work right now, and even this right here, right? Like, this could just be a double kill. Every member of Sentinels is just there, ready to go for it. Oh no!
Starting force to go stasis. This Fate Seal doesn't go, but the Transcendent Embrace puts an immediate stop to what second place Demons wanted to capitalize on. And no jungler from the side of second place Demons. This Baron is not going to be contested.
Where is Sandwich when you need him? Where are the boxes? Oh, just an engage. Immediately Zello finds Jackie, and that should just mean for second place Demons they're going to miss out on this Baron. Sentinel started up immediately.
They put a ward over the wall so they know that if anyone attempts to go for a cheeky steal, no Tormented Shadows, no attempt. Sentinels will be able to secure the Baron. This is a 6,000 gold lead, climbing even further ahead at 18.5 minutes.
And they said it yesterday in our interview with Meals. Meals said, it's going to be an uphill battle for us to win games versus Sentinels, but if there's any time they're going to be able to do it, it's now. They got to be able to do it now. If they can't do it here, then, you know, you're looking at potentially having to play a full best of 5 to make it into the grand finals. And Sentinels, they don't even want to give them a chance. They want to say, oh, cool, glad you guys played a more competitive early game. We'll just take it from here, boys. Thank you for that one.
Sentinels also trying to make sure that not only they can speed run into the grand finals and take first place and be crowned the best North American team in Rift Masters, but also trying to make sure that their homeboy Alec doesn't have to shave his head.
That's not going to happen. I've just resigned myself to this. As so has Sandwich. Invest the flash, can't do much. Mark, how broken is Camille, man? Like, you can go the damage build with, like, Death Stance. He's going tank with a stone plate, and he just has so many resistances. Like, you just can't resist. You can't do anything against him. So now Sentinels, they're going to do the same. They're going to barge right on in. He's flexing at this point. They're going to take both of the mid and Dragon Lane inhibitors. Zero fear.
Did half HP to Meals off of his one ability, and then here comes Zello. He's gonna force himself into the base, and that will give Sentinels the window to clear out almost every single member of second place Demons, taking the first game of our series.
It's not quite as dominant, but if you were to just tell me the scoreline, tell me what time they finished the game, figured, hey, this is like a pretty normal Sentinels win. A closer early game than what we've seen, but still, it comes off of a few picks coming out from Lebmont and Molly, and the game just snowballs from there.
It was an incredible carry performance from Molly.
I do want to, brother.
You might be muted,
oh, I'm muted? Oh, no. All right, the stream can hear me. The stream can hear me, but unfortunately, I forgot to unmute in our call.
Nice.
Great carry performance coming in from Molly. I do want to say, where was the Thresh top lane? Sandwich could have carried that game if they gave him the Thresh.
No.
Shiny.
We cannot do this revisionist crap.
Yeah, fair enough.
Kangas was like, Thresh top, this pick sucks. And then he's like,
mostly it's because we did get baited from the pick ban. At least I did. I was so confident it was Thresh in the top lane, but as Alec identified, the Morgana into the Ahri, pretty good matchup. Meal's actually doing a significant amount of damage throughout that game, but not enough, obviously, at the very end, not because of a lack of damage, but because multiple missed positioning errors. That's what I kept noticing, is that they did not feel comfortable positioning against the engage range of the Camille, which is tough. She can engage from very far away, but if you're the Thresh, part of your job is to be ready for those engages. Use your Lantern to get people to safety. Flay and, try and get the Camille off of your carries. And it didn't feel like Jackie really was piloting the Thresh to the full effect of what Thresh can actually pull off. Difficult to play in Wild Rift in particular, but I think that maybe a little bit of rust. I think that's kind of like what I'm coming away with from the side of second place Demons. We're not playing at the mechanical level that I expect from especially Tybe in the jungle.
All I'm going to say is Levmon got MVP. So the Wild Rift, you know, the systems in the game, they recognized that Levmont was the carry, was the MVP of that game. And we talked about it during the game. We're talking about, you know, the difference in the jungle that was occurring at the time. Ty did not have a good game today. This Yone looked a little bit rough. So I think second place Demons back to the drawing board. Still some things that I'm sure that they're feeling okay about. That early game looked pretty good, and it wasn't just coming off of like we're just gonna go for cheese kills. It was, I think, some pretty good stuff, and obviously the rise of Sandwich so far.
Yeah. And it's interesting to note because during that game, I actually did go back through the stats that we have from second place Demons. Yes, they got knocked out early in the first qualifier. Thank you for the context, Alkin Rafa. But when you look at the numbers as to who's the one carrying in most of their games, aka getting the most kills, that doesn't always translate. But in general, you can think about getting the most kills means that you're probably doing a lot of work. Care to take a guess as to who is the kill leader on the side of second place Demons?
Tybe.
You think Tybe? Alk?
Meals.
Meals. It is Meals. At 58 kills over their 2 weekends. And Old School actually has more kills than Tybe as well. Tybe, when I was looking at the numbers, now obviously this is just numbers on a sheet. It's not actually analyzing gameplay. Very, you know, highs and lows. There were games where Tybe was popping off carried, but then the next game or the next series rather to be a 0-kill game with, you know, 5 deaths. And it was Meals that carried in that one. But Meals overall is the consistent performer. And I think that we saw that the damage was there on the Morgana. If we're looking at Meals as a carry player for the team, I don't always see him as like this super pop-off performer. Like he will play things like the Galio, like this Morgana. So I do like this this look. But maybe put Meals on something that can carry a little harder if they're really trying to bring it to starting. Because I will say, I think that Meals versus starting, it's always a fun matchup. And I don't think that it's like that big of a skill discrepancy between the two.
Yeah. Mark, you know what I'm going to say. You know, we talk about it all the time. That Meals Akali play from Team Liquid Summer Showdown is just it's too crazy. I just don't think you need the carry. I think when you look at the kind of the composition of this team, Tybe always wants to take like a front line, like I guess like a star role on the team. And if you have a team full of stars, then not everybody's gonna shine, right? And Meals will bite the bullet and say like, I will play a little bit more supportive so that I can help my team get to that point. You have people like Old School, who we saw yesterday on the Kaisa have an amazing performance. You have, again, Tybe, like we were talking about. Yes, he has those lows, but we have those Kha'Zix games that were like, this guy is effing insane. So I like I like Meals on this supportive pick. It's just, I don't think the team is necessarily built around him having those like 20 bomb games of Akali and 1v9ing.
Yeah, I think it just depends on what your setup of the game is supposed to be. Obviously, they wanted Meals to be on the Morgana this game so that Tybe was protected and safe from any potential invades that Molly would look for on the Camille, while Yone is, you know, on the weaker side early on. Yeah. And you're just banking on, okay, once Tybe hits, you know, a certain power spike here, he's going to be super strong. That first window when he completes the Solari Charge Blade, if you get a successful ulti engage off and you get a couple picks, the Yone starts coming online faster, you know, you snowball in. But as we saw, you know, it was a rough game for Tybe. You know, the 50% of the ultis, it seems like either were complete whiffs or they didn't really net anything, even if it missing off of
an Ari and stasis, not because you mistimed, but because you miss angle. Like, those are the little things where it's like, did the thumb just slip? Like, well, what's going on there from a mechanical standpoint? It's tough to have those, but you got to bounce back, because now you got another game ahead of you. So it's not about dwelling in the past. It's about, as a player, resetting and looking to the future. And speaking of, we got to update this right now, because we are now 14 games away from Alk shaving his head. So hopefully we can get a win for second place Demons here right now. So that way they can, you know, bring us at least a 3 to start. That would be the best start.
Not sweating this at all. If we're talking about the future, we can still glean some stuff from the past, aka this last draft. You look at the first rotation of bans coming out from second place Demons, Lee Sin, Corki, and Riven. Obviously a big focus on to Molly's champion pool, and I've been wondering if people were going to pull out the Camille this weekend. I know, Rafa, you were talking about it earlier, just like they've been trying to remove this champion for the most part, but it is so effective at what it does, and for Yone, he really hates when people can stick on top of him. He has all these different abilities that can kind of give him mobility. Camille just says, no, I'm following you all the way back to your turret with my ultimate, man.
That's right.
A lot of this comp did, right? Ari also mobility, Set, Karma, Lucian all running at you. I feel like second place Demons dropped the Yone jungle. I wasn't a fan of it. And I'm just going to say I didn't like Jackie on the Thresh either. So just pivot a little bit in your own picks. I'm still fine with the initial bans, though, as it seems like they are, too. They're keeping with them right now. The last one would be Corki if we follow the trend. But they could also try and blue one Corki if it's up and put meals on that.
No, Rafa, save me from this hellscape. No. I refuse.
So
there we go.
So here's the thing, Alk. I actually played a game of Corki yesterday.
It's broken,
ranking
isn't it?
with it, dude. It feels.
I fed that
good.
game and you carried. That was awesome.
I shit on people in my fucking game, man. It was crazy. I didn't. So I went Stormrazor into Infinity Edge and then Essence Reaver. I don't know if that's like the correct build or not. I copied what was like one of the top three.
I will bet you any skin in the game that he's going Black Cleaver first, because this is North America, so.
That is our specialty. The Stormrazor IE spike feels so damn good because not only you have increased crit damage, but then the slow on the first auto attack guarantees that you're going to be able to layer in like pretty much all of your spells as well. So it's not even the package value anymore. Like even if you took package out, Corki still feels great as just a go-to.
Yeah, I was gonna say you want large AD items right now on Corki because of the changes. They literally buffed 20% total AD on like one of his abilities. It's really insane. I think the larger AD items you can get, the better. And we'll have to see exactly where this goes, because now Tide is going to be picking up Kha'Zix. We're getting that mobile assassin carry jungler for this guy, while Sentinels moving for something I think a bit more defensive, right? Like the Renekton here for Zello. You have Galio as well, which I don't think is going to be a starting pick, so giving Levmont some more agency to look for fights.
I would have rather seen a top laner, although I guess I believe they're flexing the Thresh still. But the thing about the Kha'Zix is that you're going into a Galio taunt. That's like, again, big counter. You're going into a Renekton who can stun you immediately. CC is not your friend, and now Camille locked in again for Sentinels.
Renekton's for noobs anyway, it's okay. Tide wins this, it's okay. The stun doesn't matter if I one-shot your backliner, it's cool.
I mean, and the other thing
too
is
is the backliner. You don't even see a backliner.
He's
You're locking at Kha'Zix.
Here's an interesting thing. We could immediately assume that this is Renekton, Zello, and then Camille for Molly. But depending on what is distributed for the next couple of picks, we could see starting, take the Renekton into the mid lane. Camille, go towards the top side of the map. If you see from second place Demon something that is not advantageous for the Renekton, but can be a little bit better for the Camille. Second place Demons right now, all they know is that, hey, Gume still needs to lock in a champion, and right now they have a ton of physical damage. More than likely, they are not going to go for another marksman like they ran with the Lucian, so they're trying to take away some powerful mage picks. Zig's already off the board. Oh wow, they actually just
I thought they were going to go for another mage. I figured, like, hey, if Sentinels want, they can go for Varus. You can just kind of itemize it to the AP build and you're good to go. For Gume, it doesn't seem like it's something that we've seen him all too much on it. Lux is fine, but there's, I mean, they'd have to go for Lux Ashe here, and so second place Demons, up to you now. Are you going to go for Thresh Ashe, just to kind of deny it away from Sentinels? Or are you going to try and do something a little bit different here? I think even despite the fact that Sentinels were full AD, they did have some true damage, and there's not many tanks on second place Demons, so the fact that you can't really itemize into armor or, you know, just like full on going tank stats kind of mitigates the fact that we're talking about for the damage profile.
Look at the top lane bans. Like, you talk about Sandwich, newer to Wild Rift, the Renekton's picked away from him. Set, Scion, the Gragas he just played, all banned, so it's Shen! Okay!
Good matchup into Renekton too, so I like this. I like this coming up from second place Demon so far.
I've heard some rumors about the Sandwich Shen, so I'm actually particularly excited about how this will perform on stage. So we still need to determine whether this Corki is going to be for Meals in the mid lane or if it's going to be for Old School, and then Meals will get a different...
Wow.
What the... What is this?
Yo.
Wait.
Okay, Jax...
Shen.
Jax... No. Jax into Galio farms this guy. It is so disgusting what you can do to Galio. Galio tries to match you in a side lane, destroy him. Take his turret, farm him like a little dog. Like, wait, you go to fight him in a team fight?
But that's assuming that Galio's in the mid lane then, right?
Yeah, it is. I am assuming Galio support. Fiora top into Shen with the Renekton mid. What is... Okay. I don't even know where anybody's going on second place Demons now.
I think it's Renekton mid. The Galio support with Lux so that Ledmont can roam. But then either the Fiora and the Camille is interchangeable, I guess. It depends on what Zello prefers into the Shen.
Yeah, I would say give him Fiora. Fiora is just better, in my opinion, against the Shen. We saw it yesterday for Hitman. He was having a wheelbarrow of a game in that last game versus Imperius. And for second place Demons, they need to be able to get Jax ahead. There's a lot of champions, I think, that are actually going to require gold. I'm looking at Tybe on this Kha'Zix and that Jax. So how they delegate farm, how they're able to kind of manipulate the waves to give them the gold that they need will be really important in how they win.
I'm just looking at the Lux. The range is going to be really nice into a lot of these frontliners, but you do have to worry about that Kha'Zix jumping onto you. So, I mean, I said that there wasn't an option or a target for the Kha'Zix yet, but Alec, the Lux is going to be that target now for Kha'Zix to jump in and try and blow up if possible.
Rafa,
Rafa, you're freaking out right now.
I know what you're looking at. Look away. Avert your eyes.
We have the role selection in order of the players. You want to enlighten everybody, Rafa?
No.
So, as Alk predicted, it is Jax mid for Meals. But on the other side, it's Renekton top, Camille jungle, Fiora mid. What?
Ooh.
Like
Fiora Jax. We wanted the skill matchup. We wanted to see Meals
did
do
starting
a little bit
at
more.
Meals like pre-arrange this degenerate mid lane matchup? What am I looking at?
I love the fact that they just opted into it, and like we saw in the player cams, like they locked in Jax, right? And then as soon as Fiora gets picked, Meals just goes,
yeah.
Alright, like, we're gonna have fun.
He knew. Well, they might know. I have no idea what's about to happen in this game number 2. So best of luck, Rafa and Al, because I pass it back over to you to get into the game.
I love it here. We're getting spoiled.
I've definitely heard rumors of all different things being tried out in, in scrims and in matches between these two. This is not one of them! I did not hear about this! What is this tech?
This tech is so base. I love it. This is fantastic. I love it. I love that we can get this kind of stuff. Again, second place Demons is just that team where they're willing to like throw it down and say, come and fight me. And early on, this is a great matchup for Sentinels. I think, in Baron lane, it is significantly easier for a Renekton to kill the Shen earlier on, but as the game goes on, like, Shen just gets tankier and tankier. Zello does not have the, he will not have the funds to beat him down, and Jax in the early game is going to have a tough time. So Tybe, again, going to have to be really careful with his jungle pathing not to get revealed, and make sure that, he's going for creative timers, creative plays.
God, this matchup looks super awful for me.
Early on, it's bad. It becomes a skill matchup after a little bit, but it is certainly not fun.
Now I understand why Meals kind of just threw his hands up in the air after seeing the Fiora lock in.
This is BS, man. Like, why do I have to play this one out? Like, this is so hard to play. And now early on, look at them. Everybody's here.
Jackie and Old School just kiting over the crab so that time. Oh, two-man play? That's a flash out, but they pulled in starting. They're going all the way under the tower, looking for it. Okay, first blood. Bloodland comes in. Beautiful flash 4-man taunt under the tower.
What?
And it could have looked great for second place Demons, but Sentinels turn it all around.
What was that from Gume? He threw that first ability. The light binding comes out. And it goes from bad to worse, Rafa. They didn't even need to overload one side of the map. All the action came straight to mid lane. Molly's gonna even counter jungle a little bit, so that gold influx that we were talking about, the management of resources for these two carries, just goes straight out the window. Molly is straight up 1100 up immediately.
How does this always happen? No matter what an enemy opponent does, even when a second place demon, they find an advantageous first pick. Molly always is one of the last members standing and rectifies the odds. Meals able to get a counter strike, but it's still not enough. Sentinels, the 3-man dive, take out Meals.
Dude, I swear, the most deadly duo is not Gume Lamont, it's Lamont Molly. Like, these two just made it work. Lemont comes in, 4-man taunt, gets one person under the turret, and then Molly's able to clean up even right there, working with him and starting. This guy is just slamming every game, and it doesn't matter. I mean, he gets Camille 2 games in a row, and you give him something like this, the ability to terrain scale, get everywhere in such a long distance. Hey, you might be slow at farming, but you can just farm champions at this point, and they're just, like, playing incredibly fast. Something that I think we kind of lost as we've gotten further off into the into playoffs and even just throughout the qualifiers, but Sentinels kind of showing some old blood.
I think it's incredibly beneficial for your support to have been a former jungler, if not the best former jungler in the North American Wild Rift scene. Because then they will understand what you want the most, what you want to prioritize, what your pathing is going to look like every single game, and they're able to match their own support timers to get out of lane and synchronize with you on the map at the right places at the right time.
That's something that we kind of praise the other support players, you know, specifically I'm thinking of Yikes, who, you know, was playing jungle for a bit, playing support.
Sure.
It was something that we kind of highlighted was a strength of his, that him and Tide used to be able to just have these amazing roam timers, and Lamont, without missing a beat, has been so impressive every single game, obviously, and now we'll have to see exactly where that gold kind of funnels into, because it's 3,000 in their favor. A lot of it is in Molly's back pocket and starting. So wherever they go, that's where Sentinels is going to have a pretty massive lead, and objectives are spawning in 30 seconds. You have to look at them as second place Demons. I think they really want to try and go for this Rift Hailed, getting yourself back in a parity with gold. You do not want to play a scaling game versus Sentinels.
Yeah, but what if Sentinels also contest you there? They're currently way up. Almost every single person has a first item online, barring Lebmont, because wanted to go for boots so that they were faster on the Rift. Everyone else is just slowly trickling down in terms of gold disparity. The only person on second place Demons that has an item completion is Old School with the Storm Racer.
It'll be tough. I mean, they're so far down right now in terms of gold. Getting this Rift Hailed, I mean, you see Molly's on the opposite side of the map. Lemont, do it. Steal it with the wins of war. Okay, well, you know, if you're a second place fan, you're happy about that one. You're like, thank God, we got the Rift Herald again. We got it for ourselves. It's not necessarily a steal this time, so Tide making good on his smite. Package use just means, hey, we're going to use a mid lane. Didn't really have the timer for it. There was no team fight that was going to end up happening, so Dragon going over to Sentinels. And now they're even matching the Jax yet again into this Dragon lane. I mean, starting... He's going to be able to wail away at the start. At least get himself a turret plate here if he wants it.
Yeah. Not going to be able to get the full turret here. Both Meals and Jackie protecting the turret with their lives at the moment. They want to make sure that they have an opportunity to launch for first brick with Rift Herald on their side. And now, most of the team does have first items online, so they should be strong enough to be able to contest Sentinels.
At least look for something, but... Remember how defensive this Sentinels roster can be, right? Like, Fiora can last for a pretty abnormally long amount of time. They have the Galio next to them, and if they want to go for a trade kill, that Lux ultimate is great for being a kind of another support of global. So, second place Demons, I think they're kind of being a little hesitant. They don't want to make a play. They don't want to get caught out, and they also need to play with vision of, where the hell is Camille? Where is this guy?
Well, Camille is going to show up on the bottom side of the map. Rift Herald has been spawned, and already 3 members of Sentinels are going to see they can at least defuse it from taking the whole turret. 377 HP.
Wow.
Still left. No first brick attained for either team so far.
Yeah, but gold into Tyve's pocket, so he'll be able to finish whatever item he wants next. Picks up the Phage, so they're just getting gold for the meantime, and we've been sitting at about 2,000 all of this. Like, now it's kind of shifted away, right? Like, Molly, with that Rift Herald being dropped for Tybe, it is starting. It is starting with a pretty massive gold lead, and Lebmont, but it's support Galio. They do not care.
Sentinels being careful of where they over-index. Tybe looking to jump onto Zello. Ignite burning down to the Sandwich. Oh, Zello, before he goes down, the Ignite already takes out Sandwich, and Molly was there for the counter gank, and Sentinels trade up once again.
They're not properly able to track. Maybe it's because they're having Jackie sit down here. Great challenge.
Starting is going to get the healing off of it. Ledmon is starting with a beautiful dive. Down goes Jackie. Meals wants to trade something back, but just does not have the lockdown for it.
They got the first turret. Molly able to pick that up in the Dragon lane. Rafa without proper jungle tracking. I mean, Meals. Oh, Barry. Okay,
Strike. Oh, he has Sandwich. Stand United. It's going to get a taunt of some sort. Hero's entrance forces Meals to flash away from the knockup. Sandwich now getting the 2-man taunt under the tower, but just not enough damage. But flashing forward, starting. He clips him, and Lemon doesn't have enough mana here to be able to escape. Just forced to use one taunt, and it's Gume with the downtown final spark that pushes him away. Tybe leaps in. Do they have the man advantage onto Molly? Molly's been singled out. Lemon cannot save his jungler. And now Tybe has the resets. They're looking for more to Lemon. 3-man taunt on the tower, but he's too low to survive. Second place Demons coming right back.
Massive picks there for them. They get the turret as well. Sentinels, I don't know if maybe they're just walking in one by one. Really good find there from Jackie. Turns into multiple kills. And a gold, and a little bit of more gold for them. They're going to have to come back onto the map a bit stronger, 20 seconds before that Rift Herald spawns. And I think a massive influx of gold specifically now for Old School, who's now finished their Infinity Edge. And will be very, very strong for this next fight. They've got the package as well. We get a replay of this fight. This Sandwich ultimate. This guy is just getting more and more impressive, and we see more tape of this man.
It just goes to show that the more games he's putting in, the more clearly comfortable he's becoming on Wild Rift in the competitive scene. And you're seeing how he's just coming into his own and developing himself as potentially one of our top Baron laners in the scene so far.
Oh man, and Sentinels actually got that Rift Herald there, so second place team is not really optimizing or trying to go for that play. I wonder what exactly their setup was. I couldn't see it just because, you know, we had the picture-in-picture and whatnot, the replay was going on. I think it's pretty weird just because they really want to try and have that set up for taking away this mid lane turret. Gives you so much access, and I think cuts off a few of the plays that they may have would have wanted. And really that jungle tracking that I'm going to continue to hammer away at, because the minute you lose sight of Galio or Molly is a play that Sentinels can make and look to trade onto you.
Sentinels have to be careful about when they walk, and wow! Beautiful patience from second place Demons. Molly thought that they would be able to get out alive with a hook shot away, but the CC lockdown. Meals and Sandwich, again, the 2v2 on the top side of the map. Can they turn this one around? But a final spark from downtown. You can never take out Gume, but Sandwich is able to still trade one back on to me, starting, and Lemon is not going to be able to find a revenge kill. And during all that time, Tybe was taking out the dragon. Old School goes for the turret in the mid lane. Tybe is now forced to flash Casello. That's an angry crocodile, but the dominance won't last forever, and he's baiting him in for the rest of the team to come in and click the kill.
Really awesome stuff. While they lose out on the turret falling to Zello, that play in the top side is just fantastic. We're just seeing such great synergy between the two solo laners here for second place Demons, and they're making picks. As soon as Molly is off the map, a lot of their play is gone. They know that Lebmont is in the Baron lane. Let's just try and go for this pick onto Zello. They know that they have control of the Dragon Pit, so second place Demons are making good on that promise of trying to take down Sentinels, prevent them from having a perfect circuit here in the RiftMasters tournament. It's looking good for them, but how they close out is so important. They still need to control vision, and I think Jackie's been doing a fantastic job at that.
Take a moment to look at where we are at, almost 12 minutes into the game. The majority of the members of second place team is on 2 items. Tybe actually on 3. So far, none of the members of Sentinels have been able to match that power quite yet. We have praised Molly time and time again for continuously being ahead of the curve. This is one of the few times where Tybe on the signature Kha'Zix, a champion that he has internationally made a name for himself at this point now, to potentially be one of the key makers in bouncing back after in an abysmal Yone performance in game 1.
He's like, okay, the Yone game was us just testing some stuff. Like we're gonna just test it, see what happens, and maybe they end up getting their win. But now they're even making a play here. Old School caught out, no man up.
Forced to pull back, but Meals with the counter strike keeps Sentinels at bay. They might be able to secure this blue buff for their troubles. Mid turret was taken down. A lot of control awarded to Sentinels.
It just feels tense now, Rafa, right? Like second place Demons, they haven't quite clinched the win yet. There are still very clear win conditions here for Sentinels, as Molly still on this Camille, going for more of that damage-oriented duelist build that we've been seeing. And you know, we still have to see second place Demons how they get into these team fights. They will clinch this.
Sam is trying to taunt them and lead them over to the rest of the pack of second place Demons, but they're not necessarily wanting to fight this fight. Molly takes the Hextech ultimatum, keeping distance away from the rest of the range dealers, and the way that Sentinels and Molly played that one was absolutely beautiful. No way that second place Demons could get a chance to find a revenge kill, as Meals now finding the 1v1 against Starting looking for the grand challenge, gets the healing back. And Meals, despite almost taking out Starting is going to be able to heal back on up.
Super close here. As long as the Counter-Strike is down, Meals, does he win this,
Jackie?
Jackie?
In his back pocket.
Tybe is coming as well. Molly here to protect his mid laner. Not much of a play to keep going. And because they've now overloaded this side, I mean, Old School does not have enough time to really push into mid lane. We have kind of avoided Gume for the most part because not much action has been happening around this Dragon laner, but he has neutralized the Dragon lane's ability to push in the mid lane. And so now we're just seeing Zello and Lebmont link up constantly, move in, push in the wave, do a little bit of chip damage, and slowly whittle away at the structures still standing for second place Demons. And we've saw, I think, emblematic of the problems we'll continue to see there as the Mia pick comes out. Jackie, I think, presses his ultimate. If they aren't going for picks, the team fight from Sentinels is just better. They have much clearer ways of fighting. That Molly ultimate basically eliminates one person off of the map immediately. So unless it's for picks, the team fights, if you're playing clear front-to-back team fights, Sentinels are more than comfortable with taking those as a way to win.
God, it just feels so stressful right now. I can't imagine what it is like for both of the players, both of the teams at this point, getting ready for the next Dragon of the game.
Okay. Meals, I don't know if you learned this one, bud.
He's got Savage in his back pocket, lives long enough, flashes away, Stand United comes in. Zello also TP'd to answer. Both teams, all 5 members here, 20 seconds before the Dragon spawning.
Okay, 15 seconds, like you're saying. Dragon spawning. Key things to note. Lebmont does not have flash. There's no grand challenge for Starting, but he's just going to be able to pick up this mid lane. Things that I'm looking for Sentinels to be able to abuse is there's no Shen ultimate this time, and Meals doesn't have his flash, so if you're able to make that pick, that is something that they can look for, as Old School, sitting in the river, has the package available to him. Gotta be careful. They don't know where Molly is. Jackie's just walking up.
Jackie, can he throw down the box? Not given a chance. Package rips through right in the middle of 2, but Old School is by himself into the backline. Pop stasis. Can they buy enough time? Tybe has found one reset onto Gume, but now they're all bunched up. You don't get the isolation damage on the Kha'Zix. It's super hard. Lebmon with the taunt keeps everyone occupied. Meals able to trade one back, but now you have to deal with Zello, Molly, and Starting, who are just still ripping apart individuals in the skirmishes. Savage and Tybe run off the map, run off the rift, and out of the Dragon Pit.
And that's it. I mean, that right there was their potential play at taking over this game, but between Molly and Zello, they will just make paperweights out of these turrets, slicing them down. 5 seconds before Jackie is up, 10 before Old School, maybe with Tybe and Jackie, they can't quite end the game. That should just be an inhibitor for them.
Jackie's gonna look to take Molly might go down here, at least the GA.
Yeah.
Now they have to stand on top of him, interrupt him from being able to get the hook shot back on out. Jackie interrupting with the flay, and that sentence nicely done. Molly is gone, and during that time, Sentinels, they got the inhibitor, but they weren't able to push for the Dragon instead, and already setting up vision because they were afraid of a 1-2 Dragon into Baron. It looks like it'll just be the Dragon for second place Demons.
Infernal Drake does, you know, assuage some of the worries in terms of the damage, right? We're talking about being down about 2,000 to 3,000 gold. If there's some itemization diff in terms of damage, you will make up some of that because of the scaling nature of this Drake. But regardless from that, that's just an inhibitor that's going to be down. So I feel like Shen is just locked in the Dragon lane for the time being. Anybody who doesn't have teleport or a way to get into another fight just has to be there or push this wave out to the max. And Sentinels are not going to allow that. They've always had one person sitting here pushing out this wave, trying to threaten for a turret. Sentinels now got to be feeling confident. Did he just steal the blue buff? Yes, he did. Shout out Gume. There we go, brother. Take that from him.
Man, Gume does not miss with these final sparks, man.
Nope. I love it. He's making... I love when you can just play. We haven't... So I haven't played a ton of Lux, and I know, you know, like we've seen it time and time again. I'm still just Ziggs pilled. I'm 100% still Ziggs pilled.
Ziggs just always hits different. That's why they had to ban it.
Yep.
Take a look again.
Yeah, it's just right here. Jackie walking up way too far, no vision of Molly, kind of ends this fight in Old School with the package to just send it, but no one's there. You're playing for the wrong team. It's Sentinels that are, you know, hashtag full send. You don't got to do it here, though.
I think it's just difficult to play out this fight. Once losing one of your main frontliners there, you're hoping that the package will just disrupt the entire team. And if you can split them apart, that makes isolated targets for the Kazakhs to happen. But it's always a catch-20 when you are one of the highest damage dealers as Corki, but you also have one of the best disruption tools, and you're not able to safely reposition to do main damage. Jackie might be caught out with Old School once again. Molly with Exo Ultimatum, but good stasis from Old School is going to buy time, but we have a split push. Base race potentially from Zello. He's got Hullbreaker, so he calls upon Meals to try and fight back against Zello. But we still have fighting in the mid side of the map. Zello and Meals trying to duke it out. Zello goes down from the 2v1, but the rest of Sentinels are dealing away with second place Demons, but they haven't dropped any. Starting goes down. Molly sweeping over the tactical sweep, flash over the wall, hook shot as well. But Tide has the GA, he's gonna pop it. Led on with a great taunt. Meals is back in with Jackie, but Jackie goes down. What the hell is happening?
They're just going to continue to fight. Meals, I don't know if he can really go for this. Gume!
Gume! Killer Instinct sees time in his sights, and it's the immediate flashlight binding, taking out the jungler for second place Demons. And Meals down in the 1v3, but he doesn't have the resistances to withstand. He's gonna try his damnedest. He's got the stasis, but one more light binding, and that's it. Sentinels almost finding the ace. It's only Sandwich left.
Oh, Sandwich, can you even make the defense under the inhibitors? I think Sentinels are just going to try and go for this, maybe reset to get some more HP and some mana on some of these carries, and look for the Elder Dragon. As you see being pinged out here, Molly walks over to the pit. They're getting the teleport here from starting. Second place Demons, Type is up in 10 seconds. I don't think you get here in time. Maybe Old School's able to steal this.
Yes, package. I mean, you hear the sounds, the sirens being called, 5,000 HP.
He's not doing it.
Yeah.
Okay, and you saw the pings going on to the Baron. They didn't know exactly which play they were going to go for, but the roar of the Elder Dragon, the wards that they did end up having in the top side of the map says, hey, look, they're not doing Baron. They're not going to make it in time. Gume steals another blue. Or maybe he just got his own blue. I think actually Tybe ended up getting his own. So I think
we'll have to see if you hover Tybe and if
he got it. Okay, he got his own.
I was about to say.
That's not fair. That just doesn't feel fair. And now Zello, I mean, he always will have kill threat.
Okay, wait. They split up Molly here. School. Molly still has Expect Ultimatum to go for this. Old School is deep into enemy territory, but he doesn't have stasis up in time. He just gets deleted by starting. Tybe is looking for the resets once again. Meals is onto the back line. Gume pops his own stasis, and now once again the split screen because Zello's still pushing in for the base.
The Hullbreaker minions!
It's just the Hullbreaker minions! Zello BMing! What a Chad! Sits on the freaking lifeguard stand, and that's game 2. Sentinels advance to the grand finals.
I love that so much. He just actually BM'd him. Sentinels, they're going to go right into the grand finals. Second place Demons are going to go meet up with the professional Hot Tub streamers in a bit in the lower bracket. But man, we talked about the inhibitor being a problem, Renekton with that Hullbreaker. This feels awfully reminiscent of a clip when Hullbreaker first came out. Zello was like, this item does not seem very balanced, guys. And he did the exact same thing. Backdoored, just sat there, and let the minions do the talking.
That's a Cloud9 special right there. And the way that Zello, at the end of the game, watches the Nexus begin to drown and then sits up on top of the lifeguard duty is like, yeah, I don't see anything. There's no kids drowning around me. I'm doing...
That's awfully dark, Rafa.
That had to have been the most BM end to a game that we've seen in this entire weekend. Probably all of RiftMasters 2022. What a way to do it, Zello.
Sunglasses. I could totally impersonate what Zello was doing. I even had my Renekton hat from somewhere. If I just put both the sunglasses, that would have been based. Oh
was it earned, though? Let's be honest. Because from my perspective, Sandwich was putting the team on his back and hard carrying for most of that game. And then just at the very end, you're Shen into the Renekton split push after you've already lost the inhib. It's pretty doomed at that point. So, I don't know. Still funny. Still funny either way. But still undefeated. It was close. That was the closest game that we have seen Sentinels be put through from second place Demons. And there were so many moments where it felt like, okay, when is the moment going to happen? This is what I'm calling it now. There's every game with Sentinels, there's the moment where even if it feels close for a team, whether it's between 4 minutes or 10 minutes, Sentinels will find a big play and then snowball that into their victory. And every single game, the gold graph is consistent in that once it falls, it plummets. This time around, it wasn't a full free fall. We saw a couple moments where I was like, that was the moment. And then it was Jackie walking into River for the second dragon fight, and he just gets completely picked up. I was like, all right, that's the moment. Now they're out of it. But then the package, and then Ty, cleaning up a couple kills. I was like, all right, well, they're still in this. And then it was the inhib fight. I was like, all right, that's the moment. But then, they still are able to trade a couple kills after that. Ty goes a little far forward, and Gume picks him off right as he's looking for the resets. But it was so close, and I felt like second place Demons were right at the precipice of finally taking that. But the moment it comes, it's inevitable. It will always find you. Maybe a series of moments.
Let's go, Sentinels! We're undefeated! Woo!
The perfect circuit dream is still alive for these guys.
My head
for
being
second place
shaved
Demons
is still alive.
Yeah.
So it's still possible. It is still possible technically, as we now need 13 more games for Alec to shave his head.
Yeah.
That means that every other series, the best of 3, or the best of 5 up next, and the best of 3 have to go to full games. And somebody has to beat Sentinels so that we get the bracket reset, and then that goes to 5 games. So, unlikely. It's very unlikely. I mean, it was to begin with anyway. But I'm hearing that we're ready for the interview. So let's bring on the member from Sentinels. Bid farewell to Rafa and Alec Battery for right now. We'll bring you back on in a second. But I'm curious to talk to the Sentinels members because, of course, they are making a run into the grand finals being undefeated. And actually, while we're waiting for them to get in here, I think that we have a couple seconds. Rafa, is there anything on your mind, or Alec, anything on your mind that you want me to ask them? Because it's always me that gets to ask the question.
If you're talking to Glaciox, we need to know if he's eating the dohua again, the tofu pudding.
Oh, okay. Okay, you know what? We'll see. We'll see. All right, I'm hearing that we're ready right now, so let's bring them on, and I'll ask them that question for you, Rafa. And it is Glaciox. Welcome! Glaciox back to the stream.
Hello.
Congratulations on another victory.
Thank you, thank you.
2-0 and undefeated on this weekend, as well as all of RiftMasters 2022 so far. How's the competition been from your perspective? Because this seemed like the closest game that we've caught you on stream so far. Is that correct?
It was definitely a lot closer than it should have been. I think we misplayed a little bit around the mid-game, around some of the objectives, and lost a little bit of tempo here and there. So it was a lot closer than it should have been, yeah.
When you identify as a coach watching the game, some of those misplays, what do you say to the team afterward? What's the moment that you identify, and how do you approach kind of teaching the players how to address those better in future games?
I think the biggest thing for me, especially like in PC, was that I don't like to keep the reviews long because it gets very like people's attention span is very short. So you make sure that you find like the key moments in the game where they can do better. There's no way like you're going to explain like 10 points and they're going to remember everything. So just those like key moments in every game that they could like fix is going to make a huge difference.
That's cool. I actually like that approach. Simplify things. Don't make them too complicated. Yeah. I did want to get your thoughts, though, on overall North American competition. It is off-season, right? You know, these aren't necessarily the rosters that we expect to see going into next year. But how are you feeling about North American competitive Wild Rift so far, based on events like this? Do you feel like we've leveled up from, you know, last season, maintained about the same? Where are we in your mind?
It's a little bit awkward because I feel like we are just like this like really one super team, and there's not really a lot of teams to like contest us. Also, like in this tournament, like Immortals isn't even playing as well, right? So
yeah,
especially when finding like practice and scrims, there's definitely a lack of people to play against, right? Because like in Southeast Asia, from where I'm from, right, like the scrims is like left and right. You get cancelled, you find another team, like another S tier team, like immediately. You know, here's like you get cancelled, like okay guys, I think we don't have a scrim today. So there's definitely a lack of good teams, and maybe just hoping for more like, you know, strong rosters to come out.
All right, yeah, let's get like 3 super teams. Let's get a trifecta that can all fight against each other for the 2 spots at international competitions. Rafa did say, and I agree, we got to know, did you have any of your pudding today during pick and ban? We didn't notice it on the camera, but do you have any in front of you?
No. I ate some grilled fish though. Yeah, it's gone already.
Grilled fish. Okay, so that's Sundays are grilled fish. Is there a reason for the swap? Is like fish just like a better kind of secondary after you've already had the pudding the day before? You don't want to mix the two?
Yeah, like the fish is for the good luck here because we're playing against second place demons. So we really need like, you know, the good luck for the drafts and for the gameplay. So it was definitely needed.
All right, fish for good luck. Honestly, I think everybody else is going to need some luck when they're facing up against Sentinels. So best of luck as you're preparing now for the finals. You got a best of 3 ahead of you. If you win that, you're taking the whole thing. Thank you so much, Glaciax, for coming on and chatting with us. And we might be chatting again later today.
All right, no problem. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, we'll bring back on Rafa and Alk now. Okay, so Fish, does that satisfy your curiosity, Rafa?
Mark? Yeah, I was gonna say, Kangas, you should know this, man. You're all about like body health. You want to increase gut diversity. You know, you can't just have pudding all the time.
You get omega acids and stuff from fish. Like, it's supposed to be superbly good brain food. I remember like when we were in school, like growing up in middle school, they would always tell us, hey, you know, before you come to a test, make sure you're having good brain food either the morning of or the night before. They would always say like fish was a great thing to have.
Okay, I will say I do consider myself a gym brother, but the diet side is probably the part I'm most lacking in, if we're gonna frame it that way.
So you know,
I still have a lot more to learn.
You know the exercises, but you don't know what to input in your body to.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just a calories in, calories out kind of guy. I'm not a big macros and micros kind of guy. But with that said, let's take a look at the bracket so we can catch everybody up on how the tournament is shaking out. Sentinels still undefeated, advance to the finals. Second place Demons giving them their most stiff competition yet, and now second place Demons losing and dropping into the lower bracket to go up against professional hot tub streamers. That is a best of 5. Alk, yesterday the best of 5 was not a sweep. We actually had a 4-game series. What are the odds? What are the odds that we get a sweep versus not sweep today?
I'll go for a really large number, 52%, yes.
Massive number. That's the biggest number I think Alk has said all weekend, honestly. All right, 52% from Alk. With that said, we're going to take a short break here while we get ready for that lower bracket best of 5 coming up right after this.
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. No, I'll hold you till the sun comes in the morning light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
I'll keep you safe. I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back as we are getting ready for our lower bracket elimination best of 5 between 2 of the 3 remaining teams in the tournament. Second place, Demons and Professional Hot Tub Streamers. And Rafa, unfortunately, had to step away due to unforeseen circumstances, so I'll be stepping in as play-by-play. It just so happened I had nothing going on, Alex, so this is perfect. We get the cast!
Let's go! It's unfortunate the way that we got here, but, you know, we got here nonetheless. Everybody, if you could, you know, wish Rafa some well wishes, feel better soon, he would definitely appreciate it. He's not feeling super great, so hopefully he, you know, recovers and we can maybe even bring him on. We'll bring him on as a guest host. We'll have him as like a little interview buddy. You can do all the fun. We can have him do all the fun Kangas work later on, but. We've got a series here. We've got our best of 5 lower bracket, like you were saying. Professional Hot Tub Streamers have been waiting, looking for their ticket to go to the grand finals, and it all starts here up against second place Demons.
And Professional Hot Tub Streamers, reminder, we're the 4th seed. They qualified through the last chance qualifiers, and then had, kind of an upset against Imperius yesterday.
Yeah.
This would be a bigger upset in terms of scope if they can pull this one off here. So getting into draft, things to notice again. I pitched this as an idea. I don't know if we can get it done today. Actually, there's probably no chance we can get it done today. But for any time we see second place Demons play from this point forward, we need to have some kind of live tracking and a bet of where their champions are going. None of that matters. Yeah, there's a dog on screen.
Let's go. He's playing for the camera too. I know, look at Demon King. He's like, I know I'm on camera. Everybody look at my dog. Respect. Yep. I would do that too. Actually, his dog kind of looks like, he kind of. His dog kind of looks like mine, just because Grace did just get a haircut, so she looks a little smaller than usual. But respect that Demon King is playing to the crowd, and also we get wide-angled wheels. We get to see more of the room.
Yeah, wait, we really zoomed out over here. I wonder if that was on his end or on our end, but he also, it looks like, made his bed today. Look at that, Meals.
Look, we can see the plushes. We can see less of the plushes, however, because they're behind him. True. And I think Demon King actually has like the similar number of plushes behind him. So we're honestly we're evening up here.
Yeah, I'm wondering what those plushes are. There's like a big blue ball with like little scales on the back. Maybe if I interview him later, we can have him turn them around for us. Or maybe he hears us right now. Oh, no, he's not going to go for it. Rapid fire picks locked in as we're still distracted by the pupper on the screen. Corky, Galio, Lee Sin for second place Demons. And there we go, the Nautilus. I was wondering if that would come back today. The Hot Tub Streamers do love this pick.
Okay, I mean, we saw the Hot Tub Streamers do really well yesterday on this pick with Estranged Heroes, so I'm really excited to see what we get from them, just because now we get to see, I think, a little bit more out of the top lane matchup. We've been talking about it, but Suki versus Sandwich, I think, is going to be really interesting between these two. They love to play carries, and Meals versus Johto almost never fails to deliver.
It's one of the most fun matchups and rivalries that we have, because, of course, it was Johto that took down Cloud9 at WNS with the incredible Akali play. But Yone locked in for the Hot Tub Streamers. Now, we don't know. Could be jungle based on how everything else is shaken up. But actually, I'm even thinking it could be the Nautilus going into the jungle with Yone mid.
There's a karma here, so really anything's possible. These two should... we have to think, like, in the terms of mid laners, it's gonna either be the Yone or the Renekton. Johto is, again, the melee specialist. He plays a ton of different melee champions, but things that are ranged, you know, the mages, they're just not really in his wheelhouse from what we've seen. And Meals, surprisingly enough, picking up the Twisted Fate. I wonder if we'll even get to see a Twisted Fate in bottom lane, in Dragon lane. I know there was a little bit of experimentation with that last year, but a lot of things here for second place Demons. Pretty low damage composition. They're all kind of relying on landing gold card, and that one person just gets removed off the map.
I'm trying to remember. I think that was an old school pick, or was it a Dienzio pick? I'm trying to remember who was the big TF
Meals. It was Meals in the Dragon lane was Rest from Sentinels. He was really big on this champion. He's like, guys,
there we
this
go.
Looks really broken. There was a game that they even won on stage with it, which looked really good. But outside of that, I never really kind of picked up, and yeah, it just faded back into obscurity.
But they still could put the Corki bot lane with the TF mid, so not quite sure where there's a going as of yet. But the Shyvana lock-in for the Hot Tub Streamers as the jungler. Demon King obviously loves this pick, played it pretty much anytime the Olaf was banned away yesterday, which means I'm going to guess it would be the Renekton top Yone mid with a Karma Nautilus as the combination bot lane, Karma being the one that farms up, and would probably just go full AP Burst Mage at that point.
Yeah, it's going to be really annoying to try and play this Dragon lane for the second place Demons. It doesn't matter what champions you're playing down there. Karma Nautilus is like, I'm going to push you, and if I land any poke, if I'm able to land the tether, you're not moving. Like, you're just going to get taken down. And that's a really good setup for someone like the Shyvana, right? For Demon King in the jungle. So, second place Demons, a little bit of a risk here. They are playing very heavily to the side lane with Twisted Fate and Galio. So, watch out in team fights. And for professional streamers, when we watched the Shyvana yesterday, when there's not enough, like, hard crowd control, this Shyvana just runs through teams. Just burns them alive.
And you factor into that a Karma speeding you up with shields. And you also got pretty solid sidekicks in the Yone and the Renekton that will be diving with you. Professional Hot Tub Streamers, their composition goes one direction, and that direction is forward. So I think second place Demons need to prepare for that. But I'm happy that you identified the global threat of the TF and the Galio, because if they're playing more for side lanes, even the Corki can get around the map pretty quick once you get that package. So we're seeing different styles come in from both of these teams. I'm not sure which one I favor fully, but I think in terms of ease of execution, I always am happier with just the, press your buttons and run at them kind of style that the Hot Tub Streamers have.
It's easier. We don't even have to get it super complicated. It's just straight up easier to just run at them and go forward. Like you were saying, it's really easy for them. It's also very difficult, I think, for Demons to answer that, like we're talking about. So I'm always looking forward to what second place Demons can come out to. And remember, this is a full up best of 5. We got to see Hot Tub Streamers go through this yesterday. And with a win over Imperius, second place Demons have not really had to kind of slog through the gauntlet in that case. So I'm really excited to see what we get just from the series as a whole, because we're going to get wacky picks. We're going to get stuff straight up different than what we see out of any other team here between these two.
And I'm very excited to see Sandwich's set in particular. I know that he's a player newer to Wild Rift, coming in from the League of Legends PC Amateur. I believe that's the information I got yesterday. Is that correct?
Oh, for Sandwich, yeah, he played over, because Jackie played a little bit of like some amateur stuff earlier on, and just knew him. Hey, like you're a PC player, come play with us and see what happens.
It's so cool to see this player coming in, and honestly, as Alec Battery's dog is giving us some lovely notes right there. Sandwich, based on the performance just in that previous series and what we've seen so far this weekend, one of the most hyped prospects that I've seen in the Wild Rift scene ever. I mean, if this player can continue to improve, already making an argument for the top of the standings when it comes to Baron laners in the region. And against Hitman GM, coming in from Latin America, this will be a hype matchup. Set versus Renekton. Which one of the big buff dudes will win it?
Is that what we're classifying them now as? Renekton, big buff guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I like to have it be not a gendered term. I think we could factor Riven in there as well. You know, just the big like bruisers that just go bop bop.
Well, definitely, I can get behind Riven doing the bop bop. I don't know how I feel about Renekton.
Sounds like a 60s dance move.
Yes.
Oh, do the bop bop. Hey, Zuga bop.
They're just freeform jazzing it up. In the period.
We lose Rafa for 5 minutes, and it all falls apart,
yes.
everybody.
It's perfect. Exactly what everyone signed up for. This is as close as we're gonna get to some high stakes shenaniganery. I don't think Grace is agreeing with this draft. I think she's not having any kind of fun right now with this.
Yep, Grace, aka Alec Battery's dog, is having a little bit of a ruckus right now in the kitchen as we see some trades in the bottom lane. Hot Tub Stream is actually winning out on that one. So, wait, what exactly does Grace not like about this draft, though? We gotta.
I think she's just not a fan of Twisted Fate. I think she just hates Twisted Fate.
Okay.
We haven't really seen much play for side lanes. Like it's a set, which is really interesting. I know we've been talking about Sandwich and some of his champion pool going away from the Renekton here now. He's like fully embraced, okay, I'm no longer playing Renekton. I don't need to do that anymore. He's, I think, opened it up a lot and maybe kind of punishing a lot of other players and other teams who are looking at him as he's a one trick. We don't got to worry about him. Obviously, yesterday's Thresh existed.
We gotta see it again. Even though I'm doubling back,
No.
I've changed my mind again. It is trash, but it would be fun to watch it again.
It's like the curve. We'll talk about this a little bit later as they go for this dive. Demon King is here, though.
3 people. Can Demon King save the top laner? Hitman could be in trouble, but flashes forward. Hitman burning down. Who gets the first blood?
Oh.
It's actually Hitman picking it up on a Sandwich, and time falls as well. Make it 3 for Hot Tub Streamers and a double kill of Demon King.
Massive play for them and a massive influx of gold and experience now going over to Demon King, who they read that play like a book. They knew exactly where Meals was going to be. Tybe just showing up was kind of like the cherry on top for them, and they just made huge strides with that play. So Shyvana now being accelerated. Their play from second place Demon's not going exactly how they want it to. It's pretty good. You gotta be feeling pretty good if you're the Hot Tub Streamers.
Yeah, I mean, 2 kills for Shyvana, pretty much. That's what we call an ideal start to the jungle.
Yeah.
So you want to farm up anyway, but you're happy that you're coming back with basically almost a completed Trinity Force, but it's rinse and repeat for Tybe and Meals. They hit Destiny for the Twisted Fate,
Wow.
and they say, well, didn't work the first time, let's try it again.
They go for 3 ultimates there, and even force out Jackie's down in the Dragon lane. But that was a really good play. They executed immediately, trying to kind of saying, hey, look, the first time we did it, the execution was not perfect. We'll just use all of our ultimates again and see what happens. This time it works. They get themselves a kill, and they even displace a little bit some of the laning phase, right? Just Cosmic Soul now out of here. Demon King coming here. Jackie.
Oh, as the ultimate
should
available.
survive.
Oh, the donut misses on old school. Transcendent Embrace right around the Corki, so they get out without having to burn too many summoner spells, just the flash.
Good stuff there. They're making plays around the map, and I love this coming out from second place Demons, not wanting to go too quietly out into the night here in the first game. They're making plays, and they're still looking for this. Now, Cosmic Soul doesn't have flash, does not have the ultimate either, so this dive should be relatively easier to...
Oh, he's gonna blink right
now.
back there. Yeah, that's really rough. They actually just gold card where he was. As the backup of Demon King, looking to trade back. Tybe burning down.
No!
One more auto from Demon King should get it. So 1-for-1 trade right there as Hitman actually came up to play. Meals hits the gold card. But Alec, we're 4 minutes into the game, and that is the 3rd time that Sandwich, Tybe, and Meals have all been under the top turret. That is insane.
They're
As
gonna pay
now
him back now.
Yeah, they're going under their own turret. Depth charge for fun. That's the victory ult as you walk away. The real prize was Sandwich and Demon King with the 4th kill of the game.
Fantastic stuff, right? Like, they're trading. They're just trying to make good on these plays. And Hitman's like, okay, guys, like, I get it. You try to make this play onto my mid laner now. It didn't quite work out. They got the kill, but another 2 kills going over. I'm sure Hot Tub streamers are like, cool. Every time we come top lane, there's just good stuff going on for us.
And this is what we identified that second place Demons Comp wants to do with the TF Ultimate, the Galio Ultimate, play the map. The fact that it's not working in the early stage is really rough for them because that Trinity for Shyvana is going to hurt. The Rift Herald started up now by the second place Demons. They have the package, so I actually think they can control this pretty easily. And there we go. Uncontested, they get the first objective.
Yeah, Shyvana, she just couldn't get over the wall, so she's like, okay, well, if I could steal this is great, but kind of just waiting at this point. Cosmic is getting stacks off of the dragon right now, just trying to see something. Kick.
Nice kick, knocking a strange hero back, but here comes Hitman plus Demon King. They say, we're ready to duke it out, and the Yone ult to boot. 2 kills to the Hot Tub streamers.
And the Rift Herald gets dropped, so Time gets a ton of gold. Fight's gonna keep going, though.
Yeah, I don't know what the Demons are doing. They're still contesting a 3v5 right now, and the Hot Tub streamers are happy to take those odds. The Strange Hero, ooh, that was close. Trades his flash for Times, but they get out with another kill.
Okay, but with that, I mean, Time should just be able to start up this dragon. Look at how many low HP bars. They don't have a lot of the abilities that they used to have, so Corki coming back out onto the map means that they should be able to at least clear out some of this vision. Sweeper not available for Jackie quite yet, so I mean, right now, even Hot Tub streamers, seems like instead they're just gonna, for Demon King anyway, he's gonna try to farm up some of his jungle, get some more of that rage stacks for his Shyvana, and he'll have ultimate ready for this next fight.
8-2 is not what I expected for the Hot Tub streamers early in this game. This is a pretty big lead that they're playing with at 3,000 right now. The Dragon has not been targeted yet, but as they push in the bot wave and they have mid control as well, yep, they're going to start it up. Your second place Demons contest now because they have the TF ult if they want to pull Meals down. Jackie spots this.
He's on his way now. Okay.
Jackie outplayed a little bit there.
Oh,
a lot of missed abilities. Oh no, what is happening right now? Okay, Demon King hit one. There we go. Secure the kill in the pit though. Sandwich and Tybe, they're getting caught out here, finding themselves in a 2v4 situation. A lot of damage on the Demon King, but not enough. Meals did not get close enough with that Destiny, so an objective played by Hot Tub streamers.
Oh, Hitster Boa just has to invest the flash here. Old School going in. Gold cards
he's locked down. Nice. This is good for second place Demons. They needed something in this game. 2 kills feels good.
And Meals, he couldn't reach the fight. He used the ultimate. It was about to land. Hitman GM walks down, stuns him in the middle of that cast time. So he's just not able to join the fight, but makes it there all the same. He's like, okay, guys, I'm late. We didn't get the dragon, but hey, 2 kills is 2 kills right there. They're able to take that. Thankfully for Hot Tub streamers, the mid tier 1 does not go down. So a massive structure that they're looking to continue to protect, because it just means that Demon King's jungle becomes that much more vulnerable, and Jackie, it opens up a lot of space for him to walk around on this map.
And they haven't done a lot of damage to any of the other turrets to really trade their own, say, okay, bait them into taking mid, but we'll trade with another. Bot lane's the closest, as we actually see a big scrap in the bot lane right now. A solo kill. Sandwich outplays Cosmic Soul.
It just happens every game at this point. We just got to imagine every game that there's going to be some kind of Sandwich outplay. He's going to make it happen. He's going to put in the work, the magic to it. And he's doing it against everybody. Hitman, it doesn't matter who you are. Don't know if he gets out of this one. Not a lot of damage on him, though.
Tybe looking for the execute under turret, but it's so difficult to get through the Nautilus. Every auto's a root, plus the dredge line, and they're locked in place. Hot Tub streamers chasing for another kill onto Jackie. Nice dredge line there to pull him back in. Now Sandwich flashing in for the hero play, but had too low of a health bar. Demon King, legendary with a triple kill.
He is just destroying this game now, 9-0-1. And the thing that we talked about last night, Demon King, if you're playing the Shyvana Meals, smile and wave, boys.
Oh! Hitman. Okay, he dies for this, surely. Yeah, 1 for 1.
Okay. No targeted CC versus Shyvana. She is smiling. She is throwing up the thumbs up, every single salute button, emotes galore. She loves this kind of matchup. Really squishy champions as well. She is absolutely thriving in all of these fights. Karma is enabling her to just run forward unabated. And now Cosmic just baiting out, using his Fate Unsealed to just, or Soul Unbound, walk over, get some a little bit of damage, poke out onto second place Demons. They need this Rift-Tailed because the Dragon's coming up in a minute. They can use that to maybe chain into that, just even grab some of these turrets that are still standing.
Demon King's got 3 items, plus Merc Treads right now as he just walks up. With ultimate available, full rage stack, and now an engage here onto the package. Corki package defensively as Demon King goes in. Liu pulled right back closer to his prey, but that's a lot of damage coming in from Meals, actually. Demon King still, he's just too beefy. Getting the resets on the Death's Dance, healing it all back up as now Cosmic Soul finds Meals isolated, almost one-shots him. But that's what the gold lead for the Hot Tub streamers, specifically on the Shyvana, will do. They just cannot lose a fight.
Nope, not anymore at this point. They're way too far ahead. Grabbing the Rift Trail for themselves, get this mid-tier 2 as well. I mean, second place Demons, they just look like they don't do enough damage. This is something that we targeted in the draft. Like, you do not have enough damage on any of these members to, like, sufficiently kill a Yone, someone like a Renekton, the Shyvana. These are all tanky bruisers. And unless there was a massive gold influx early on, this wasn't going to happen.
I mean, hey, they're close. Hitman taking a lot of damage, finally goes down, but the Karma Shields kept him alive for quite a while right there. But there's one. Second place Demons, they got the Croc. Now can they get the Dragon at some point?
I don't know. The Reptile does respawn in about 20 seconds. The Dragon will be in a minute, so I think they're fine for that timer. Unless there's some professional hot tub trolling going on.
By Dragon, I meant Demon King, to clarify, because I think that's the bigger dragon that they need to kill at some point in this game.
Killing Shyvana is worth gold. Killing the Infernal Dragon gives you AD and ability power. So, and a little bit of gold. So, like, you know, you gotta weigh it. Well, you gotta weigh it. What do you think is more worth? I'll take the Dragon, personally.
That's a fair point. Yeah. Now, without clarifying which one, of course.
No.
Right now. That Dragon is spotted, though, in 15 seconds, and I don't believe they have the Corki window. I don't think that they will have package for this one, if my memory serves from the last time we used it.
I'm okay with that. I have seen some question mark ping Corki packages today. The less I have to look at them, the better, probably in my case. And probably for second place Demons, they do not want Old School to be going down prematurely. So him not having it probably just means you're not incentivized to go in. It is like the dangerous candy.
That is amazing. Yeah, I love that point because he oftentimes is just packaging into his own death. So he can't do that now as they will watch the Dragon taken away. Tide looks for the potential steal, maybe flirting with death though, as that depth charge will follow you all the way back to your found, and you have to realize that when you jump into that pit. So, Tide taken down. Another dive under the turret here onto Jackie. Double kill for Hitman. GM is now Old School trying to get that damage in. Valkyries to safety. Demon King just has the damage. Will he fall? Sandwich slays the beast, giving the first kill to Demon King. But Hitman still in the fight. Flanks around out of the Corki. That's an ace. And a sweep of a team fight, 1 for 5.
Isserboa lives! It's a first! Finally! He lives with such little HP! We've just kind of, like, not really had time to talk about him because this game has just been Demon King absolutely just running the map. But him playing Karma just feels better. He's got ranged wave clear, and he never actually has to engage. Just give the keys to other people. Like, Cosmic Demon, you guys have fun. I'll take my free ride over into this game 1 for just for playing the Karma, man.
Yeah, no Varus, no Vayne, just a support that puts shields on her big buff carries. And hey, it's working. This is a good look for the Hot Tub streamers. Obviously, they were accelerated in the early game based on reading the dive top lane, turning it around, 2 kills on the Shyvana early on. I don't think you can always expect that to happen. But the fact that it did and that they've translated it into this, really good signs.
And I mean, right now, Demon King just has, like disgustingly. He's going to just jump over,
Yep.
Mr. Rose like, guys, I can't be there. I don't really care. Walk on them, boys. They do nothing to me.
Menacingly, though. Yeah, that. He's not just walking at him. He's also yelling and, you know, burping out fire and slapping them occasionally. So.
He will not have the dragon now. With Tide being dead, you see already, Cosmic's just starting this up. He's going to start with the Baron, get themselves this Elder objective. Hot Tub Streamers, man. They looked good yesterday versus Imperius. I had a couple of question marks whether or not they're going to be able to clean it up, but game one, the plan seems good. I wonder if they'll be able to keep it up throughout the series.
It is coming together. Baron secured as now. Oh, a strange hero just baited second place Demons in, saying, hey, look at me, I'm an alone Nautilus. But had stasis, bought time for the team to come in. So not only is it the objective, it's also 2 kills as Sandwich and Old School both fall.
All right, Kangas, we're in that part of the game. You know what time it is. It's
Place
second
your
place
bets.
Demons. Oh, we're placing bets. We're Gamba now.
How long will this game last? Is it going to go to 16-20? Or is it one fight into a push and a game end?
Oh, it's not 16-20. We're definitely hitting 16-20. It's already 15-30. I think you could have gone. You should have gone for like a 17-30. That would have been a little more.
Well, once you have Baron with this lead, like, just force the fight, right? You can literally dive them under turrets. Yeah, just do this, right? Find somebody wherever they are. Nowhere is safe. Kill them. Block your Baron empowered waves in for the kill, for the game end. That's now 2 kills picked up as Demon King looks to dive for more onto Old School. Time doing their best to peel the carry, but there's just nothing to peel. Your carry's already dead. Now into the stasis here. The final member, Sandwich, has respawned, but now he's the only one up. And what do you know it, Alec? It's a surrender. The second place Demons did not want me to be wrong in my assessment. They say, yep, 16-20 sounds about right. GG, go next.
1606. What was that? I would have been right if they didn't FF. What?
Yep.
What are you doing?
Hey, that's the first surrender we've seen all weekend.
Yeah.
I think that's the first one I've seen all tournament. Did you cast any surrenders previously?
I don't remember if I got an FF. I'll be 100% honest with you. So I'm going to say no. Just say, you know, we're going to prove you wrong. But this game was over for a pretty long time. You can see it on the goal graph here. Like about 10 minutes, they started running away with the lead. Very rightly so that Demon King gets MVP. This is a champion that we saw from him yesterday, and I think just works so perfectly. He's a guy that demands resources, demands you pay attention to him, and you get stuff like this. You know, that's exactly what you want from a carry, right? You give him gold, you get wins.
Exactly, and Siobhan is such a good pick for a player like Demon King who likes to be the carry. Olaf is I think the one that he prefers playing more, but it's a little more feast or famine. If you don't get rolling, you're never going to be relevant later. Shyvana, at least if you don't get fed early, you can still power farm and scale up in the game. It just feels great if you also get fed early like Demon King did this time. So, hey, this is not necessarily what we expected based on seeding, but Hot Tub Streamers are on a roll right now, Alec. They've won a couple series in a row here, so they're starting off hot. This feels great.
Who knows? And obviously, second place Demons, we kind of talked about like some of the psychology of it yesterday, right? Like losing games and then like having to play a best of 5 afterwards did end up, you know, in some way, some fashion affecting the Imperius series. And for Hot Tub Streamers, they're like, look, we're ready to go. We're refreshed. This is their first game of the day, at least on stream. So, you know, they've got to be feeling pretty good about that. Second place Demons, I think, got to kind of come back to the drawing board on that.
I just realized I gotta update this now.
Oh, you're right.
All right. So now we have 12 to go. We have 12 to go, everybody. If you are rooting for Alec Battery to shave his head, then you want this number to hit 0. Okay? Unlikely to happen.
I have a spreadsheet right now with a bunch of like X's to mark which games, and we're good. We're still on track.
It has to go. Every series has to go the full distance for the rest of the day.
From here on out, the only way I'm shaving my head is we get every game going the way. And, you know, maybe it's a bit early, but second place Demons did not really give me much confidence with that one.
Well, okay, I will say, I think a big part of it was the read from the Hot Tub Streamers. They just had people topside to turn the dive. But imagine that initial dive from the second place Demons works out, and then they get the snowball rolling, it's obviously a very different game. So I think that second place Demons, they still had the right idea. I didn't hate what their game plan was. It's just the hot tub streamers identified it and said, hey, we know what to do to answer this.
I'll play devil's advocate here. I did. I hated it. That was like, okay. So here's the thing.
All right.
So you have Yone on the enemy team, and then you pick TF into it. Awful matchup. Just you get farmed on side lane. In team fights, he will always be more effective than you. It is just when I'm playing Twisted Fate, I want to hit level 5 and get out of that lane. Doesn't matter what lane I'm playing against. That is just a blanket statement for Twisted Fate across the board. So they made that happen. Level 4, he walks up to the Baron lane. Obviously, like we said, they got the counter gank, and everything just kind of went haywire from there. You have a losing jungle matchup, and bottom lane, Dragon lane is just like, we're playing supportive scalers. Like, I don't really care. And you have a bunch of backline threats that are going to run right onto Corki and such. So I think for second place Demons, they really got to come different in this second game, because if they're going to have something like that happen again, we have a lot of difficulties that they're going to have to kind of mount going throughout this series.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember what the bans were in the first rotation.
There was like Olaf, there was an Olaf, there's like a Jace.
Yeah, because you could just ban Shyvana if you're second place Demons. I feel like that's an easy adaptation in this one. Just take away both of Demon King's top 2 champions from this event so far, and already you're going to be in a much more comfortable position.
It'll feel better for sure, but then you're saying, like, how many bans we're going to invest into Demon King? We saw it last night, kind of picking up the Xin Zhao again. I swear to God, guys, look, if Molly is going to play Camille, Demon King, I know you love this champ. Bring it out. Just like, take it. If Shyvana's not going to be available, get something that's going to give you agency. I know you love it, so just kind of opt into it. And that was a supportive Meals champion that I don't want to see, because I love the Morgana. It's, I think, a lot more utility, and we haven't seen a lot of split pushing coming out from the side of second place teams. There's a few, there's a little bit, but not with Sandwich. It just doesn't match their identity. I want to see things that are going to help empower the other players. Twisted Fate doesn't quite do that.
I liked the Shen. I think that's the big one where Sandwich was
cool.
piloting it. That did work for them. But yeah, I think I do echo that Meals put them on something that can be maybe a little more impactful when it comes time to group and team fight, rather than having to get plays in the side lane or then you side push yourself. We also do have confirmation that second place Demons have chosen blue side for game 2. So we will be running back the same side selection here as Hot Tub Streamers did take game number 1. I'm actually not sure what the win percentage has been. Have you noticed a trend over the weekend so far if one side's winning more than the other? I haven't.
I want to say red side is winning a lot.
That feels right, but
I know Sentinels tend to prioritize red side a bit, so obviously they have a very big influence on whether red side is OP. But there's also just really good counter picks in the meta. There's not a bunch of champions that I think are like turbo must ban right now. It usually is kind of the contributing factor as to what side is really good. Also, Dragons and Heralds are similar in strength. Like, Dragons right now are kind of whatever. Rift Heralds are really good just because there's plates. But for the most part, like, we're playing for Elder Drake. Like, Elder Drake is like, let's go.
I think you can always
what side you're on, really.
It can always be dependent on what your comp is, because if you got like a split pusher, Herald feels great because you can try and feed them gold in their lane. But yeah, the Dragons still obviously packing their own punch. Now we're in to pick and ban here. Meals' room. He's in dark mode now, Elk. It's time to brood. Come back in this series. And it's smaller again.
He's sitting in there. Wait, what?
It's punched in again. Meals. We can't see all the background.
Yeah. I think the zoom out was a bug, not a feature. That may have been a bug, not a feature.
Everything's a feature, Elk.
If it's a Riot game, yes, agreed. There are no bugs. There are only features. There are no Varus Ash bugs where your game turns off. There are no bugs.
Wait, I haven't heard about this one. What?
There was a really old feature on Varus where, because you know how like you can charge up the arrow and fire it wherever? if you held it down all the way, the arrow would basically freeze your game, and sometimes it would just like crash the game.
Oh,
Yeah.
lovely.
Not a lot of people would play Varus. I talked about it one time on broadcast. I got told don't talk about it on broadcast again. So.
Don't talk
That's
about
gone.
the features live.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
Riot official products.
It got patched out. It got patched out, so it's fine now.
All right, good to know. Good to know. You can play Varus again, everybody. Renekton, the first pick for second place Demons here. So they do want that for Sandwich. I know we've been hinting at Sandwich's reputation as being a one-trick. I have not seen that personally because of how often this is picked or banned from him, but now we do get to see Sandwich piloting the champ.
There we go. I want to know what Demon King's popping off about. He's just like, okay, he picked Renekton. We read him. We read him like a book. He's probably like, okay, we're going to run this guy. Funnily enough, here, Kangas, look at the bans. They got rid of a Strange Heroes Nautilus, and I think Hot Tub Streamer's kind of sticking with the same bans here, but Shyvana and Olaf still available here for Demon King.
Yeah, they did a completely different pivot. They had a very different read of what was the issue, saying, no, it was not Demon King on the Shyvana. It was the fact that Demon King was unkillable on the Shyvana, in part because of Karma's speed ups, the shield, and Nautilus's ability to lock us down so we can't do anything. So they're going back to the Corki. They get the Thresh. Demon King popping off still about something. He's just so animated, man.
I love
this guy.
He definitely must have predicted the draft or something. This is like when people like first get into like playing competitive or whatever, and they're like, I predicted the draft 100%. I'm crazy. I'm broken. For any upcoming casters, get ready for that. That first moment that happens, you feel really good, and then it just never happens again. That dopamine never comes back.
I mean, don't say never, but yeah.
It's never as good as
it's
the
rare.
first, you know?
It's rare.
Yeah.
Let's see what the final pick is for the first round of draft from Hot Tub Streamers. They go for the Rakan paired with the Garen, so they have hard engage. They also have a decent front line so far, and I do like the Garen into the Renekton. So
I just like
pair?
Garen into all of second place Demons right now. They have a ton of options. Like, Garen's going to be unkillable here. Second place Demons, I think, kind of playing, little cards close to their chest in terms of what they want. With that Karma ban, it does kind of limit some of the options that Hot Tub Streamers are going to go for Demon King. One of the things that you could prey upon is the fact that Demon King is so aggressive. There are a few times yesterday when we were watching his game up against Imperius where he just went way too far on Shyvana, and that could be something that you prey upon.
And they haven't locked anything in yet. I'm wondering if this is just a delay on our end, because usually something would have been locked in already. So as we're given time to see that. Okay, there we go. I stalled for enough time, Elk.
There you go.
The Morgana locked in here. Now, for professional Hot Tub Streamers, I do like this into things like the Thresh, the Renekton, but also could be a takeaway from Meals, because we do know Meals likes to pick this.
Exactly. They can even just throw this out into the Dragonlane. A lot of options here. I don't think that, we're going to be seeing the Morgana sitting in the mid lane. Just doesn't seem like it's something that Cosmic would be kind of trying to go for. But, hey, if you want mid priority and you want to be able to roam, these three, I think, these three, Rakan, Morgana, and Olaf, are exactly what someone like the second play or the Hot Tub Streamers are going to be looking for.
The Morgana would also line up more with what Isabel was playing last time, being the Karma. So if they want to put Isabel on more of those supports, I do align with your assessment there. Saving the counter pick for Cosmic Soul. Let's watch what Meals plays. It is tied back on the Lee Sin, going for this matchup into the Olaf. And now we see, is it Corki bot lane or mid? And what is their final lock-in? It is Kassadin!
Okay, Meals throwing it down. Wants to play the Kassadin. Now, what does Cosmic pick here? Is he going to go for the Fizz?
Lock the Yone. Oh, Fizz could work too.
Yone,
I do like Yone here.
Yone's definitely a possibility if they're looking for some kind of mage. I mean,
there we go.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, going for the Yone.
So the thing about the Yone, and this is me and Rafa were playing a bunch of games in Smurfs queue yesterday, trying to get our Smurfs high enough level.
Okay.
We're helping out one of my roommates to climb a little bit. So he was piloting the Yone, and what he was noticing is that Yone doesn't feel good up until first item, where he feels okay. But once you get 2 items, he feels great. Yeah. And against Kassadin, this is not a champ that can abuse anybody before you hit that 1 item where Yone actually starts to feel like a champ himself. And Kassadin at 1 item still not, like, he's like a quarter of a champion at that point. So,
Exists.
yeah. Yone should have a relatively easy lane here to scale up and then be able to one-shot the Kassadin, one-shot the Corki, and have a really solid performance.
Should be easy for them. We'll have to see what second place Demons can do as Hot Tub Streamers are up 1 game in the series. I mean, this is still a pretty aggressive game for them to play, right? We're talking about how easy it would be to kind of just run at them, just keep going towards them, and I still don't think second place Demons have much in the way of being able to stop them.
The Thresh is probably the biggest tool, right? And at least in Kick, to an extent, right? You can Dragon's Rage, but not the Olaf, and the Black Shield can be annoying too. But the Thresh is the big one. Not necessarily stopping them from running at you, but repositioning you to get further away from them. That Lantern is such a game changer against champs like Olaf, because if you are a good Thresh player and you're ready for their engage, you can be way back here and say, get over here, get to safety, you know, come, I have the zone control with my ult and my flay and things. So it all comes down to execution and how Jackie plays the Thresh. Because again, I'm not saying I would do any better, but I haven't been super impressed with Jackie's Thresh play. I've noticed one super impactful hook that he landed in the series against Sentinels. Other than that, it felt like the Thresh was kind of non-existent. So it's up to you, Jackie, right here. Prove me wrong.
It's okay, Kangas. We're protected from criticism. We're casters. They can't do anything.
What's
Twitch chat gonna do?
That is not the correct. That is not what happens. We get a lot of criticism, Alec. I don't know what alternate reality you're living in.
I just flame the players back, and they're like, "Oh, well, maybe he's right. What do I do at this point?"
Fair enough. But again, the level of play here that we are seeing, it's still off season, but I am of the belief that we are improving as a region. I am seeing growth in all of our pros, and I'm happy to see that across the board. We got the logo! Look at that! The professional hot tub streamers. Okay, second place Demons, you're up next. I was gonna draw you one. I don't have one for the second place Demons. I have one for Imperius.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So I was gonna draw one for second place Demons, but unfortunately now I'm casting, so I might not have time. Maybe during one of the breaks I can throw one together real quick.
I mean, we could do it in the. There's like a small break in between like the games.
Yeah.
We could probably just be like, okay, that game was a stomp. Let's do drawing.
Exactly. I think that could work out. So we'll see what we can do. It might not be to the same level as the professional hot tub streamers logo, but you know, we'll see what we can do. But we're in a game.
Here's the problem with the logo. The logo it's too detailed. So when it's that small, you lose out on some of the. I think some of the best logos are iconic, but you just look at them and you don't need to have that much. So I think we can go simpler.
I think, and honestly, I'm happy you brought it up because I've been thinking that as well. I think having 5 distinct champions was too many. Yeah, I don't think I needed any champions. I think just the hot tub enough.
I agreed with Hitman. The Nautilus was a really cool, like, rendition and way to, like, include him. So maybe we can, maybe we can do something similar like that.
Maybe we just keep the Nautilus and nobody else. Even though they're not playing the Nautilus at all right now, so,
you know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out later. We've got time. We've got a full best of 5 potentially here to figure this one out. Hey,
True. Oh, I guess they did play the Nautilus last game too. I mean, it's fine. I'm sorry I can't beat him, Elk. I truly am. In the game, though, we see the junglers, Tybe, hanging out in the mid lane. We haven't seen as much of, like, the hard mid commit from anybody, but, I mean, I guess it is Kassadin versus Yone, so how much can you really commit there?
Yeah, Kassadin, has surprisingly, like, okay wave clear pretty early on, and Yone, I mean, Cosmic, anyway, hasn't really been kind of looking for any kind of threat onto him, so I think both of these guys are more than willing to say, like, look, we're going to be playing for our 5 power spike, our first, second items, and then we'll see maybe what ends up happening here. But for the time being, Tybe is putting a lot of time into this dragon lane. And while this is happening, Demon King is just like, cool, I'll just full clear my jungle. Like, he's done 5 camps, he's gotten the scuttle, and with no play in the Baron lane, he's going to go do his Krugs. Tybe is coming back again, making sure that the catch-up experience is putting in work.
They pushed the bot lane of Izerbo and a Strange Hero all the way back to the tier 2 turret for a moment there. They got 1 plate and half of another for their trouble, but it's only about a 300 gold lead for themselves right there. But then the jungle, like you had identified, Demon King, 300 gold lead for himself. So we're still basically even.
It's gonna be a slow early game here, Kangas. We are just gonna be watching a lot of minions dying, and potentially, you know, kind of see what player's gonna be stepping up. We've been talking about Demon King for a long time, and coming into this match, I think we've had a lot of eyes on Sandwich coming out of that Sentinels matchup, right? Like, this guy has been superb, even in losses, right? Like, he's putting up work, he's beating individual lane opponents, and Hitman Jam is definitely no slouch in that manner.
And I think Hitman's given Sandwich the biggest competition so far. Like, this is more than Zella was giving in the last series. And I think it's really, it's living up to the expectation that I had given it at the beginning of this series. These two Baron laners, I see big futures for them in North America.
Ooh, they get the Kangas cosign immediately.
Mm-hmm.
That's all you guys need, guys. Get on stream, solo kill your opponent like 3 or 4 times, and you get the Kangas cosign. Insta.
I don't know how much it actually is valued by anybody with real, you know, roster decision-making power, but you impressed me, so there you go.
They're worth 2.5 vouch bucks. That's the currency exchange.
All right, I'll have to see what the exchange rate is these days. I don't know what vouch bucks are going for right now, but I do know level 7 Kassadin with an item completed, 1/4 of a champion, as I'd identified before. 1 point in your ultimate. Now goes to the bottom lane, so we got a lane swap here as Old School and Jackie head mid. Okay.
I mean, we'll see what happens, right? Like, they just want control of the mid lane. It's, again, 45 seconds before we have the objective spawning here. And Iserbo is now making his way over here. Still has not recalled. So it's a completed item here for Old School, but not necessarily for Isterboa. Looking for that Luden's Tempest coming out soon. But for right now, they have control of the Baron lane. You see right there, they're trying to go for something onto Sandvich, a little bit of an HP trade, but Tybe is here. Don't think he's quite noticed. He should know now that Demon King is there because of that axe.
Yeah, Iserboa, or rather, a Strange Hero showing on the wave, so Jackie runs all the way up there, but no one commits on either side. So you were right, Elk. Slow early game. 5 minutes, no kills on either side. I do say this favors the Kassadin team. The more passive the early game can be, the better.
Yeah, and we'll see right now. I think this will be our first bit of action. Corky Patches coming in. The rest of Hot Tub Super just going for it.
Yeah, we're just going for it. Straight on in, but now the package not getting a lot of value. Meals looking for some damage there. There's 1 kill picked up as Cosmic Soul took down Jackie, and now Hitman GM positioning on the front line. This is where you need to be. Big damage down, and Sandwich is out of the fight. Still, good health bars on the other members, though, so objective picked up, and now Meals stunned up by the black binding. Demon King flashing over the wall, hitting those undertows, and that is 3 on the board, plus the Herald to the Hot Tub Streamers.
Yo, Iserbo just doesn't miss today. He's just landing every binding, even this one. That one was a little bit closer range, but every single one making a pick. Finds Meals, gets Sandwich as well. Old School not quite going down. We'll go right back out on the fountain, but 3 kills immediately there for the Hot Tub Streamers and the Rift Herald. Demon King exploding off to Elite. 1,200 gold already with a Herald in his pocket.
Anytime I see a team with a Kassadin contest an objective, I consider that a mistake. I know that you got the Gorky package, but as my stream stutters a little bit, we got another fight happening. Now it's updated as the Strange Hero misses the engage, but Jackie's down anyway. Okay, second place Demons are just taking some fights here that are, you know, making me wonder why. You got the Kassadin who can scale up in a side lane. Like, you don't need to do this.
Yeah, so Kassadin, you know, does have some power, and I think that there is some room for them to actually go and contest for these plays. It relies a lot on Tybe and Old School for putting down damage, and right now I think Tybe is just having a pretty off day for the most part. Like, his damage is just not landing. He's not finding these massive Dragon's Rage kicks. It also doesn't help that the Black Shield from Morgana is just sitting there preventing a lot of the playmaking that second place Demons would want to go for. And again, Iserbo is just not missing. These Dark Bindings are hitting key targets where they need them to. It's turning into kills and objective leads for the streamers.
This new look for Hot Tub Streamers is making me excited for the prospect of them going forward. If this is the style that they're going to go for, put Iserboa on, you know, more supportive damage dealer, AP, put a Strange Hero on the engage, gets fights started, and then let the top half of the map carry and provide most of the DPS in the fights. Hey, this is now 2 games in a row that formula is finding them early game leads, but it's still not over. Oh, maybe it is, as Cosmic Soul jumps right onto Meals. No, it doesn't nearly have enough damage to one-shot a Kassadin yet, so it just saves the turret.
I like it, though, because it forces them off. You saw right there that Tyve and Meals getting a little antsy. They're like, okay, we need to go for this. Need to be able to stop them. Need to be able to stop them from putting down meaningful damage onto the turret. 6 at about 50%. So Cosmic is getting to that point, though, Kangas, because he's already finished the Solari, and now finishing up what looks to either be a Wit's End or the Blade of the Rune King. Like, he's gonna be pretty hard to deal with here.
Doesn't quite get the damage on the Meals, but yeah, I mean, heavily winning in the side lane. I think that the Yone, I not knowing the exact math, okay, almost stops the back there with the flash. Not quite. Yeah, I respect the attempt. But the in my mind, the Yone should win this matchup until probably 3 items. I think around that time is when I can imagine the Kassadin will start to actually have the levels, the XP, the gold to counter, but it's going to be a long time till we're there.
Yeah, that, and also, like, the Cosmic can itemize to make this matchup difficult for Kassadin. Like, Kassadin does have the mobility, but the minute that he gets on top of them, and I'll hold this as Strange Hero.
Doesn't really lock him down long enough, but that's Flash and Barrier and Ignite, so all summoner spells out of Old School and Jackie right as the second Herald is spawning in 20 seconds, so they will not necessarily be favored in that fight. They're going to have to get a big package or a pick on the Cosmic Soul first. They're focused on him, diving past the turret onto the Yone. He only hits time with the ultimate, but ooh, barely still surviving long enough for backup to arrive. Meals over the wall into a binding and a trade of kills, mid laner for mid laner.
Yeah, they'll grab 1 for 1. It's second place Demon's first kill, goes right on to Meals. Will get his Seraph's Embrace. You see how they're now moving into this Baron lane. Let's see, can Jackie and Old School make the outplay? Old School!
Package used early and effectively, picking up the kill solo onto Hitman.
Okay, now Demon King is here, has ultimate, flashes forward.
Ooh.
Lee Sin is here. Tybe, does he go for something? Doesn't quite have a flash or a Dragon's Rage quite yet. So they're coming right back onto the map, and that means that this will be started. Demon King does just run right in. Does have wards.
Yep. Demon King fighting his internal demons, and that time they won out as he just flashes into nothing right there. Jackie hits a hook, and Isabel has to flash away. Massive engage from Meals, though. The damage is huge! Sacrifices himself for it, and actually, now that we're looking at it again, it could be rough. Might not have done enough, as everybody for second place Demons that is still alive pack a punch. 1 for 3 trade.
Pretty huge swing for them. Right there, not only getting the Rift Herald, but then Hot Tub Streamers just kind of opting into a fight that they don't have to. There's no reason for them to go for it. You already lost the objective. You can't win that fight. Cosmic just gets evaporated. Yeah, he ends up killing Tybe, but really doesn't end up mattering in the end of at the end of it, right? Like, you got so much gold. Second place Demons feeling pretty confident now. A lot of the gold that was in their favor of the streamers is just gone.
And when they're facing a series not going the way they wanted, second place Demons are stepping up to the plate. 2,000 gold lead from themselves, plus the Herald dropped here. They're about to take all outer turrets, as the Hot Tub Streamers have yet to claim 1. Not a bad start, or rather recovery, as the start had been going Hot Tub Streamers' way at the initial play at the Herald. But really good for the Demons to stabilize, turn it back in their way, and they got the scaling of the Corki and the Kassadin, and they are getting them to these item spikes, as 2 items down on the Kassadin is 1 away from being basically able to take over a game.
He's definitely getting there. As soon as it turns into Seraphs, that it's gonna feel, the Archangel's Embrace does not feel great. Seraphs is gonna make him super unkillable. They're starting this up. Remember, this will be a 4v5. Hitman cannot be here. A Strange Hero would look for the engage.
Going for this? Ah, yeah, Strange Hero did not have the team behind him right there, so Burns flash and ult still dies, and Demon King can't really turn it yet. Buys time, though, for Meal, or rather Cosmic Soul to come in here. Old School in trouble. Burning down, barely lives through that, as Meal's trying to cover his retreat here. Ooh, that was a close fight right there. Cosmic Soul almost solo carried that.
Oh, man. Cosmic Soul comes in. They're going to try and look for this pick on a Jackie. Good
sidestep.
sidestep. Meals
Could just go straight in on Izerboa. Sees the kill angle. Now goes away as Janky misses the hook there, but I liked that from Meals. Like, if that's a 3-item Kassadin, they just one-shot the Morgana.
Exactly, and right there, I think was an improper use of walking down into that play. Hitman, you have to know that that play is over. He even bought the teleport boots, but just walked straight down to the Dragon. And because of that, Sandwich now just straight up gets that tier 2 in the Baron lane. So really good stuff coming out from second place Demons. Again, this is something that I talked about in draft, that for the Hot Tub streamers, Demon King plays very, very aggressive, and they're punishing it there.
Ooh.
Izerboa should die. One last auto. There it is. The red buff tick gets him. And for right now, second place Demons are just, they are just running it right now in terms of the map state. They are taking full control. What?
Oh, Cosmic Soul! What a play. Oh, it doesn't even matter, though. Old school. He turned it around. Still got a kill for his own life. And now Demon King 1v1ing Tybe here. Cosmic Soul's up. Played back. Oh, he missed times onto Tybe. As now Demon King hooked back in. So another kill to the second place Demons.
Oh, man. That's pretty insane. That's pretty good. And then the hook lands there for Jackie. That's the Baron immediately there for second place Demons.
All right, Jackie, I take it back. I don't know if you heard me or if you were just motivated from some other accord, but this Thresh is an impactful Thresh. This is what you want to see from your support players, hitting hook after hook. Excuse that one for missing. You've landed enough impactful ones.
You did enough. You can rest easy now, Jackie. You're gonna have Kangas hounding you for a good
I'll stand by the previous statement, but I also will acknowledge that Jackie is having a much more impactful game. These Thresh hooks are finding executes, killing members, and he's also controlling so much more space with the flays, with the ults, and just in general having a much better showing.
He's doing a really great job, and obviously he's just playing beside Old School, who this time around is just living. There's not enough threat right now coming out from the Hot Tub streamers. They are just running at second place Demons, and it feels like, you know, Olaf is kind of short range, and where the fights are starting is based on Cosmic Soul, who's bringing in a ton of members. A Strange Hero is finding picks, but the damage just isn't there. Here we go. They find one.
Jackie caught out. No, right as I praise him. Jackie.
Cast a curse. There it is.
You know what? Yeah, that is on me. I'll take responsibility for that one. As now they further dive onto Old School. The bot lane picked off from second place Demons gives the Hot Tub streamers a lot of room to work with now. They lock down Tybe over the wall. Shane CC. will claim a jungler, as now it's the Baron in their sights.
Look, I just cast a curse at him too. I'm like, Old School's been surviving, but he goes down there. They cannot start up this Baron quite yet.
Yeah.
This
That's
is
a 3-item Kassadin. That's a level 14 Kassadin.
And I think the problem here is Izerboa is super low. He will die to this. The minute he goes down, I think Meals has a really big entrance. They're locking him down. Keep him out of the pit. This Baron should be theirs.
They couldn't quite chain the CC long enough. Yeah, I think the call is get out of dodge. Meals is poised to straight up carry this fight. So the professional Hot Tub streamers say, I know that we have a 5v2, but we don't even like those odds against this.
Kassadin is a bit of a beast, a bit of a monster. And now Jackie, they're just starting this up. Izerboa, I like that they're stopping this. They do need to recall, however. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds means that second place Demons are still in prime position to take this. Tybe, despite that mis-execute coming out from him, they can still find a win here. They can still try to, you know, bring us to a few more games than 3. But that's one way.
Walks into the brush right here. A Strange Hero in trouble, but Cosmic Soul again, always there to provide the damage and bail out his support. That is 2 kills picked up again. Tybe, the same 3. All right, we're back to the initial setup, Al. 5v2, can they do it this time?
Yeah, this one might be a little easier. They're all relatively full HP at this point, and Cosmic Soul, for his own, he's got the Bloodthirster finally, so he will be able to sustain in a lot of fights and have a massive shield. And look at this, a Strange Hero and Hitman, they know what their jobs are. They don't actually need to be on this objective. Just stand in front of them.
Yeah, just get Meals. They're doing a lot of damage to the Kassadin. He gets away. Baron is burning down. It is secured now. Meals on retreat here. Low health bar, but goes in. Damage on Izerboa, immediately exhausted. That's exhaust down there, so now Meals goes back in. has the opportunity, but if you're CC'd and knocked up, you go down. Kassadin out, and that means the Hot Tub Streamers, they get the objective, and they're really in a good position to close out this game.
They have a ton of movement speed, however, from the second place Demons, so they will not have time to execute onto this Dragon. I think it's going to just have to come down to a steal from Tide. They're going to control the mid lane wave and then move into River and hope to maybe catch someone off guard. Grace, what do you think? You like their odds? I don't think she's liking it. I think she's a really big Hot Tub Streamer fan right now.
Grace the dog rooting for the team, currently behind in gold, but up in momentum. 5v4 at the Dragon, but without Meals. Like, the Kassadin is the comp for second place Demons right now. Everybody else is just trying to keep the Kassadin alive. They'll get the Dragon, and they're going for a dive here. Jackie down, Hitman alive, and nobody traded. So the Hot Tub Streamers get another kill.
And it just feels like the game is slowly being bled away. Hot Tub Streamers, they did make a few mid-game errors and something that they can look forward to.
Ooh.
Strange Hero, this engage.
Yeah, the Black Shield onto him and just diving onto Old School. The Corky taking massive damage, but Meals is up. You gotta watch out for the Kassadin. Meals gets 2. Knocked up by Cosmic Soul, chasing onto more. It's Cosmic Soul versus Meals. Who can carry harder? Give us the 1v1. Meals into the stasis. Cosmic Soul, he times the knock-up and gets the triple kill outplay. Old School jumps in, but Cosmic says, I am better for the quadra kill.
Cosmic stepping up, finally, after a year of playing in North America, not quite finding a name for himself, not quite finding success.
Oh!
He gets a quadra. Man, Yone does not look balanced, guys.
I don't know if this game's over, actually.
It is, the hole breaker. Just stand there.
Okay.
Do what Zello did.
Up.
Do what Zello
it's
did.
It's a Nexus. It's got the shields. Jackie, he can't proc the Nexus to hit Hitman, but he can CC Hitman, who has to flash away and goes down. The game still goes on as an ace is scored for both teams. Actually, no, technically just second place Demons as everyone spawns out for the streamers, but we're not done yet.
Oh man, the Nexus defense mechanism saves the game. Jackie is there. He's able to stop them. Elder is spawning in a minute right now, actually. And look at how, by the way, just look at how broken this Yone champion is. Look where the mid turret is. He hits his soul unbound. He's in between Nexus. He's almost at inhibitor, guys. Here we go.
Back to live, though. We're right back into the action, and it's looking good for the Demons. 1-for-1 trade so far, but look at Sandwich front lining right onto a Strange Hero, making it a 1-for-2. Yeah, 1-for-2. Hitman hasn't spawned yet. Demon King, this is Elder Dragon, this would be big. Do you go for the steal? No, he walks away. Cosmic Soul went in for it and goes right back to where he came from, but Time follows and gets the kill. This is the swing back for the Demons. Massive for them, as it will be Hitman versus the world. Demon King picks off 1v4 base defense. Can Hitman do it? You gotta clear the minions, but you're taking damage yourself. Type still has the Guardian Angel. It has not been popped yet. Hitman kicked away. Out from his Nexus. The comeback complete for second place Demons. And we got a tied series.
How do they do it? They just went court to court. Full court everywhere. From one coast to the other. They saved their base. That Jackie defense means more than I think both teams really recognize. And Hot Tub Streamers, they end up falling. I don't know what exactly happened in that last kind of fight, because a lot of them were down. You can see it in the gold graph here at the end of the game.
Wow.
Cosmic was not there for that last fight, and without him, Hot Tub Streamers, they fall. Second place Demons now bring us head-to-head 1-to-1 here in the best of 5.
Time was not doing the best in the early minutes of the game, but hitting that Sonic Wave onto Cosmic Soul as he soul unbounds, tries to go for the Elder Dragon Seal, doesn't hit it, but Tide follows him all the way back to the blue buff where he started that combo and then getting the kill. That was what sealed the deal there. If it's two people defending underneath the Nexus, maybe we could actually have seen that, you know, turn around back in favor of the streamers. But, ooh, what a close game, Alec. That gold graph was up and down. Let's get another look at it here.
Yeah, I mean, Demon just can't get into the pit. Cosmic, he's way too late at this point, and Demon King, I think, just stays around for too long. Why show on the minion wave, right? Like, just go for a recall.
Yep.
They already have the Elder. Kangas, we gotta update it. We gotta update the counter now. We're at
you're
11.
right.
We're at
You're
11.
right. This is good news. If that had gone the way of the hot tub streamers, we would have automatically had no shave for Elg. But the fact that they get it,
it's a best of 5. It's still best of 5.
True. True. That
it
is
would
a
have
good point.
automatically. I mean, they could have been a reverse sweep. You know, like it doesn't matter the way that we get there. All that matters is that we get to 15, right?
We're close to single digits.
We're close.
We're guaranteed to hit single digits on this counter
Yes.
before the end of the series now. All right, this is good news, everybody. This is good news.
This is good news for
Al, what's your head shape? How would you describe the top of your head?
So, obviously, like I have a pretty it's like a pretty tall vertical. I do have like a little bit of like a small divot that's goes this way. Oh, I can't see my hands. Like it goes like this way. I have a little divot, but
Like a divot, like a little indent.
Yeah, it's not for the headset, I promise. But
Explains
it's
a lot. Explains a lot.
It's actually my grandmother used to hold me, and she was like, they have this superstition that if you have a bump or something an indent in your head that you're destined for great things. So who knows?
Interesting.
Yeah.
I have heard about that though, the headset one, making one in people, especially your kid.
The famous one is Tyler one, right? Where he just wears it so often you can see his head is it's caved in.
I wonder if I have that. Do I? I don't.
Do you wear a headset? Oh, okay. It's a little bit. You have good cushioning. See, for everybody at home, the important part of a headset is not only the actual headphones, but the support. Because if you have a bad headset, it will leave a mark. It'll leave red.
Yeah.
It could also lead to hair loss, which, as you can see for Kangas, definitely hit him hard.
I should put it back here further, so that way it pushes that down, and we can kind of even it out a little bit. I think that there was
no, it wouldn't even it out. Your head isn't like a bed where you put one side in unevens. You'll just have 2 indents on your head at that point.
No, I think it'll push it out. You know, I'm confident in this. I think I know the science out. Don't worry about it.
The gym bro is teaching science.
Yes, with the science teachers out and they don't have a substitute teacher, so they
put the physical
education. It's it's the same thing. It's biology. It's close enough, right?
You can teach biomechanics.
Yeah, exactly.
It's as close as you can get to it. We do have an update. Hot Tub Streamers, they've chosen red side here. So we're going to see pretty much the same in terms of the side selection. It has been second place Demons on blue side. Hot Tub Streamers, they want to try and secure some kind of counter pick somewhere. First game, it was for Demon King. This time around, it was for our mid laners. I think this is just getting exciting because we're getting, it's not quite yesterday in our best of 5. We're nail-biting game 4. Oh my god. But it's happening in game 2 already, which spells a lot of good things for the broadcast and people that are watching at home.
Exactly. Sweeps, sure, they make their own narrative, and
it
we can work with
that. It depends on the sweeps, right? It depends.
Yeah.
You could have 3 turbo close games. You'd be like, wow, the series score does not provide justice. But unfortunately, Wild Rift is a very snowball-y game, and also we just have there are some top-heavy stuff going on here in North America.
Yep, and I think close series are just more entertaining because, for me, it feels like you get the give and take, and you get growth throughout a series, adaptation throughout a series, and obviously it worked out for second place Demons this time around. It was close. It was close though. Same sides in game number 3 though. Let's see if there's any adaptations in pick and ban. Fiora banned away. Nautilus still. It would be the Karma if it's the same bans from last time. And we might actually just have a run back.
Okay. I mean, I'm not super opposed to it. Taking a look at the bans from the last game, just want to, like you were saying, kind of going for a potential run back here. It looks similar. We're missing a Karma ban from second place Demons, and we're missing the the Gragas ban from Hot Tub Streamers. And you kind of got to look at where exactly things are going to be changing.
There we go.
Second place Demon's going to be first picking that Renekton again. I'm sure Stanovich would definitely want it, considering his performance throughout the day today. There it is. Are we gonna now? It's really early. We could get a salty run back.
We could. The salty run back is always an option. And honestly, if you're the Hot Tub Streamers, I think the only thing that you would be worried about is that Kassadin. I really do think Kassadin is the reason that things were tough at the end of the game, even though Cosmic Soul had the insane outplay, did, you know, kind of outperform the Kassadin in the big moment. It just was inevitable that then after that, the Kassadin will come back and just be able to sweep your entire team. So if they do lock in the same picks, I would like to see at least the Kassadin banned in the second rotation. See what they do here.
Did end up doing some nasty things, but Yone was just insane. Yone was just way better. And while the early game didn't quite go their way, I think that if 9 times out of 10, if you're Hot Tub Streamers, you're more than willing to take that matchup again.
Yeah, oh, and so far they are, as it is the Rakan again. So we have the first 4. All right, it would be Thresh. If we're doing the Salty run back, it would be Thresh locked in, and then Morgana answered from Hot Tub Streamers. They put this would also be Jackie's 4th Thresh game on the day. I'm pretty sure he played it. Oh, we're going Kha'Zix.
Oh, okay. So it's not quite the same. Tide wants to play on something with a little bit more agency this time around. Something that's going to be able to kind of break down some of the game, get a little bit more in their face. I think his Lee Sin just hasn't looked quite the same. And they want more threat on the backline. Lee Sin was just not really giving them that, so hoping that the Kha'Zix getting in that backline will kind of force Hot Tub Streamers to kind of reconsider what Dragon Laners they want.
And it also means that they prioritizing Tybe as more of a carry. The Lee Sin has not been working out too well for them. Had that one really big play in the game too, but other than that, not doing as much. Still the Morgana, though, locked in for the professional Hot Tub Streamers. So is Jerboa back onto the supportive, mage, presumably, as long as he is the one to pick that one up. Now let's see what they ban. There we go, Kassadin. All right, I do like this.
All right, so things are going to just have to be straight up different. I think if you're second place Demons, you're going with the same bans, which is the Shyvana and the Xin Zhao. Look to force the Hot Tub Streamers Demon King onto the Olaf, and look for something a little bit more creative in terms of what their answer is going to be. Now, Hot Tub Streamers, they can't ban the Kha'Zix around this time around, so did they just get rid of the Riven?
I could see it. I mean, maybe the Thresh. If Jackie's been loving that, but I don't know if you're worried about the Thresh when you already have the Morgana, so it comes down to, like, do you take Jackie off of what they've been playing a bunch today and this weekend in general, or something that could maybe give you a headache in the mid lane? They could just try and further limit the mid lane pool, take away Meals' other carry champions. Akshan is their choice.
Ooh, and they get rid of the Yone as well, so feeling a little bit threatened by Cosmic Soul. If I'm them, I'm just straight up picking our jungler here. I think Demon King. Oh! Okay, we're picking up the Lucian here for Isterboa, wanting to pick up a little bit more of a carry position. Could also be Cosmic Soul's Lucian, which we've been seeing all throughout RiftMasters in the tournament, so he wants to be a carry again. This is one way that you do it. But Cosmic Soul has definitely been a bigger carry here now on this roster, and I think he's really kind of grown into this really unique role for the team.
I want to see Cosmic Soul Lucian. After that Yone game, like, watching him pop off on something like this would be a treat. But it's Lulu locked in for second place. Demons, not the Thresh. Bigger counter into something like the Morgana and the Rakan. If Rakan jumps in and misses the knockup, you can definitely just polymorph, and then you're in a lot of trouble as Rakan at that point. But even if you land, as long as you're not hitting the Lulu, so you can keep anybody alive that you're trying to engage onto.
All right, second place Demons. What's it going to be? Are we going to see the Renekton mid going up against the Lucian? There are a couple of, like, dangerous picks, especially with Akshan gone. Akshan gone. Oh!
Ooh.
Maybe. Now, we'll have to see exactly what this is going to be, but, I mean, there is a very real possibility this is just going to be a Corki in the mid lane, and Tristana going down for second place Demons.
This is back to Icon's meta. We saw Corkis and Lucians going to Hole Breakers, and then just being mid laners that turn into side lane threats later on. But it still could be the Tristana against the Lucian. I don't even hate that matchup. We don't see it as much in Wild Rift, but I do still think that is, valid, viable. There we go, viable. That's what I'm looking for in the mid lane as well. But the Xin Zhao answered either way from Hot Tub Streamers, so a lot of physical damage on both of these teams. Save the Corki, save the Morgana.
Gonna be a rough time here. A lot of good engage coming out from professional Hot Tub Streamers. And second place Demons, they want to be able to utilize their range. The Lulu, I think, is gonna have to put in overtime yet again. Looking at Jackie, can they perform on the Lulu? Because it depends on who they're going to be polymorphing, because you can stop the Recon engage through a lot of means. The Black Shield is going to be so important in that way. And Xin Zhao has, I think, a pretty hard time finding any executes unless he's very, very far ahead.
Yeah, he can dodge out on a lot of the damage from Corki and Tristana, though. His ultimate gives him a lot of space to work with. The Black Shield as well, making it so it's hard for him to get polymorphed or really slowed down when he's deciding to go forward. I don't know who I'm favoring here based on the champs that I see locked in yet. I think it could just come down to execution. Usually going into a game, I'll have at least like, I'm leaning this way or another, but honestly, I'm very 50-50 right now with these two. I can kind of see what they're both trying to do. Feels like second place teams are maybe a little mismatched, and some champs want to go in, some want to peel back and play, a little more safe. But flexibility is never too bad in a draft, and they do have the ability to pivot still.
I think that this game is going to feel very one-sided because of second place team in this draft. If they get ahead early on, this game just doesn't look very fair. They have 3 range carries. They don't have a lot of tanks. Renekton's going to be the most bruiser-esque that they're going to get in terms of HP. And with Tristana and Corki, if they start winning fights, the game just doesn't feel very fun to play if you're the Hot Tub Streamers. It's going to feel very oppressive in that way. But the second that Hot Tub Streamers are able to gain an advantage, Xin Zhao, Garen, those two are going to be unstoppable in your backline. And Kha'Zix really has to find like massive upset fights where he is just like popping off. Because they have that engage, they have traditional engage with the Rakan. You have a Morgana, they can find picks, and they can play kind of fluid in and out of fights with a Lucian. So I think this game will feel very one-sided, and it all comes down to, will we have another like top lane gank not go the way of one of the teams?
Yeah, that was a big reason why the Hot Tub Streamers were able to run away with game number 1. Another thing for Hot Tub Streamers comps, though, is that there's not too many scaling options here. Crit Lucian will do some damage in the late game, but you're against a Corki and a Tristana, and I always love Assassins and their scaling potential, because if they get to full build, they can one-shot pretty much anybody. So I think that Hot Tub Streamers, I'd like to see some action early. You got the Xin Zhao. I think it's going to be the Lucian mid lane, but we'll see once we're in the game. Play around that, and there we have it. Cosmic Soul is piloting the Lucian. That's a strong 1-2 punch between these two champs.
Okay, and old school on the Tristana, you have a bit of a weird task here. Jumping forward is really difficult this game. Morgana, Rakan, again, the melees that we're seeing in the top side of the map near the Baron lane is super difficult. We can even take a look at where the junglers are kind of pathing. Demon King has been way more focused on kind of efficiency, making sure that his pathing is really good, while Tybe putting down a lot of focus in just damage. And even in the Baron lane right now, we're seeing summoner spells being blown. Hitman and Sandwich, both of their secondaries are gone immediately before even the honey fruits have spawned.
Barrier for Ignite. Sandwich actually hit level 2 first and opts to go for a very early bank. You're not going to get any items.
Yeah,
I don't
300
know
gold.
if I don't know if I like that. I mean, I feel like you traded fairly evenly with the Garen. Okay, mid lane in trouble there as Meals has to burn the barrier. Cosmic Soul definitely winning that trade.
Yeah, and with the honey fruit advantage, right? Like, he'll be able to go up. Kraken Slayer, the amount of damage he'll be able to do early on. Already seeing Dragon lanes kind of do this same thing. And take a look at this. I mean, Demon King has fully cleared his side of the map. Maybe he goes for a gank up into the Baron lane, but I think this wave is looking a little precarious. Maybe they end up going for the dive. Look at where a Strange Hero is right now. Second place Demons wanting to fight for the bottom lane scuttle and maybe even get some counter jungling going on.
This would be new. The first early dive from Hot Tub Streamers in the top half of the map. Strange Heroes here. They just got to get the wave to crash in. They're waiting for Hitman GM to land this. Sandwich should see that vision cone
There's also a
used.
Xin Zhao out of the bush.
Okay, there we go. Just flashes for the engage. They're not going to waste any time with this one. First blood to Demon King.
They'll do the same on the opposite side. It's Morgana by herself. I love this Tybe. He's just pulling the minion wave. Like, yeah, his bottom lane will be sad. Okay, not pulling a Rafa and taking my wave. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good on Tybe. But then just taking a jungle camp, same thing that Demon King will do on the opposite side. So splitting the map here I think is really good. It's a Morgana by herself. They're not getting much off of this. And level 5 here for Tybe does
Another dive
include
top.
a little bit of lethality.
They're going for a repeat dive top lane. Hitman
no.
pulls it off and flashes away. So that should also be a turret. I don't see how many plates they got on the initial dive, but I imagine that if those two stick around, that whole turret should go down.
Yeah, this is just like, the Baron
Oh,
lane
it
is just
won't.
ruined at this point. Hitman has basically 2 levels over his opponent. It's right now 4, but he has 5.5, and Sandwich just hit 4. So this is really rough right now going on in the Baron lane. They're making sure that Sandwich does not have fun on this Renekton, this game, this time around. And now this is something that they can kind of keep going towards, because Hitman, he can start whittling away at the turret, and if they want, they can move down into mid lane. Potentially look for something, force Meals out of the lane.
And Sandwich had flash on both dives. Did not use it either time. So I know it's a tough skill to use correctly when Rakan's flash knocking you up, but you do have little windows where you can look for outplay. So I think Sandwich will be kicking himself saying, all right, I've been dove twice now. We haven't gotten much elsewhere on the map for it, and there might have been potential for outplay. Now hits level 5, so it will be much harder to dive the Renekton with Dominus.
And they're just walking away from it at this point, right? Like, we're about to hit 4 minutes. We got about 30 seconds before objectives, or about a minute anyway, that things are about to spawn. Old school.
That was not
forward.
correct. Oh, maybe it was. They do have a Lulu there with the Wild Growth ultimate, but charmed up. Old school could be in trouble. Dive jumps in, looks for the execute. Oh, and it's Jackie that picks it up with the long-range glitter lance.
Oh, man. Both teams, I think, making a few misplays there. Demon King flash.
Ooh.
Doesn't get
Didn't
it.
quite get the damage. Old school barely lives through it. Oh, that is heartbreaking.
Yeah, you saw the jump forward. We're like, okay, it's a little bit questionable. He had Jackie in his back pocket. Cosmic thinking, oh, this is looking like a free kill for us with my Rakan sitting next to me. And the Buster Shot almost saves them the kill, but Jackie's like, no, not on my watch. I'm getting this kill for our team. We're getting our first blood, and we're gonna make sure it looks good. So, really big item power spike here. Strange Hero rushing the boots. Obviously, as Rakan, there's not a lot of items that they're kind of going for, but Jackie able to pick up an early Ardent Sensor feels very, very good. So these two are a dangerous powerhouse to look out for.
Especially when you're thinking of the Ardent Sensor applying to both Tristana, the primary target, but also, conditionally, the Corki, who can do a lot of on-hit damage with the crit build as the Storm Racer is completed for each. And the package picked up, so Herald will be difficult for the streamers to contest. Even Gold State, and they say, all right, give it to them. We'll take Dragon.
Gonna go for Dragon here, like you're saying, and the package being taken here by Meals goes straight into the bottom lane. I wonder if they'll look to try to kind of catch them on the exit here, because they don't have access to mid lane. Tristana takes turrets so fast, and they're kind of hovering around, trying to look for something. With Istra sitting in here, it should be pretty difficult for them to push. Maybe they try to get Savage back into the game, maybe put some damage down on this Baron top.
The nice counter to the Tristana is, of course, though, that Morgana's wave clear is so strong, especially the later the game goes, that it is just hard for Trist to even get to the turret. But, hey, a Herald will help out with that. So they claim it, they drop it mid immediately, and now are looking to take the first outer turret of the game. With this Herald charge, it is that easy. A couple auto attacks and they get it. Hitman goes in. Do they want to fight right now? I don't think the rest of the team was on the same page, so Hitman runs away.
There seems like there was something was used there. Like, Tybe doesn't have flash anymore, and a Strange Hero did use their ultimate to get out of that, so it seems there was almost a kill. And, oh, Meals getting found out.
Ooh, as the healing fruit.
Oh, no!
And the barrier keeps him alive just barely.
Great stuff from Meals. Good way of kind of playing that a little patient. Like, oh, I got caught on a recall here. This could be a little difficult. Don't know how much they'll be able to make out of that. but grabbing that mid-tier 1 just completely opens up the map now. Like, Tybe is back into this game for the most part. Sandwich, they really haven't leveraged this Baron lane gold lead, and now they're just gonna take it away from them.
Sandwich was the bait, as now Old School jumps in here with the help of Jackie. Hitman barely surviving. The strange hero went into stasis, picked off.
That's huge for them, and look at this. Now it's again a numbers disadvantage. Can they go for this?
Finding lands. Okay, Jackie's down. They still have Garen ultimate to play with here, so Old School jumps in, Time jumps in. They could be in trouble though. That's one falls, it's traded back. Baron laner for Baron laner. Demon King goes for more, can't quite get an Old School.
No way!
There's the one more honor, no! The double kill for Old School as he rocket jumps to safety.
Okay, that's a winning play. If you're the Hot Tub streamers, you go even with the second place Demons, who were looking to try and take that turret away from you. No one's coming up here quite yet. Isherboa, if he wants it, he could have gone for the turret instead, opts for the recall, probably just wants to pick up a few more items and get closer to his second. But an incredibly close fight there brings the Hot Tub streamers back into parity with their opposition. And that Baron tier 1 probably goes down here. If not, it's gotta be like 1 HP at this point. Minis just barely do not finish it. The icon is empty, man. I'm like, come on.
There's no blue. It's just not existent right now. He's just got a grayed out turret up there. Kind of like the dragon. Does that mean that it's gonna spawn soon?
Yes. Soon TM. Okay, Cosmic clearing out this wave.
Oh, Time and Meals. This is really big. They got the pincer, but now everybody else is coming in. So the Hot Tub streamers strike back. Demon King with his 3rd kill of the game. Takes down Meals, and now a 5v4 on the map. Still chasing Tybe. Deep in enemy territory, deep in danger, as Hitman will walk him all the way up here, tracking the Kazakhs the whole way. But, oh, actually, it's a silence onto Sandwich, not Tybe. So, hey, Tybe gets out. Dominus pop. They're diving under turret now with a killing spree for Old School. Double kill for Old School in the bot lane. What the hell happened?
They got the mid-tier 1, but the double kill there just means that Old School comes out ahead. Hitman.
He surely dies to Tybe now, correct? No, Tybe actually afraid of Hitman and runs away.
Strange Hero's gonna back up his Baron laner. What happened? There's just way too much going on, and because Tybe gets out of that, it's a Rift Herald going over to the 2nd place Demons. They're gonna pick this up really fast, and there's still about a minute and a half before that dragon goes down, so 2nd place Demons, they can have full access to wherever they want this to go down. They can even break down the mid-tier or the Baron tier 1 if they want, but more than likely going to save it till right before the dragon. Put themselves in a really nice position. Old School is fed out of his mind. 4-0-2, very close to his 3rd item. Should be looking to take over this game.
1,000 gold ahead of Hitman. Garen, who probably will not be dealing too much with the Tristana as you went Hullbreaker, so more for that 1v1 side lane push. Yeah, really solid carry opportunity for Old School here on the Tristana. And it just shows the 2nd place Demons, they can carry from multiple lanes, from multiple players, and that might just be the scariest part of this team, is if any of them get fed, they can be the difference maker in that game.
For sure. And for 2nd place Demons, we haven't really talked about it. Yeah, we kind of touched on Old School, his team fighting prowess, but this guy who's bounced around some of the best teams in North America. Originally was on that Tribe roster, then ended up going to Horizon Cup, then kind of floated around in NME, ended up on Cloud9, and unfortunately has just kind of been like relegated to some of the lower banded teams after his first appearance in Wild Rift, and right now trying to show up.
Can he be the carry? He's got the package and he uses it. Wild Growth to keep him safe over the wall. Meals his reposition now. Flashes right into Demon King and just picked off. That means it's up to the other members to try and carry, but Tybe is down. Sandwich is down. A double kill for Demon King. Just going in, but Old School. Big stuff right here on the Tristana. Oh, triple kill. Shut down. Demon King will slay the gold carrier of 2nd place Demons, taking the bounty.
Dude, Corky is a mind control champion. As soon as you got package, you are committed. You are compelled by some foreign entity to just go into the enemy team and use all of your abilities. We saw it right there, the package. slices through Hot Tub Streamers, but Demon King is just like, oh, thank you. You've just arrived right into my waiting arms. Gets a massive influx of gold, a triple kill for the vocal leader of the Hot Tub Streamers. And, like, Old School just can't do anything in that fight. He is nowhere near his damage dealers. Tybe almost executes Cosmic, but it is just a Gatling gun of the culling that tears him down. A dragon for them as well. So all of that gold that we've been talking about, it is back in the favor of Hot Tub Streamers. And with that, they should be feeling more than confident to kind of swing their weight around the map. Hitman's got to be careful here.
As he finds himself in a 1v2, but look at his gold lead right now. Like, he's got so much armor, the Hull Breaker as well. Old School is still the gold leader in the entire game, but you're pretty close to Hitman and Demon King. So Hot Tub Streamers have two massive threats that Old School has to worry about in these fights, making it just that much harder to actually be the big carry.
And right now, Old School, if we saw his bombs earlier, they're doing about 700 to 800 damage to a turret once they explode. So you have to imagine if they're able to get close to one, if they're able to take a great fight, they can just start ripping apart the base. But for the Hot Tub Streamers, this Garen is nigh unkillable at this point. There's not a lot of armor shred. There's two Black Cleavers, but really Tybe is looking to try to get onto Istroboa and Cosmic Soul. Istroboa's going to make that a hell of a hard time with his ultimate available, with the binding as well. Hot Tub Streamers, again, in the gold lead, but really, again, as we get further, they have the 3 items. They're finishing out. You look at where Cosmic is right now. He's about to have his Blade of the Ruin King. He's going to be so dangerous to walk up on.
Ooh, they almost just caught out Tybe right there. It's going to come down to a big team fight. We're into the late game, and this could be it. Catching out Old School. Lock down the Tristana, flashes away. Good positioning. That was not enough for Hot Tub Streamers to lock down the AD carry, but now they're onto Jackie. That's a dead Lulu. Old School's hitting onto Hitman, but that is a Randuin's Omen. Garen, you do no damage to that Baron laner, and a rampage to Demon King. Sandwich couldn't even get Hitman and falls, so a 3-for-0 in favor of the Hot Tub Streamers.
That means the Baron and Old School and Tybe kind of just have to watch as this game starts to slip away from them. You see a Strange Hero and Hitman, they're doing the same thing we saw from them last game. They don't actually have to be on this objective. Just get Tybe away from them.
Yeah. He's doing something funky in the mid lane right now. He was just looking for a potential avenue in with the help of Old School, but like again, Old School just does no damage to Hitman. Tybe gets pushed away, Baron secured.
He's not going to have that crit item for a really long time. The armor penetration just isn't there. He cannot punch through Hitman. He's just throwing a bunch of spaghetti at him. He's like, here's all my auto attacks. And Hitman's like, I do not care, bro. Like, keep throwing them at me, man. Like, you can do all that. I'm gonna walk right by you and kill the meals.
Okay, does he die here? Literally 1v3. Almost kills Tybe on the way out. I think Old School, with this much time, this many auto attacks, will finally get it. There we go. It took that much effort to kill Hitman.
4 different people.
But hey, it worked. It worked. They did get it, and honestly, they don't trade anything for it on the other side of the map. Professional Hot Tub Streamers, they just push mid, they push top wave, but they're not taking a turret or anything substantial.
Exactly, and Demon King's not going to even have time to really go for a counter jungle maneuver here, so can't really get much. Like you were saying, just a death from Hitman GM. It also takes away one of their Barons, so something to look out for as a potential mistake from them. It does alleviate some of that pressure. Since right now, Hot Tub Streamers, they're just playing on 2 waves. They're playing on the mid wave and then moving into top side to help reinforce Cosmic.
Speaking of
barrier, he's just straight up dead. Yeah, he's gone.
Not a good look from Sandwich right there. Has had a really strong showing on the day overall, but that far forward, taking a 1v1 against Cosmic Soul, that ain't it. And now with the top laner down, Tybe's trying to slow them over the wall, but they still have the Baron-empowered cannons, and those cannons will be hitting this turret. Good damage back onto Istroboa, actually.
They have good range to be able to kind of make it back here in 30 seconds here before the dragon spawns. You see right now, some of them are going to go for recalls. They're going to finish pushing these last waves. And for right now, second place Demons, they're just happy that it isn't an Elder Drake. Because if this was an Elder fight, then you have to think that the Hot Tub Streamers are feeling more than confident. Old School now, he does have his armor penetration item, so it will take him It'll take him one less combo to kill Hitman, which
I believe that was 4 autos with the explosion onto Hitman. And that's the damage you gotta answer. He just gets chunked to below half health.
look, that's still meaningful damage though, because they will have access to the mid wave. They're using this Corki package now too. They're making the plays. Cosmic just had to flash, so they're gonna go for a pincer over this wall.
Yeah, what's going on here? I'm actually curious on the mid lane. Oh, big damage on the Meals, but Old School is doing a lot right now. As a Wild Growth repositions, trying to take the 1v1 against Cosmic Soul, and will win that one. Cosmic Soul should die into the stasis.
He's alive!
Has a Strange Hero jump in, but a Strange Hero's not down. Old School has positioned beautifully in this fight, away from the threats and on the damage dealers that he knows he can beat. Now on the turret, these are the objectives falling. Second place Demons with a good string of plays.
Yeah, they got the turrets and they got the kills, but going 1 for 1, and Hot Tub Streamers getting the Dragon as well. So if you thought Hitman was hard to kill before, well, 15 seconds, you have to reset here, and you will not have Meals for this fight. Old School is going to have to get creative with his recall. They cannot stay out onto the map. You see Hot Tub Streamers right now coming back in. Rakan will be here and available in the next few seconds. They cannot start up this Baron quite yet, but Kangas, it is just getting tenser and tenser. Yes, they're getting the kills. They're getting damage onto Old School, but Meals needs to be able to survive, and he has not had the best time this game so far.
Hitman, oh yeah, no, these two don't kill him.
No.
You need Old School or Meals to actually get a kill onto Hitman at this point, which is just so oppressive to deal with. But now it's actually Hot Tub Streamers that are going for the kill
Jackie's
shot
dead.
onto Jackie. Yeah, he's out of there. Use the Wild Growth on himself as Hitman comes in onto time, and the nails are in the coffin of second place Demons. Game number 3 in spectacular fashion. Hot Tub Streamers decimate the team fight, taking the Demons by surprise. 5-man push in the mid lane, and there's no shot the Sandwich can stop this. That is game 3 going to the Streamers, and they are on match point.
There it is. Sandwich, like you said, just has to watch and wait for game 3 to end. Match point for the Hot Tub Streamers. In second place, Demons. They had an okay start. Old School was looking like he could potentially go for that carry game.
Ooh.
But it's just not enough, man. Demon King with the threat onto the back line. I mean, like, look at this. It's even. And it's just Hot Tub Streamers kind of going down in gold a ton.
That's like a jagged saw of a gold graph right there. Just like little peaks and valleys repeatedly until the Streamers take it. And even if Old School is giga fed and tries his best to carry, the urge to int on Corki is too strong, Elk. And Meal says, nah,
This is not helping. This is not helping the casters Meals relations right now. we are on thin ice with Meals.
Oh,
Like,
no.
It's not okay. Meals, I hope this is not you personally. This is just a Corki thing. And one of the reasons I hate this champion, specifically in North America, is for some reason our package usage is just question mark pingable. Like, we are going into 4 members melee and dying. We gotta split the fight before we use this thing, man. It is the mind control. It is like the possession. Corki package is the demon. It is the devil. We do not do any relations with this at all.
The best part about Corki is the ranged AoE damage. And oftentimes
it's
I
still
find
the package. Oh no, it's still the package. The package is a good part. We
well,
just don't know how to use it.
Fair. Yes, the package is the most impactful part. But like, in my opinion, the way to play it in a team fight is split the fight, but then use your range and your AoE damage. But too often we see our players get tunneled onto one player, walk too close to get auto attacks in, which yes, you're going the crit build, it feels great, but you can just use your abilities from range. All that aside though, let's celebrate the Hot Tub Streamers for picking up game number 3 as they're now up in the series on match point. Elk, one more win. Let's update the game count right now because we're going down to 10 more games before Alk Battery will shave his head. If we can get there, everybody. We're going to send it to a short break, though, while we let the players rest and ourselves recover before getting into game number 4. We'll see you there. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the lower bracket best of 5 semifinals. And we are at game 4, Alk. Match point for the professional hot tub streamers. Second place Demons struggling to beat their own Demons here as the 4th seed is really taking aim so far in this playoffs.
They have now beaten the 3rd seed coming in. They are at match point up against the 2nd seed, and we're going to see finally a side swap between these two. So as we get into draft, it'll be the first game that we get to see professional hot tub streamers today play on the blue side, and second place Demons, they're like, okay, we need a counter pick somewhere, man. Like, we got to make good on something.
Might as well give it a go when you're down in the series. You got to change something up because it has not been looking too hot. Old School so close to carrying in that last game. Maybe give Meals something that can counter Cosmic Soul, because honestly, Cosmic Soul has been getting the better of this mid lane matchup so far.
Yeah, and you have to think, remember, this could have just been a 3-0. Like, the game, in game 2, when second place Demons won, there was a Nexus that was being hit, and it almost went down. That last game could have been the end of the series. We could be getting ready. We could probably actually would still be a break, to be fair, getting ready for our grand finals. But no, we're here in game 4, and professional hot tub streamers again, some mid-game hiccups, but clinching it out again. Now here with I think a pretty different draft, considering the fact that, you know, last game it was relatively the same, small, minute changes coming out from both teams, and here again, now on the blue side, getting rid of Corky, getting rid of Cassidy as well.
Taking away what Meals has been comfortable playing so far, but they don't ban the Gragas this time. So, second place Demons will lock that in. I assume that's for Sandwich. Sandwich has been going towards this when it is available, and honestly, his Gragas play has been very clean so far. So I wouldn't be, you know, upset if they did that, but still flexible. So we'll see where they end up actually locking it in. And what do they want to go for their next choice here? I'm trying to remember what they kind of have been digging into.
Obviously, a lot of Renekton.
Ooh.
We finally get to see Old School on the Varus. It's something that he had put a lot of work in during the 3rd qualifier, really wanting to kind of flex his muscles, going for a bit of the AP build. So expect for second place Demons, at least in my opinion, they should be more than willing, or at least feel comfortable with, putting a ton of attack damage carries up in the, you know, the upper side of the map.
Olaf. Where's the Gwen? I honestly find Gwen into Gragas, it sucks early, but you can be a menace in a side lane later, and he cannot answer you. We have not seen Gwen priority yet from the hot tub streamers, but they do play it, and I could see them locking it in here if they want to have carry in the top lane.
Could be the case.
Plus, then they're picking 3 of the champs that I drew on their logo, which would make me very happy.
I was gonna say, I don't know if that should be their metric for picking champions. They get the Ziggs finally for Israboa here, so gotta be really careful, right? You're thinking like, okay, this could be, you know, like a Cosmic Soul if he wants to go for the Ziggs. Israboa's positioning last night, anyway, was very questionable. There was a lot of times where he was getting caught out, and it almost kind of, it may have been a reason why, you know, the hot tub streamers, their games were as close as they were. I think Isaro has obviously kind of looked at that and said, okay, yesterday I was doing a little bit of inting. Today, we've reeled it back in. We're doing a lot better this time around.
Just a casual int here or there for Jerboa.
You gotta do it a few times, you know?
First time off the likes of the Karma, the Morganas, obviously because those were both banned. So now we're seeing that this is kind of the 3rd stringer for Israboa once those others are banned away.
Well, he's definitely not playing Marksman. We got to see his Lucian, or sorry, we got to see his Vayne yesterday. We could put it back on the shelf, brother. We do not got to do that. It's okay. It's okay. We don't have to do it.
But it's on the logo.
It is on the logo. It is on the logo. But Camille here for what I'm going to assume is for Tide. Now, this could be going into the Baron lane. If you give it over for Sandwich, that'd be really cool. It'd be, you know, another expansion, something we're adding on to his champion pool. But right now, they're just getting rid of assassins. Everybody's just getting rid of really strong mid lane picks. And that's why we see Yone and Lucian hitting the table.
I like the Yone ban in particular. You don't have a lot of defense for the Varus right now in your draft, so just limiting one of the things that can try and one-shot it, even if Camille does kind of counter him in a 1v1 scenario. But speaking of the Camille, I will say I think that's going to be going to Tybe. Tybe definitely known for playing the Camille even as far back as 2021. Back in last year's summer, he would play this often. I think this might be his record for like champion with the most objective steals, because he just like swings over the wall and just like a bat out of hell takes it.
That was basically just Tybe every single game. Every game we were just expecting as a broadcast, like, okay, which of these games is there going to be another steal? And here for Jackie, the Leona, something we haven't seen in a pretty long while. Like, yeah, I think we saw a game in one of the third qualifiers, but aside from that, it's been really just the hook champions. This does give them a little bit more range in terms of their engage, and so look for members like the Ziggs getting caught up by something like a Leona and a Varus.
Yeah, they have 2 non-committal forms of engage. Actually, 3 if you factor in the Varus ult with Explosive Cast, Solar Flare, and Chain of Corruption. Well, who are you going to ult onto? The Olaf with Ragnarok, a Zed who can pretty easily dodge all of those. Ziggs who's going to kind of outrange you. So overall, I'm liking this.
Demon King,
okay, Demon King's popping off on something. What is he popping off on?
Did he pick Shyvana or something? Like,
let's go!
He's playing Gwen! Oh, wait,
let's
no,
go!
Wait, who's playing what? Is this going to be Olaf in the solo lane? Now, Olaf did get changed, right? Olaf got buffed. David King's like, I won draft, I'm out, guys. Okay.
Straight up walks out.
Based. Oh, okay, and we're getting Mills' Yasuo.
Okay.
So we're getting everything here. Now, the Gwen should be in the jungle, but it did get nerfed. So honestly, there could be a bunch of things. Olaf.
I still think it could be top. I think that you can put the Gwen top into the Gragas. You'll struggle a little bit, but you can recover and just try to not die. Getting Dove is kind of scary before, you have a couple items under your belt.
So sucks,
let's see if Second Place Demons have identified that themselves. Because if they realize that and say, look, we can just try and punish this Gwen, that is an avenue. But you're right, it also could just be the Olaf top lane. Like, we actually don't know yet. So once we load into game, then we'll actually have that information.
I'm thinking, like, historically speaking, like, Hitman has been playing a ton of Gwen yesterday. So probably is just going to be an Olaf here for Demon King. I wonder if the pop-off was him just seeing the Yasuo and being like, oh, okay, that's the kind of game we got. That's the kind of game that we've got in store for us. Okay, respect.
I mean, pegging Yasuo into Zed. Again, a lot of matchups, like, I don't know the ins and outs and all the minutia of how the trade pattern works and mathematically who should win, but gut feeling, I feel like Zed should have a pretty fine time into a Yasuo. I don't know if you have any more insight into that, Alec, but it kind of feels like Mills counterpicked himself here.
So he's looking to kind of link up with his solo laner, right? Like Mills is going to be trying to get some push mid. He's going to ask for Tybe to come to his lane early. Maybe with a hook shot, they can try to look for something, right? Like, there's a little bit of that interrupt there with the stun. But other than that, like, come into team fights, that is what Second Place Demons wants to do. And I think that's kind of been indicative of what we've seen from them. Come into team fights with a really strong game plan, and hopefully you can smash the Second Place Demons. I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of it, just because I think you have a lot of crowd control and maybe just a too little amount of damage because of this mid pick. We'll have to see. And it has a lot of value, right? Like, you're gonna get a lot of value just from the Dragon lane alone. But if Ziggs is the only one you're keeping away, Gwen will run you down. Gwen will just ignore you.
I think Tybe's going to have to do his best Molly impersonation here to carry on the Camille in the jungle.
Yeah, maybe.
If they're going to do the damage necessary with this composition, because I agree with you. I don't think that they have a lot of, like... I mean, Yasuo Varus can provide decent damage, but like I'm really looking at that Camille to be the finishing blow, the last touch to actually pick up the kills. This is backs against the wall for the second seed, Second Place Demons. They named themselves this because they assumed. I even chatted with Meals and he was like, "Yeah, we named ourselves that because like Sentinels are #1, but we're always second place, right? We're always right behind them. There's a chance they're not even in the finals if they drop this game."
I was gonna say, I mean, we can take a look at like their previous histories, right? Like second place Demons, they get to round of 16, right? In the one of the first matches they have to play in the first qualifiers, up against Sentinels, gone. Second qualifiers, they make grand finals, Sentinels again, 2-0. Grand finals in the third qualifier, again Sentinels, and they just get wiped every single time. And this will also kind of bring the series score between these two to an even. Last time around in the third quarter, or in the third qualifier, they faced against Hot Tub Streamers, and they won. They went up 2-1 versus these guys. And so here, hey, if we could take the series win over you guys, like that's great. But Hot Tub Streamers are like, yeah, we may have lost in third qualifier, but I think this is the matchup that matters a little bit more.
Yeah. And I can't explain how important this is for the development of players. Glaciox was saying he wishes that there's kind of a super team right now. Immortals are not in this tournament, so maybe they can step up and be the competition for Sentinels. But right now it feels like our #1 team isn't getting a lot of good competition. But for the teams right below, these kinds of matches are so pivotal for the development of players, learning strategies, learning comebacks, learning how to maintain energy in a best-of-5 series and throughout a tournament over a weekend. So I am happy that we are getting this series to kind of go the distance here. I mean, it could end at 4 games still, but even that would still feel good to not have a sweep.
Yeah. You know, it was funny when Glaciox did mention Immortals is not in here, and I was like, well, I mean, you do kind of have 2 of their players.
True.
So,
you kind of stole most of the roster.
Those are fighting words. You better be careful, brother.
Okay. Maybe
litigation down on you.
It's okay. Immortals are going to pick up Sandwich, and then, you know, they're just going to stomp Sentinels next time around, right?
There we go. That would be the best for North American talent.
Although I guess what they really need is a jungler and a 80 carry right now.
Sandwich roll swap. It's okay. Jungle's easy. If we could just have a bunch of roll swap people play the role, then it's fine.
I'm telling you, Tybe on Immortals. Let's make it happen. That'd be pretty sick.
That would make Rafa cry. I don't think we.
It would.
It'd be too much for his brain, his heart. So.
Also, can we talk about? I'm honestly Demon King. I'd be fine with that either. But can we talk about? No, never mind. That's going to be a conversation for.
We got the time before the game starts.
It's about Sentinels, so let's save it for when they're actually playing.
They'll be on stream.
Exactly. Keeping the conversation about what's ahead of us right now. Professional Hot Tub Streamers at match point 2-1 in the series. A single win will bring them to the final. Second place Demons hoping to come back here, even it out, and go for that game 5 silver scrapes. Let's see what happens, Elk.
Okay, we're getting the matchup. I think this is just so awesome to watch as
run at each other. Fight to the death. No chill in this game 4. Yeah, Jackie actually might just be able to flash onto Izraboa, but no, Izraboa did have barrier, so
respect
about it, no way.
for just holding it, by the way, and just not using any visibility. Like, he just didn't use his barrier or his flash. Okay, that's the well, one, that's all of the summoners gone from the second place Demon's bot lane. And also, that's the nullifying orb just gone from Jack. Oh!
You know what, Estranged Hero?
Respect.
I respect it.
Plus respect on that one. Like, if that hook lands, Old School's dead. That's just how that goes. Speaking on the mid lane matchup that we were kind of looking at before, early on, without a lot of abilities, especially level 2, Zed is level 1, there's some possibility for Meals to get outplayed, but for the time being, like, Meals should have control of this lane until, you know, level 4, level 5, and the ultimate starts getting picked up. And so here, like we were talking about, have to call Tybe, push this wave in, and either look for a roam, look for something, just gets them immediate river control.
Helps Tybe hit level 3 off of 1 minion going down, as a Strange Hero could look... Oh, that was maybe a kill angle on Jackie right there. I don't know if the dredge line was on cooldown. I'm just watching this bot lane now. Like, I feel like at any moment somebody could just instantly die.
Someone's dying within... So, like, there will be a kill here. First blood is going to happen down here for sure.
Jackie playing it chill right now. Old School trading back an arrow onto Estranged Hero. All right, I'm holding my breath.
Okay. Remember, there's double summoners here for Izraboa, so for the meantime, everyone's been trying to go for a recall. Because of the mid lane play, what happened there, Tybe did just get both of the scuttles, so while Demon King has just been full clearing, Tybe tried to go for 3 camps into, or 2 camps, sorry, into a gank.
This is not good timing. Tybe's here. I think a strange Shiro might die right now. Doesn't have the flash available.
Yeah.
Tybe not actually hookshotting onto the wall yet. He's just gonna walk up, and he's safe. He gets out.
Cosmic Souls here has the level 5. Who does he go for? He's trying to look for Old School.
Old School's dead. That is a successful kill. Now right into Jackie. Cosmic Soul can get a double kill to start off the game. And even Demon King will pick off Tybe. This is the perfect start for the Hot Tub streamers.
3 of them, and it just means that Meals, all he can do is say, I caught the Dragon Wave. That's cool. Massive swing for them as Demon King comes out ahead. His pathing has been excellent so far and has really shown up against Tybe, who's taken, I think, much greedier paths to try to look for early action. Not much happening, though, as we get to see here, not using the hook shot. I think it might have just been on cooldown.
It had to have been.
He may have just jumped over the wall. And Cosmic, the fact that the bot lane never got to recall because of Isherboa canceling them turns into 2 kills. So proactive plays coming out from the Dragon lane turns into a massive gold lead for them.
And then a strange Shiro baits Tybe in to stick around, look for the kill, has the second ability.
Wait,
so
Dragon lane, they're just diving.
Ooh, okay. That's something. Isherboa is down.
Can't guess it's happening again. Isherboa is alone under the turret.
No,
and they just
don't
say,
say
yeah,
it.
you're getting dove. You're getting dove,
Don't
brother.
say it.
Isherboa just can't survive dives by himself. I don't know. Maybe he's just like allergic to not dying or something. It just happens every time, man. It happened yesterday in almost all of their games.
You know what also happened yesterday, Alk? Isherboa as Morgana 1v5 defended the
This is
Nexus.
true. Was that also the same game where he was 0-8?
Maybe, but it doesn't matter, okay? Because Cosmic Soul is the real carry of this team. Has the backup of a strange hero. Gets to safety, and now Demon King showing up to take down Jackie. 2 kills to the jungler, 2 kills on the assassin mid laner. Again, you cannot ask for a better start for the streamers.
The fact that Cosmic survived right there is a miracle. And there we go, Isherboa just got back to lane, 40% of his HP gone. Will thankfully get bailed out by a honey fruit next to him, but I mean, that is a massive, still a pretty impressive swing for the Hot Tub streamers. Demon King with efficient jungle pathing and with kills on top of it, he is just getting further and further ahead of time.
One of the things Demon King back at WNS, love him or hate him, whatever your opinion of the player, his opinion of other junglers in North America was that none of them understand how to path to gank. Path to gank. Make sure you're maximizing your gold income, and that's something that he's showing right here. So far ahead, not just because of the 2 kills, but also because he's just able to get to the kills after already clearing most of the camps available to him. Trade of objectives right now, though, as the Dragon and the Herald are focused from each team respectively. So Tybe trying to use this, see where he puts it to try and get the team back ahead.
Yeah, I like this for them. Obviously, for second place Demons, they have a lot of really good ways of setting up for fights. They have all of this long range that we've been talking about. And Mr. Bo, you got to be really careful. There's an old school ultimate with your name on it, potentially here. And look at this bottom wave here. Demon King wants to try and go for something, zoning Jackie off. Hitman and Co. will walk out of this. With this, it also, remember, it takes away the Richter from a Ziggs team. So getting this, they just want to try and get gold. Tybe will take a lot of this. I don't think anybody's in range for the rest of it. They just missed! What?
Okay. Oh!
Well,
Meals just picked off right there. The Herald charges, but I don't know what was going on with Meals. Just dies isolated from the team.
Yeah, he was trying to walk into the mid lane play.
Oh, Jackie, no.
That's not it.
That's not the engaged team, not there to follow up. But the scene is played as a one-way ticket to a gray screen, and another kill for the Hot Tub streamers.
This could potentially be a kill. If a Strange Hero walks up, yeah, he has the flash, but Camille ultimate available. Sandvich just made a play and killed Cosmic under his own turret. So that happened. The 1v2, Sandvich never ceasing to amaze us in a 1v2. Just Sandvich things.
He's incredible. Again, the amount of time the Sandwich has been actually even playing Wild Rift compared to most of the other players that are at this level, it's just not even comparable. It's crazy.
All of these players, sans maybe like Jackie, have met in person at WNS. these are all players that have seen each other. Sandwich is still like a Discord avatar, potentially.
Not Hitman, but yeah, essentially.
That's true. Well,
I don't think it's
Hitman,
strange.
Hitman would have seen, I think, some of maybe. I think he may have seen Tybe, because. Oh wait, Hitman didn't go to Icons.
No, he did not.
All right. Well, point still stands. Sandwich is a Discord icon to these guys.
But I think by the end of this event, by the end of this offseason,
Everybody will know him.
people will know Sandwich and Hitman, honestly. I think both of them still are having great performances. Hitman in particular on the Gwen right now had a very easy laning phase, getting towards the 2 items. Now Jackie going in onto a Strange Hero, but who's picking who? Strange Hero taking some damage, Jackie running away, and now the jungler's duking it out, but oh, there you have it, Hitman! The Gwen has joined the fight. But now over the wall, Tybe actually cleans up a Strange Hero, so it's trading up for second place Demons. They're getting more kills as Jackie falls, a 2-for-2 trade. Not the worst for the second place Demons. You got to look for plays like that if you're trying to come back.
Yeah, it's gold into Old School's pocket, right? Like someone that we've seen them put a lot of gold on in terms of the carry potential, and he is putting in a lot of damage this game. But putting in damage and turning them into kills, turning them into ways of kind of getting ahead in the game are 2 separate things. Right now, Hitman going to become a threat as the game continues to go on, is getting that Nashor's Teeth for himself, already has the Rift Maker in his inventory, so looking pretty strong. Demon King almost got out of that alive. It was a piercing arrow away from kind of getting away untouched, but ends up going, oh no, that death charge is going to follow all the way back to base, isn't it? Does it? All right, well.
I don't know if it did.
I think it was onto Jackie. He did get a lot of distance, so it's just not there. They got to reinforce though this mid lane because I was gonna say there is a Ziggs here,
Chain of Corruption. They're trying to lock down the Nautilus as Hitman in a 1v2, and there we go. A Strange Hero CC'd to death as Hitman trying to survive has the barrier, pops it, healing up with the Riftmaker under turret. Time's not taken though. One more turret shot will even the trade. 1-for-1.
Here comes Demon King.
Damage reduction, but it is not enough as Demon King claims the kill.
And even Jackie tries to go for a dive under the turret there, but ends up just escaping. They're going to leave. I'm actually just surprised that Isra just walk to the Baron lane and try to get this. I think maybe Cosmic is just like, okay, well, I kind of like the laning phase I have right now. Like, I'm still just farming up gold versus Sandwich, so that'll be nice. But at any moment, they could just take down a couple of these turrets. Mid lane should be their target after these recalls and they get back onto the map.
Jackie's looking for Twitch Cosmic Soul. Let the body slam come in, chain the CC, but he gets out of it. So slippery on the Zed, doing damage.
Wow.
Sandwich is down! And Cosmic Soul taking them on a space journey right into the heat of the sun, burns through the top laner.
And that's a reset coming out. Even Jackie's not going to be here, so it's a 3v4 for the time being. Isra can interact anytime he wants using the ultimate. Nisra and Old School, while trying to farm up against each other. Time goes in. Can he steal?
Oh! Yeah, again! Time's ability to steal objectives can never be doubted. Will sacrifice his life for it, and that's another kill to Demon King, but hey, the dragon feels fantastic.
Time said, that one's for Rafa. Bring him back on the stream. I hope he's feeling better. There's your steal, brother.
Ooh,
Jackie.
But the team now in trouble here. Explosive cast. That's big. Shutting down. Committing regicide onto the Demon King himself as now Hitman trying to find a 1v2. Backs off. Not have enough damage.
And they will get 2 turrets off of this. Not only in the Baron lane, but now here in the mid lane. Old School getting meaningful damage on.
Wait, Meals? Getting his ankles broken, but the knockup! The outplay! Meals turns it around.
He gets it! Finally, Meals finds his man this time around. He's had a rough series so far, everybody. He has not really found his footing up against hot tub streamers, but getting that kill, I mean, it now just means that the second place Demons are that much closer to being able to fight the hot tub streamers on the upcoming objectives. They just got 2 turrets because of that, and now Meals is getting more and more items closer to his Infinity Edge.
Hitman's in trouble. Hitman in a 1v2. Stasis used. And Solar Flare misses from Jackie, but immediately the Zenith Blade out of the stasis. Hitman should fall. He's still alive. Drain tanking with the Rift Maker. A lot of damage onto Tybe. The hookshot lands. Hitman, he's so dangerous, but the final Precision Protocol will claim the kill.
Okay. I just hate how close that guy is making every single one of these fights. Look at that, trading ultimates. Old School not really missing on a lot of these arrows. He's just finding his mark on Isherboa.
Oh no, buying time for Tybe to come in. Now Isherboa baited into a false sense of security. Has a stasis, but a strange hero's dead. Cannot save you. Tybe picks up another kill. And the professional hot tub streamers, they are falling like flies, giving the second place Demons a big window back into this game.
I don't know if maybe the hot tub streamers just like giving, you know, breaths of hope to their opponents, but the mid game does not seem to be their strength. That's why they have the longest average game time out of the teams here in the playoffs, and they're just like playing with their food. Obviously, second place Demons are like, we will take that. I do not care the fact that you are doing a little bit of trolling right now. The fact that they're finding individual picks means that they're getting gold, they're getting experience, and they're taking that away from their opposition with Dragon spawning in the next few minutes. I mean, Cosmic Soul, he actually ended up getting a solo kill on the Meals, but they really got to be able to control their other side of the map. Otherwise, like, the second place Demons, we could be looking at a game 5 potentially.
The lane assignments have been all over the place, Alk. Like, it seems like neither of these teams can decide where they want their players. Right now, we got Cosmic Soul back in the lane with Sandwich. Now roams into the mid lane. We got Hitman bot lane, nobody even answering him right now. Looks like Sandwich will finally back and go down there, but he's built armor. That's not going to help you against the Gwen. Oh, it's coming down to the wire here. Ty picked off, though. A lot of CC to deal with him. He's trying to run away. Might just make it. Oh, Cosmic Soul actually uses the ult not on time, so Meals can get a double kill before going down. Hitman, though, can absolutely carry these on the Gwen. Such a dangerous champion in these kinds of scenarios. Chasing down Old School without the chain of corruption. Has Sandwich there in his back pocket, though. End of the day, that's a 2 for 2 in a chaotic fight.
And they missed out on a few abilities. Demon King, this happened last night as well. Misplacing the Undertow doesn't end up killing Tybe, and it draws all those members, allows for Meals to come in and almost sweep up that fight. Fantastic stuff from the from the second place Demons. They find Isherboa, and the Baron is up. They have Meals respawning soon. Varus is ahead. I don't think they can go for this Baron. I think it's pretty risky with how many members are still up, but definitely looking to threaten and keep hot tub streamers on their toes.
That flash engage from Sandwich. Again, it's not a crazy hard ability to pull off, but to somebody newer to Wild Rift, and also I don't see many of our players in North America go for plays like that. Sandwich is just a breath of fresh air. Even the Shen game earlier today going for flash taunts in situations where I'm not expecting it. Love the trigger pull of this player.
All I need to tell Kangas is that Sandwich used to play Fortnite, and he's sold on this guy saving North America. You are getting that close. That is a joke. I don't know if he's actually played Fortnite before. I wouldn't be surprised, especially with the general age of the audience that's playing in a lot of these tournaments.
Fortnite mechanics are no joke, man. Before they took building out of the game, they were legit like mechanical geniuses and savants.
You know? So I wouldn't be surprised, but right now we're seeing that standoff in the mid lane. We haven't really been able to see hot tub streamers kind of utilize the tower taking defense. I'll hold that.
Okay. Second place Demons are going in. Tybe trying to lock members down, but they're on to the damage dealers. Isherboa is untouched. The perfect Ziggs fight with the Hitman on top, bringing the extra bit of pain. Old School running, but Cosmic Soul says you ain't going nowhere. Picks up a double kill and a clean ace for the hot tub streamers. 30 seconds on these timers. You're right, Al. 16.5 minutes into the game, and no waves to save them. The hot tub streamers have done it, upsetting the second seed. They got a date with Sentinels in the finals, and they will take the lower bracket semis.
All the way from the last chance qualifiers, hot tub streamers They weren't able to get it done in the third qualifier. They had to play through the LCQ. They had to defeat Stamina Esports again, which they've done prior, and they make it all the way from the lower bracket like we were talking about. It just doesn't get much better than this. They have a date with Sentinels again. The first match from the broadcast yesterday, a repeat here.
Who would have thought that that was the preview to the finals? Incredible run from the professional hot tub streamers, well deserving of the hype that they have been generating here. Hitman showing the Gwen carry potential in the late game. Cosmic Soul showing how deep the carry pool they can play in the mid lane is. And Boa did not die in that last fight. Ziggs being alive and positioning, getting all that damage in was massive for them. Ooh, things just came together, Alec, and now this finals match is going to be very, very exciting because we could pull information from the last time these two teams faced off and kind of use that as a template to see how things could potentially change going forward.
I'm just happy that they were able to get it done, right? Like,
yeah.
It's a really awesome story to follow between these 5 guys coming in, making it through that LCQ, and honestly just showing up. Now, again, they are going up against Sentinels, and they're going to need to clean up their mid game if they have any chance of wanting to stand against them. But, I mean, for second place Demons, you know, I want to kind of give them their flowers too, right? Like, they made it to this point. They have been second place throughout almost every single qualifier that we've had, and unable to kind of cross that final hurdle there in a 3-1 again, kind of evening up the score between these two.
Fantastic stuff, but there is one negative to this.
Okay.
And I gotta say, there is a 0% chance now that Alec has to shave his head because we needed the maximum number of games from that point on, and since this series did not go to 5, we can now remove the counter. Congratulations, Alec Battery. Your head is saved.
I was right.
You were right. With that said, we do have an interview with one of the members from Professional Hot Tub Streamers to come on here and chat before going into their finals match. So Alec, I'll bid farewell to you for right now while we bring on the player to chat. If you have any questions, though, Alec, you're in my ear, so just let me know, because I got Demon King here to chat about the win.
Hello.
Demon King, congratulations, man. Hell of a performance.
Thank you.
So, 4th seed coming into the tournament, and I having spoken with you in the past, I think I have an idea of what this answer could be. How was your confidence coming into this weekend? Did you feel like you could still make the run to the finals, or how easy did you think that path was going to be?
So the thing is, we actually have been a 0 scrim team this whole tournament. So, but despite that, we actually had an incredibly high level of confidence coming in because we all trust each other as a team, and this was a team that was put together not due to circumstance, but because we actually wanted to play together. So in our eyes, even though Sentinels has a spot right now, we're the #1 team in North America, because the second we get scrims in, they're barely pushing the ceiling, and we're just gonna be on their asses coming for them. So
it is off season. It's off season, so we've seen like all these roster shuffles around. You know, things kind of just went boom after WNS and Icons, right? All of the players are moving around. Is this like a core that everyone's hopeful for to continue going forward? Are you trying to pitch yourselves to orgs and trying to get everybody signed as this roster of 5?
So all I can say is you're gonna have to wait to see what's gonna happen. There's something cooking in the books. So,
ooh,
yeah.
I like that, Demon King. So you're guaranteed second place at a minimum. You're pushing for first place here. You will have to go for the bracket reset. So that means winning a best of 3 and then a best of 5 after that in order to actually pick up first place. But either way, it's $4,000 or $8,000 depending. Do you have something picked out on your Amazon wish list? Anything that you're already thinking of spending it on?
I mean, if it was up to me, dude, my dream, any of the money that I could get for esports stuff, is I would just want to have like a full-scale esports operation with like a team house and everyone just grinding and trying to be the best. That's actually my dream right now. It's just, I don't care about the frivolous stuff right now. I just want to be the kings and grinding hard and show up to international competitions and actually have a shot.
That's what I want to hear, Demon King. Let's go! It's not just about our region, it's showing up international. So, how are we going to fix the NA solo queue ladder then? Do you have...
Oh, no, dude, it's
have
that's on Riot. That's not on us. That's on Riot. So
yeah, that's a good point.
you're going to have a chat with them.
All right, I'll hit up my my contacts. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Did
they're
you have something you wanted
optimizing
to add in
for
there?
I mean, they made a mistake in changing their name from enemy because, you know, I'm the Demon King, so how can you be a demon and not be under me? So that was kind of a mistake.
Ooh. What they didn't realize is they're the second place demons, and they were second to the Demon King, not to Sentinels. I think that's what we're learning from that last series. Well, either way, congratulations. Great performance coming from you, coming from the whole team. I do want to ask one final thing, though, because Hitman in the top lane, such a cool player to see coming into North America. And I know he's kind of started off in like the Latin American region, and this whole tournament, we saw a lot of overlap. How do you feel about kind of seeing this overlap between North America and Latin America and getting more opportunities for our players to interact with each other?
I think it's pretty awesome, and also like I hope in the future that there's more opportunities, not just Latin America participating in our events as well as teams and organizations, but even like North American players and teams and organizations getting more involved in the Latin scene. Mostly because they have such a high level of engagement with viewership and fan base. I think it would be awesome to be able to participate in that, even if they're not doing as well in other aspects, just to be able to have the fan base and the crowd actually backing you and, you know, capitalizing on that, you know? I think that would be an exciting opportunity as well.
I think it's great for both regions. I would love to see it. Let's get Brazil in there also, because Brazil is kind of like carrying most of the West when it comes to international competitions.
Yeah, because I am a little bit jealous too, like how passionate their fan base is. You know, all the guys running around with the Brazilian flags, like you know.
It's infectious, right? You know, you see it and then you want to feel that and emulate it. So if we can get more interaction between the America regions, I think that's better for all of us. But I'm going to give you some time to catch up with your team, catch your breath. That was a big series, but you got another one right ahead of you. So good luck with that, Demon King. We'll be rooting for you in the finals. Let's see if you can give Sentinels their first loss.
For sure. It was good talking to you. Thanks for having me.
Of course. We'll bring back Alec Battery now here to close out before we send it over to a break. Alec, Demon King always gives the best, spiciest answers. I love interviewing him.
And I knew as soon as he was talking about the Esports org, I was like, oh, dude, Kangas is going to just lose his mind, man. It's just the Kangas special. So I'm excited. I was kind of lurking around in some chats, and so I saw someone call him Diamond King. Oh, it's so funny, man. Oh, I'm so hoping for this matchup to be as good as, you know, they were hyping it up to be. They're gonna have to come with some spicy tech. We already saw the 2-0 super ratio come out from them in the first game yesterday.
Yep.
They gotta bring it. They gotta bring it today.
Hey, yesterday they pushed Sentinels past their average game time of 14.5 minutes. And I believe both games were over 15.5 minutes. So that's something already. That's something. Elongating that average. Let's take a look at the bracket, though, for one final time. Actually, we might look at it one time at the very end, but at least one final time before our final series here. Because Sentinels versus... I don't know if anybody would have guessed this. The professional hot tub streamers coming in here with nothing but a dream and a chance to challenge the Kings of NA.
This will be an incredible one. Like you're saying, I don't think anybody would have, you know, kind of bet. Maybe Demon King definitely would have bet on himself, but none of us here thought that this would be the finals matchup. And honestly, it just feels fitting. Having that lower bracket run just feels awesome. And it's something that is only possible here at the playoffs, right? All the other qualifiers have been single elimination. And so now here with a second life, they've made good on it. Now they've all gone 3-1. But hey, it doesn't really matter in which way you get here. The fact doesn't matter. You got to the grand finals. And now Sentinels, who have been waiting, who have been watching, I'm sure that they're more than willing to try and have Demon King eat some words.
Yeah. I feel like Sentinels are probably watching that with a grin on their face, thinking, all right, hey, it's up to you to prove it. Let's see if they can. As we send it to a short break before we're back with the grand finals between Sentinels and Hot Tub Streamers right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the finals between Sentinels and the professional hot tub streamers. Elk, a best of 3 ahead of us. Maybe a best of 5 if we get the bracket reset. But if history is any indication, we might be out of here in 2 games because Sentinels have been looking dominant so far.
This will probably be the quickest the stream has been all season long.
Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, I was responsible for a pretty long broadcast, so yeah, that was great. And you know, it feels fitting to get one of the shorter ones this time around.
Oh yeah.
Yesterday, obviously, we had some pretty long games. Obviously, we had 2 2-0s, but then that best of 5 between the professional hot tub streamers and Imperius was pretty insane. But now here again, we talked about it before we went on break, but Sentinels looking to put the final touches on a perfect season. And the professional hot tub streamers, Demon King himself professing they're the #1 team. Sentinels are just barely scraping in.
Yes, because I think that's exactly the takeaway everyone would have if that's what the hot tub streamers are able to do.
If they beat them, obviously we would have the bracket reset and they have to do this all over again. But they beat them, then they become the #1 team. No one's been able to take a game off
Going into the bracket reset. That's a good point. You know what? I will say this. I think it would be the biggest upset in the history of North American Wild Rift if they are able to get this. And that's no slight to the professional hot tub streamers. We're all fantastic players in their own right, but it's just I know that we've had dominant teams in the past throughout North America, but every one of them would drop a game in a best of series at some point. They haven't dropped anything yet. And the stats, at like the level of which they're dominating is insane. Like I said, there's always the moment in a Sentinels game where it's just over, and then they close it out. So,
there's
how many
that
moments are they going to get?
I think they're going to get a few. I don't think the professional hot tub streamers are going to make it easy for them, but I don't think any team has really wanted to come into a game and be like, we should make it as free as possible for the Sentinels to get out. We've seen some games that have been a little close, but I think, especially with where the hot tub streamers are at in their gameplay right now, I think to get 1 game will be an achievement.
I mean, they would be the first. Absolutely, that would be an achievement if they can pick that up. They're coming in with the momentum as well. Hopefully they're not too tired because they've been playing a lot of games this day already. This is about to be, at least they had the first best of 3, so they had a little bit of a break, but this is their 3rd series of the day, 2 in a row. This is their 5th game in a row. They did get a little bit of a break there, right? So hopefully they can recover, but it's the, give and take. Do you want to be rested and recovered, feeling fresh, or do you want to ride the momentum of a win into the next series? Which is a bigger buff?
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say Demon King. They've only had to play like this is their 2nd series, right? Like they didn't have to play yesterday.
That is a good point. I was
Yeah.
thinking about yesterday, seriously.
Yeah. If they had to play all of their lower bracket games in one, I would be like, yeah. If they lose, I'm okay. Like I'm not happy about it, but like, I understand. It's a long day. They've only played 4 games, and Sentinels have played 2. So like, you know, what's another 30 minutes on top of that? But as we get into the game, I think already Sentinels kind of recognizing Hitman. You've been playing a lot of Gwen. We can't allow that to happen. And getting rid of Yone from Cosmic Soul. I'm really interested in what the mid lane matchup is going to be, because Cosmic Soul already had to prove himself up against starting once, and it didn't necessarily have that same kind of oomph that we saw in the last series.
What will they go to this time around? The Yone, I think, is the biggest potential to be like a 1v9 carry for Cosmic Soul in this match. So I like these Mancer Sentinels. It's like the 2 biggest threats along with the highest priority that the hot tub streamers go towards. So instead, it's back to this combo.
Okay.
Karma Olaf is always terrifying. It's very oppressive. And then Izraboa can pilot this, not die as often as we've been, you know, hyping up with the engage of the Rakan. So this is feeling like comfort for streamers.
And this is especially something that I think kind of works within their wheelhouse, right? Like, empower Demon King and also give someone like a Strange Hero some ability to engage. He has had some of the best engages for his team so far in the tournament, and so almost fitting, right, to have not only that match between the mid laners, but also now Lebmont versus a Strange Hero. Kind of saw a little bit in the first game, in the first series anyway, between these two, that it didn't necessarily go their way, but getting rid of junglers away from Molly. Are they trying to force him onto Riven here? Because the Riven is not banned, and I mean, they got rid of his Camille.
Yeah, I mean, Molly, if it wasn't Lee Sin, which is still available, he would go towards things like Fiora and Riven. It's only recently in this weekend tournament he's been playing like the Camille again. So the Kha'Zix is also one interesting. I feel like his other big choices are still all on the table. It could be a Lee Sin. I know it's not the best matchup into the Olaf, so maybe the Riven's better, but I still think Fiora could potentially be on the table.
Definitely could be. And there you go.
Oh, it's taken away.
They go for it. Cosmic, what's your pick here? You're going to have to blind into mid lane. Gume's Lucian is notoriously broken. And instead taking the Ahri.
This feels more like a starting pick than a Cosmic Soul pick, so it's almost like a denial in a way. If they're saying the Gragas and thinking that could be a jungler now that the Garen's locked in, but no, it's Gragas in the mid lane, I guess.
Yeah.
With Garen top, and then the Lee Sin for Molly. And we've seen Molly do disgusting things with this Lee Sin. Is the most played throughout all the other open qualifiers.
Respected Demon King getting ganked IRL. He's coming in. I don't know who it was, but someone definitely just came in, was like, good luck. Best of luck in your game. He's like, probably just heard him like in the kitchen rumbling around like, yeah, I made it in the grand finals. Just want to let you know.
Well, count it on you.
Yeah, if you don't win this, North America's doomed. You know, just got right into his ear.
I mean, that was Demon King's own words. Well, not if they lose this, they're doomed, but his goal, right? And Demon King, that's the best part about him. Win or lose, perform or drop the ball, he's always looking big picture, saying, we want to be the best. It's not just about, you know, the performance on the day. It's about the region. It's about the team. It's about everything outside of just what you're seeing on your screen right now. And I feel like that's a good mentality for a region to have, because if we're trying to succeed internationally, the first step is believing you can. And Demon King absolutely believes.
I was going to say, you know, all that is nice. And I know he probably means it when he's like, I don't really care about the money. The money helps.
Oh, yes. Yes,
you know, now already these two have locked themselves in to at least getting $4,000 between the two of them. So the $4,000 is nice. It definitely helps with, you know, he's like, if I could not have to care about the frivolities, right? Like the stuff that, you know, otherwise. But $4,000 is nice. Getting $8,000 is a little bit better. That one definitely feels like, okay. It also comes along
my
with
math checks out.
Yeah, it also feels like it also obviously comes along with the title of, did you beat Sentinels or not? So
yeah, true. And that honestly is more pressure to Sentinels, to the man on your screen, Glaciax, because when I interviewed him, he said that early in the offseason, he was approached by Sentinels to put together a roster, and this is the roster that he chose. It shows. These are most of, if not just all of the best players in North America on a roster. They had role swaps to make sure that they could all work together, putting Molly in the jungle so that, or rather Lamont going to support so that Molly could play in the jungle.
Yeah.
It's working out for them. But what did Demon King just say? This is a roster that chose to play together. They wanted to play together. So they came together as 5 players, as opposed to Sentinels that came together as a coach drafting 5 players. Which one's gonna win out, right? You know, it's like it's a battle of who won the offseason.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, right there, there's just like a lot of history and a lot of like stuff that we could talk about, right? The fact that like in their interview, like they said that Lamont wanted to just play with his brother Gume, so like we just put them in the bot lane together. And I'm sure if you ask starting, he just wants to be on the best competitive roster that he can. Oh, yeah. I'm sure that would probably go the same for really any player, but especially these who have all gone international at one point or another to represent North America. They want to have the best shot that they can to help North America to go international and perform there as players. So, I mean, no matter how really they got there, I'm sure the Hot Tub streamers, I mean, we could always ask them what happened to Suzaka and why they didn't just take all 5 of their homies, but, you know,
true.
There, you know, like there's a little bit of spice there. There's a little bit of spice there, and we'll see exactly what that kind of turns into.
That's what off seasons are for.
Yeah.
Off seasons are for, you know, reassessing what rosters work, what rosters don't, how we want to move forward as players, as teams. And the goal, I really hope that Demon King was, you know, being authentic there when he was saying, you know, keep your eyes out because there's some cool org news maybe coming out at some point. I'm trying to remember his exact words so I don't misquote him. But what I read from that is that there is an opportunity that, you know, we could see orgs picking up rosters like this one, the Professional Hot Tub Streamers, which would be really cool going into next year's season. Which still, crossing my fingers, we get news about that sometime soon here.
I just hope that Cloud9 signs Demon King just for the meme. Just like
that would be incredible.
It'd be very based. I would just be like, thank you. Okay, you know, like he knocked you out. Give him some more, you know, like, hey, welcome to the org.
Could you imagine having Tarzan as your jungler and then Demon King comes in to replace him? That's like the most blessed timeline. It's incredible.
I don't want to think about that. Last time I have to remember that he was in Wild Rift, probably the better.
All right, it looks like we do have word from our producer, Tasty Bacon. Wrong champ picked on accident. Having to remake lobby real quick. Which of the champs do we think was a mistake then?
I'm pretty sure what happened is the draft is correct, but the actual blind pick, they like locked in the wrong champion, so they have to remake the draft again. They got to start from the top. Yeah, that is exactly what happened. Thank you, Tasty. I figured that was the case. Because they draft out of client first. They draft out of client. It's the
that is. Those are the drafts. That draft will be seen in game, but we just have to redo it because, I'm caught up.
There we go.
So
welcome
we just have a little bit more time to stall. Well, since we have that time, then I want to bring us back. Earlier on the day in the last series, I had said something and then was like, no, I want to save that for the next series.
Okay.
So
here we go.
Now is when I'm going to bring that up, even though, you know, we don't see them on screen yet, but I just want to give props to Molly on the Sentinels because, again, leading kills by a large margin after replacing who was, in my opinion, and I've been very public in stating this, I felt Lamont was the best player in North America. Not just best jungler, best player in North America. And Molly steps into Lamont's shoes and is just popping off. Like what happened? Was Molly always this good of a jungler? Because if so, starting definitely got boosted to rank 1. There's no way it wasn't because of Molly.
It definitely was Molly. Molly was just that good, and obviously starting is, you know, as good as we kind of purport him to be. But, I mean, Molly just showing off that he's just a multi-role talent. He's just a genuinely good gamer. Not just like, oh, I'm good at one role, I can like play certain champions. Like, he's good at mid lane. We saw him there at Sentinels when they made their run here in North America. We now see him in jungle again, and he's just insane. And now he gets to have it with Lamont. So it's like, you now have taken both of the best junglers in North America out of the pool. You don't even get to play with Lamont.
Not fair.
Lamont's on my team, playing another role.
Ah, that is just disgusting to think about. Yeah, I was when I first heard the news of this roster coming together, that was the biggest surprise to me. Was like, wait, Lamont is not in the jungle anymore and role swapped. Hearing from Glaciax, obviously, we got a little more context, like you said, wanting to play with his brother in the bot lane, so that makes some more sense, right? They should have synergy, but yeah, maybe that could be a debuff, honestly, depending on how some brotherly relationships are. Hopefully it works out for him. But it just shows the respect that Lamont has also for Molly, saying, yeah, you're the one that can come in and take the role that I was previously playing in. Man, I just want to listen into the comms on this team because they have so many different personalities between everybody. Yeah. I need to hear what it sounds like.
Well, they'll hopefully for starting in Zello, they should be able to just make it work. And we're already into game now.
Here we go.
Start of the
game
best
number
of 5.
1 of the best of 3 grand finals before a potential bracket reset. Hot Tub Streamers, they got to win this and another to take the title. Sentinels hoping to keep their undefeated streak alive.
Oh, man. Start of this best of 3. The grand finals are there. And, oh, man, it just feels really awesome. Now, we'll have to see exactly what happens. We've got the Gragas mid. We've seen this matchup a few times, specifically into Akali, but into the Ahri, I mean, Ahri just doesn't have a lot of kill threat. You have a Gragas who's going to be able to out-heal, will be able to out-sustain, and does have the ability to kind of contest on the minion wave after a few levels. So, we also now just have Molly on Lee Sin. So, really, we're just getting a treat here.
Mm-hmm. I feel like the players on Sentinels are getting most of what I think of when I think of them. Lamont, I remember the first weekend me and Smacks got to cast, he was playing Nami and Lux and like flash engaging on them because of course he's Lamont. Gume on the Lucian, and now here we go. Molly's Lee Sin with starting on the Gragas, pick up first blood, invading Demon King. Now they're looking for a dive bot lane. Izraboa clears out the way, but there is another one here, and Molly just flash commits under the turret, will die to the final shot. But in total, a 3-for-1 trade.
And that's just the blistering fast pace that you have to play against if you're up against the Sentinels. Professional Hot Tub Streamers, they were just not able to really do much there. Starting and Molly, the mid-jungle duo, run over Demon King, and they're like, oh, let's take away some of the other pillars of your team composition here. Let's just straight up kill your dragon laners. So crashing that wave, getting a massive influx of golden experience. Gotta be feeling pretty good if you're Sentinels, all according to plan.
Every game, Sentinels have what I like to call the moment. And I think we got ours a little early here, Al, because the moment was an invade right as the bot lane was crashing in. They can use this 2,000 gold lead to just keep snowballing the game. Look for another engaged bot lane here, but Demon King is nearby. Level 5, here comes Molly onto Izraboa. Demon King trying to take down Molly. Damage onto the Lee Sin. Gets the kill, traded right on back as a strange hero. Knocked into the enemy team. The charm lands from Cosmic Soul, but starting is just a body of a man right now. And he's just sitting in front of his team, making sure they are safe.
The mod, okay, well, Kangas, the moment is still happening currently. We are still in the moment. Even Zello's
It is a
up
prolonged moment.
Yeah. This is
continuous.
Great. I love this, though. I'm glad that they're playing so fast because a lot of the criticisms of North America is that there's a lot of inactivity. There's just not really much happening. And they're just playing the game at minute 1. Like, 3 minutes, it is 5-2. There is a 2,000 gold lead, and Molly does not care that you are farming and you're trying to go for efficient pathing. He is killing you, taking your camps, going for your dragon laners. He's going to come back to you. Yeah, he's going to come back and try to find you. Like, he does not care.
Molly's like the only, actually Lamont was another jungler that would do this in the past. You literally have 3 of your own camps up and says, nope, don't need them. I'm just gonna walk into the enemy jungle and just deny their own camps.
What are you gonna do, steal mine? No. Like,
yeah.
You have no priority. There's nothing happening in the mid lane right now. They've had to move Cosmic down to this dragon lane to pick it up, and Zello's just slamming every wave under Hitman's turret, so maybe this is the play they go for. A Strange Hero is level 6, has had that ultimate. Maybe they try to look for a play, but they just know they're on vision, so can't do much.
That would have been a kill right there onto Izraboa, who is now lane swapped into the mid lane, Cosmic Soul's bot. Molly's hanging around top lane as the quickness popped, but starting was well out of there. No chance of an engage. Ooh, the kick on the Hitman. Molly's taking the 1v1. Grand Challenge has been issued. Molly waiting it out, flashes, and goes in. The burn, the red buff, the kill for Molly.
He just is playing on every single edge. He does not care. He's like, oh, these guys are free. Like, he's so far ahead at this point. Goes for the Serpent's Fang for the early lethality that he wants to try and get for himself. And, I mean, this is just incredible. They're even getting the Rift Herald here. Going to be foregoing the early dragon. They just want to keep the pace of the game going. This is so fast. Oh my god, stun.
Yeah, right on top of him. Demon King in trouble, taken out as Zello gets the kill. Molly was even on the top Herald right there. They thought it was a trade of objectives, but Sentinels do not give you anything for free. They contest, get 2 kills.
They don't even bother. Like you're saying, nothing is free here. They are taking the dragon after getting the Rift Herald, crashing it mid. And this is exactly the kind of stuff that we would want to see out of the #1 team here in North America. Undefeated and playing quite like it at this point. They're continuing their aggression, their domination here in Game 1.
All right, I think the moment is past, Elk. Now we're into the wait for Sentinels to end the game time, because we have never seen them in the history of this roster being together give up a gold lead this massive. 6K at 6 minutes. This is slip and slide territory that we are in right now. And also shout out to Asmo, who just reached out to me on Discord and let me know Estranged Hero is in fact too young. Just playing on the account Estranged Hero right now. So
nice.
Thank you for the information. We always appreciate when you can let us know that stuff.
I remember that piece of information. I guess it must have just like slipped my mind, but we are here. We're vibing. They're gonna go for this dive. Karma's
Under
on the way.
Turret. Yeah, and there we go. Estranged Hero, aka Too Young, has been taken down. Izurboa walks up, but takes 1 auto from Gume. And is down 1/5 of his health bar, plus a barrel he's at half. Oh, it's so painful to watch.
They're gonna dive
the professional hot
again.
tub streamers are in danger everywhere on the map. Big charm lands on a Molly though. Maybe gods can bleed. They can kill the Lee Sin. That would feel fantastic. Oh, Molly trying to bait out some abilities. Might have played himself, but no! The bowling ball kill takes down Izurboa as finally Too Young shows up. Gives Molly his 3rd death of the game, but oh, starting! You didn't have to do it to him, but you did! Slapping Cosmic Soul around the ribs.
And there's Molly. He's got the 3 deaths. We've got the benchmark. We're almost there to 4. But
well, it's 5. It was 5 is his record for most deaths in the series.
Okay,
yeah.
well, honestly, if you win if you win your grand finals and you have a few more deaths than 5, honestly, we take those. That is like just like, oh, whatever, who cares? Dying is irrelevant. I got what I wanted. I got my 8,000 and a perfect season at that. But hot tub streamers, we said that they were gonna have to fix up their mid game. They're not even surviving the early game. The game has been gone.
9,000 lead at 8 minutes. Me and Smacks came up with a new term. I'm not sure if you're aware of it. So
no,
the slip and slide is if you have 1,000 gold per minute in the game.
Oh, okay.
A water slide is anything past that. So it's no longer just, you know, slipping out of control. Now you're free falling down a tube and like going in circles and stuff.
It's like one of those big ones where they like send you down like on a little raft or whatever, and then you like swim, you do like the whirlpool thing.
Exactly. It starts indoor and then it goes outdoor and then it goes back indoor. Yeah, it's crazy.
Ton of those in Florida. I know exactly what you're talking about, so it makes sense.
Oh, nice. Wait, are you actually being serious or facetious?
Being dead ass.
Nice! Because in Minnesota we have a bunch as well, and I wasn't sure because Florida's more warm, and in Minnesota we have them because it's so cold. So you can still do them, you know, in the winter.
Like, okay, don't you guys just like close the pool though after like a certain time of the year?
Mostly, but I mean indoor pools will stay open.
Oh, okay, because I was gonna say like the fact, like the idea that people close like the pool and stuff at certain, I'm like, I live in Florida, so why would I ever need to do that?
But you can close this play if you're professional hot tub streamers. Diving under the turret, they were looking to overload onto it, and they are picked off one by one. First to fall, but actually they have Israboa coming in here. Strange Hero still alive. Hitman jumping in with the grand challenge. He can't get the final proc. One auto would have done it. And it's not enough.
Gumi's here. Goodbye.
Sentinels have yet to lose a member. Zello still alive with Lamont keeping him safe. And Peachy, too young, takes a thumbs off the stick, says, I will let myself go down. End it quickly. Sentinels at blistering pace. We are not 10 minutes in this game. And this Rift Herald will charge the inhibitor.
Oh, and he's even going to 1v1 Demon King. There we go. Here it is.
Wait, Demon King? Okay, no, never mind. Yeah.
Okay, it's not their fastest game. Fastest game being 9 minute 30, but it's pretty damn fast. And if this is the Sentinels that we've been expecting, the Sentinels that we saw, you know, periodically throughout the RiftMasters circuit, but, you know, recently I've been kind of playing a little slower, maybe losing out on some of that tempo that when we were talking to Glaciox earlier today, he's like, yeah, there was just some things. We were just not playing as clean as maybe we would, as I would like and as the team would like. So this right here feels a little bit back to form.
All right, round 2, fight. Hitman, you have the ultimate, pop it. Oh, he just uses it to scare Zello away. I guess you have 0 vision topside. You're not confident to take the fight. Might have actually been able to take that 1v1 though.
Maybe if he wasn't like 2 levels down and, you know.
And 4,000 gold behind actually,
Yeah.
now that I look at it. Molly, meanwhile, with the rest of Sentinels, are looking to make quick work of the professional hot tub streamer, saying it was cute that you won in the lower bracket, but remember who sent you there, as they are 20-3 on the scorecard, 15,000 gold ahead at 11 minutes in the game. It's just a formality at this point. How much longer will they make the hot tub streamers feel this pressure?
Oh man, this is just insane. I mean, it's literally 20-3. They're getting super ratioed at this point. It's 17,000 gold.
All 3 of those deaths are Molly.
Love it. I love it here. Putting in work. Really good job from the Sentinels. I mean, I don't really know what we can do at this point, Kangas, next to just straight up like start drawing on the screen. This game
I could do
has
another
been
logo.
over. Okay.
I could make the second place demons a
It
logo.
might be hard
I
without
remember
a
that
visual
was
aid.
the thing.
It might be hard without a visual aid because the game is still going on. But like, yeah, the game has been over for approximately 11 minutes. Look at Gume, man. This is a highlight reel.
Straight up running at him. Colin gets the kill, but actually bit off more than he could chew at the end. Trades his life. Oh, the charm misses onto Lamont. Didn't even flash, just sidestepped as Molly. Ooh, okay, we're having some fun with it now. I see you, Molly. Doesn't get around them, so doesn't look for the insect play, but now lands a Sonic Wave and kicks back Hitman immediately. Frame perfect out of the riposte. Strange Hero survives, but a killing spree for Molly regardless. 4-22. Molly no longer the only one with a death. Gume joins him, but I don't think it matters much at all. Just take the inhibs, Sentinels. I think you can literally hard force it. Hitman, though, pushing them away. Level 11 on this Fiora, getting damage onto Zello. Looking for more. Tidal Wave used. There's the riposte. Over the wall comes starting. Big damage from the Gragas, but Hitman's still alive. Had to flash, had to barrier to get away, and unfortunately a Strange Hero does not have the same luxury. It's actually Jerboa, now that I look at it again. And he's picked off. So yeah, Sentinels, they can do no wrong at this point.
Can they hit 20 though? Can they hit 20K? Thoughts?
Oh my god, they're at 17.
Do the 20K. Do the race. I want to see it.
I think actually if they sweep the hot tip streamers without giving a kill, then they will just get it. Okay, yeah, that was the last attempt, right, from Demon King. You can't discredit him. You just got to go in and hope for the smite steal. But good on Sentinels to say, no, don't give it to him. Lamont almost dies. Sidesteps his own mid laner's barrel right there.
We're almost there.
We are
800,
almost
900.
at 20K. I hate that this is what this game has turned into.
This is what you want to see. You want to see good Wild Rift played from the best North American team. Here you go. 20K at 14 minutes. They're going to do it.
What did we learn from this, Alec?
Let's go.
There we go. 20K. We are now. Okay, so we have slip and slide. We have water slide.
This is a waterfall, my God.
I was gonna say this is literally just
a sheer cliff face, man. Like,
what's the most famous waterfall? I know the name, but Niagara Falls. There we go. Well, we call this one a Niagara.
You might need another word. I'll be honest. Let's see.
That's too memeable, yeah.
It is. Okay, if you want the largest, it's called Angel Falls.
Oh! Demon King, Angel Falls, too poetic, whatever you call it, though. Sentinels are just this good. You're looking at the future of North America, everybody. Game 1, but it's feeling doomed already. A massive performance from the #1 seed team in this tournament, yet to drop a game in all of RiftMSTRS 2022. I'd say Sentinel's money's been pretty well spent so far, as they will take game #1.
It's 4-32, everybody. 26,000 gold ahead, or something close therein. That's game 1 of a best-of-3 grand finals. If that's game 1, I guess I'll just order Chipotle right now. Like, call it a day. I'll be good.
I mean, you probably could. It might get here by the time that we're wrapped up.
It may be. I mean, where's my phone? We'll find it later. Oh, it's on the kitchen countertop. Okay, well.
So what's a little concerning about this graph is if you take away the numbers, it looks like a standard Sentinels game.
Uh-huh.
But then you throw the numbers back on, and you're like, what happened?
Ledmont with another MVP. That's what I love to see. I love this guy so much. I know Molly's been dropping bombs, like 10-3 in this game. This guy is nuts at support. Definitely helps he's on the best team in North America. That that is something we do have to say. Like,
that can sometimes have an effect.
When you are on the best team, your stats tend to look a little bit better than some others. But Ledmont, eye test wise, the things that he's doing in the game are just beautiful. Just exactly what we want to see from someone. If you wouldn't have told me he wasn't role swapped, would never know the difference.
And you can see the improvement from that first weekend, the first open qualifier to today. Back then, the biggest thing that me and Smacks could say with criticism towards him, still, undefeated, winning every game, but the biggest criticism was positioning too aggressively on enchanters. Being way too far forward. He was oftentimes leading things like death count in the games because he was just not used to playing these super squishy enchanters. He's playing a lot of Lux, a lot of Nami, and just running at the enemy. But now it seems like he's getting much more comfortable with that balance. I won't say mastered yet because I don't think anybody's really stressed him too much or pushed him to the extreme where he would really be tested fully. But he's not dying. He's positioning well. He's saving everybody on his team while keeping himself alive. And that's very impressive for a brand new support.
Fantastic stuff. Genghis, what do we do now? Because second place Demons.
Oh, the logo, right?
The logo. I can logo out.
I can draw a logo for the second place Demons.
No, yeah. Let's. I mean, it kind of sucks because professional hot tub streamers are in this series.
Yeah, you know what? Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
There we go.
Maybe afterwards I'll just post on Twitter or something. Yeah. We'll get one for them. But we are ready for a draft for game #2. This has got to be a speed run for Sentinels. They're trying to set a record for number of series won with the quickest possible game time.
Hopefully. Well, I don't think they're going to get the 930. The 930 was that is a miracle. That is a once in a lifetime that's going to happen, and then we'll just like never see it again. Don't think that's going to happen.
I'm trying to remember who they were even against. The 930 was against a team called Sure Why Not.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. And a reminder that the last time, they also, in that same qualifier too, they had a 9-minute 30-second game against that team. Then they went up against professional hot tub streamers in their next series.
And the hell out of them.
The streamers pushed them to 18 minutes, 52 seconds. So we know that the hot tub streamers can push Sentinels further than Sentinels usually get pushed by teams, but maybe you're just catching Sentinels on their best day yet because it's looking like they're undefeatable.
For sure. I mean, they are undefeated, right? They are one game away from, I mean, if I take a look at like their record, right? Like they have gone, what is it? So they had to play at least 3 best of 3s through 3 qualifiers. So that's that's 18 games plus the 2 that they had to play today and yesterday. So about 22 games. This is 23. The last one was 23. 24-0 is an insane record to have.
Let's see how long they can keep it going. Because if they win this, I know it's off season, right? But like, we could still consider this an official record based on the other teams competing in these events. Going into next year, like, how long could Sentinels remain without dropping a single game?
Yeah, that's true. I've been informed slightly off by with my 24 count. But honestly, until someone proves that number wrong, I'm correct.
It was 3 open qualifiers at 6 games apiece, which is 18. They've played 4 already at this tournament, so that's 22, and then 1, so 23. So this should be the 24th game.
Yeah, but I think there may have been I know that there was 2 qualifiers that had 64. That were like round of 64.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So there's probably like I'm probably off by like 4 or so games. But either way, having that many is pretty insane. Oh, that's right. Wait, but 9 best of 3s. Yeah, but they 2-0'd all of them. So it's 18. That's 18 for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll do the math later. There's a draft going on, and probably this number thing is probably going to be more interesting than what's going to happen in the next 15 minutes, but we'll see. We'll see.
We can say definitively streamed games. Games that we have witnessed them.
Yes.
This is 24 right here if they pick this up. So let's see if they can pull it off here. They banned away the same champions. Hot Tub streamers have adapted, banning literally 3 of the champs that Sentinels just whooped them with. And then go back to Izraboa on the Karma and Garen for top lane.
I was going to say, let's take a look at this. I mean, Galio being picked up here for the Sentinels. The fact of the matter is that Molly did just get his Camille. And that is problematic. You just gave starting his Jace, which he is renowned for on this champion. And giving Lamont something like this Galio where he's probably going to go for a full AP variant. Demon King is laughing. I'm hoping they're enjoying this draft. They're going Braum Karma.
That's, you know, sometimes champions can paint a picture in series and in games. The picture that's being painted right now from professional Hot Tub streamers is, please don't hurt us. That's basically the message that they're sending in the bot lane right now. I don't know what that translates to in actual art form if we're looking at a real painting, but that's the gist.
Okay, I got the numbers. 28.
28.
I don't know if it includes this series, so this would last game would be 29. Okay, so it does include everything. Shouldn't they should be on an odd number then, because this would be the last game that they'd have to play.
Well, there's a chance that in one of the other qualifiers, like the first qualifier, maybe they had 2 or 3 games off stream, right? Like, you can have odd numbers there. Getting a bye, things like that.
We'll have
it can change the numbers a lot.
We'll investigate. We'll do a little bit of investigation. But
well, while they do that, let's catch up. Kha'Zix locked in for Sentinels. Akshan for the Hot Tub streamers, and Snooze Fest. That is no, actually, it is still starting on the Jace, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and it's Molly on the Kha'Zix. Ooh, this is actually getting a little spicier than I thought, because now, what is Demon King gonna play?
No way.
Evelyn with Lee Sin, Xin Zhao, Shyvana gone. He's not going back to the Olaf. It is instead Evelyn locked in.
All right, full send, boys. This is like the most aggressive mid jungle that you can probably get. Now they are going to be particularly weak early on, but come, the first 4 levels of the game, after that, they should be fine. I mean, they can have someone like this Braum roaming with the Akshan. They can play very aggressive in front of enemy team's face. I think, if there's a way for Hot Tub streamers to do it, this is not the way that I expected it, especially in Evelyn jungle, something that we very rarely see.
Where is the damage?
Not here.
Who's doing damage? in this team comp. Sean,
Sentinels.
short range into a Corky Kha'Zix Camille Jace? I don't think so. Karma bursting into a Galio? This is looking like a Sentinels not miracle run, deserved run, earned run. There's no miracle in this. This is just straight up outperforming your opponents. And Glaciax, the coach on stream right now, looking confident, looking focused as he's giving the team the game plan going into what could be their final game of Rift Masters.
Let me just check the local time of something, because if I'm correct, so we started at, they're 12 hours ahead. This guy's been up early. Local time when we started, 6 p.m. EST for me, that's 10 a.m. in Singapore. Or that's it's 6 a.m. So he's been up at least, maybe a few minutes before, at the very least, like at least 15. So he's been up. He's like, okay, early day, early start, make a quick 8K, go right back to bed.
I don't know if Glaciax gets all of that, but
oh, for sure,
we'll see.
for the boys. Some of it's for the boys. But all's done in a good day of work.
What they get is they actually take Demon King's part of his 4K earnings, and then they divvy that up among the rest of the roster.
Molly invades and steals some of his money.
Oh, that's awful.
Molly just comes in and invades, takes his camps. He's like, thank you for the 1,500. I'm out. Bye-bye. Just leaves with his share.
Knowing Molly, he probably won't say anything. He's just walk away.
Molly, he won't take it, man. He'll just be like, hey, man, that's your money. I don't really care.
I don't need it. As we're waiting to get into game here, though, just a reminder for everybody, for table setting, context setting, we've had dominant teams every year. Every kind of season of Wild Rift, from Season 0 in 2021, it was Tribe. Season 1 of WNS, it was Immortals. Both of those teams had dropped a game somewhere in their runs throughout their years of dominant play. Sentinels could be the first team in an off-season, still, mind you, it's not official tournament play, but an off-season, to go undefeated in a tournament.
It is insane, the run that they've had here, from Kansui Fan Club all the way now here to Sentinels being announced and being revealed to the rest of the world. It's pretty insane. It's nuts. We've talked about it almost repeatedly at this point, but it goes without mentioning the fact that, like you're saying, no one has been this good ever. So yeah.
If they make the run, does that mean Kansui is the most impactful player in the history of North American Wild Rift?
He had two teams. He had Kansui Fan Club and the Kansui Hate Club. Now the Hate Club didn't make it very far, but they did take Imperius down at one point. So
Good
yeah.
point. So all credit to Kansui at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, Kansui should get the 8K.
Yeah,
if we're looking at anyone who's worthy of all the prize pool.
That's what we were talking about. We were like, dude, Kansui is about to be the most famous North American player. He's about to save all of North America with his brand. He's about to be the region.
What? Hear me out, Alk. Hear me out. Hear me out. Wait, what position did Kansui play again? Just so I get this accurate. I'm blanking. I don't remember.
I don't remember.
I want to say it was jungle, but I don't know. Let's just say jungle.
Yeah,
We're just gonna say jungle for the sake of this narrative. All right.
Okay.
So, the professional hot tub streamers actually take this. They win game 2 here, giving Sentinels their first loss. But in doing so, Demon King's soul literally leaves his body and he drops dead. And who shows up? Kansui with the steel chair and subs in for professional hot tub streamers to take down Sentinels.
Why did we have to pronounce Demon King as dead? Why can't he just be like, yeah, dude, I'm terminally ill right now.
It's gonna take that. It's gonna take that level of performance from him to actually pick this up. But maybe not, as Cosmic Soul just bullies starting to start the game.
You know what this draft looks like? It's like, you got this, especially with the Evelyn specifically. This just looks like a Cloud9 draft. Look at this, even level 1 invading! A strange hero. Just try to get off.
Okay.
Trying to stop them, but Gumei's here. So is Akshan. They're just gonna stay
like
level
this.
1 forever.
Braum is probably the best champion level 1 in the game. And the fact being,
what is happening
he can.
now? What are they doing?
We're getting a little messy. We're having fun with it. I like this. This is amazing. I'm a fan! one. Molly's down. First blood kill for the professional hot tub streamers.
Okay, they're gonna start up this red buff. Stranger, you gotta be really careful on the Braum. You don't end up going down. Trying to cancel recalls, even starting, having a recall here. Molly's back though.
Okay,
Yume's fighting for it.
We're still going. No, Molly gets it.
Got the smite.
Okay, yeah, Cosmic Soul has to flash over the wall, so Demon King does not get a camp to start the game. But they are ahead in 1,000 gold. Okay, it's not fully doomed. It's just looking rough.
It's not fully doomed. Hey, they got around the early game hump by just forcibly making Sentinels not be able to play the first level of the half. So, you know what? We take those if you're a hot tub streamer fan.
I mean, this is the best start. Is this the first gold lead a team has had against Sentinels? It honestly might be, as Demon King here onto starting has flash and barrier, so starting should be fine. Yeah, he gets that, no problem.
This is not the first time we've seen a gold lead be held up against hot tub streamers. Maybe this early on it is, but we've seen second place Demons. We've seen a couple of other teams kind of have a few thousand gold on Sentinels. I think the most recent one was a 2,000 gold lead, but besides that, hot tub streamers are just going nuts.
Oh, Cosmic Soul. I don't know if you win this, buddy. Oh, but he does get flash and barrier out of starting. Meanwhile, still alive himself. Molly did not have the jump to get over that wall and clean up the kill.
Gonna go for it. You saw Demon King even go for the flash there. He's like, oh, maybe I can try to find something here. Cosmic Living is, you know, mostly a formality, as for right now, Sentinels are kind of just waiting. We are all just waiting for them to just figure out what the first blood is going to be for them and who they're going to find it on. Because right now, Esports, with that lead, with finding the first blood and helping the rest of his team out, they just have full control of this bot lane for the time being.
Ooh, Lamont actually shielded Duran popped. Esports flashing, gets the root. Lamont in trouble, and it's Demon King that gets the kill. Crucial for the Evelyn to catch back up in the jungle clear. Oh, but Dello actually all in a Hitman GM right now, and Molly's up here, so Hitman could be in trouble. Garen passive, though, should keep him safe relatively.
Yeah, and he's on a ward, so he should know, like, hey, this is a solo
kill. Zello's dead! That's an Ignite kill right there, as now Molly has to flash away because Cosmic Soul read the gank. Okay.
Is this really going to be how they win?
It's happening.
Yeah, look, okay. Kangas, you're me from yesterday, where I was like, Imperius are going to go to game 5, boys. We saw the early game, and then we had like an insane late game scenario. We still got to, I mean, this is Sentinels, right? Like, you got to hold out hope. You got to say, it won't happen until I see it happen, basically.
There's a lot of Wild Rift to be played still in this game before we can say definitively who will win, but I can say definitively this is the best start for the hot tub streamers so far against the Sentinels. They are poised to carry through multiple lanes. Through the top lane, getting that 1v1 is huge, but also Demon King accelerated on the Evelyn, and even as your Boa can pack a punch on the Karma.
We're waiting. We're kind of just in a holding pattern for right now. I mean, the objectives are going to be spawning in the next 30 seconds, so maybe that's our first ticket item for kind of getting big fights. But Demon King now has kind of finished his first item, the Lich Bane here for the Evelyn. He's on a massive power spike right now. I mean, Starting's already got his Hull Breaker, but for the most part, he's feeling quite comfortable where he is in the game.
Big pickup on the side lane push for the Jace. And he even pulls in, of course, a Strange Hero, a.k.a. Too Young, on the Braum to help relieve some of that pressure. But that Hull Breaker means that he will be pretty much unanswerable in a side lane for a little bit.
Also, you notice how both Molly and Demon King are actually at, you know, parity in terms of the gold that they have. This is because Molly actually did end up stealing a camp or two away from Demon King, so he's actually able to catch up despite being 1-0 or 0-1, and even has a small level lead right here. Like, Demon King is constantly ganking and going for these, so Molly has a full level lead on him.
Ooh,
there it
big
is.
Engage with the package over on top. You look for moments against Sentinels, and I think we just found one, but Zello dies to Hitman GM, so maybe the moment has passed already because there's low health bars. Hitman's here. He's isolated from the team. Watch for Jerboa. Damage over the wall. He could land it onto Gume. As Hitman GM goes in now onto Lamont, taking damage, but it's Hitman that goes down. Is Jerboa stuck in the pit? He's gonna have to fight his way out. Does have Flash, saving it to the last second, has some help, flashes away, Molly over the wall, gets the kill. Traded back as Demon King claims one, looks for a second, Lamont flashes to safety.
I mean, Lamont, man, look at the mechanics on this guy. He's the best player in North America this year, and even on support, he's making it just look easy. Flashes over the wall to try and save his jungler. It doesn't end up, it gets away on like 1 HP.
Ooh.
Starting's just gonna die here.
No, he's alive for now. Okay, they finally take him down. I thought he could survive, but there were too many members of professional hot tub streamers right there. Alk, we got a bloodbath of a game.
Yes, Sentinels come back strong, immediately looking for fights across the map. They thought they were just making a pick onto Braum. Look, they found Demon King again.
Ooh. Yeah, he gets away for now, but Zello is there, so Demon King could fall. The tactical precision does not get the kill, but the final auto will. Zello in and out, easy peasy. Mid-turret falls, meanwhile, because Sentinels drop the Herald.
They drop the Herald, and in the meanwhile, similar to game one, they get the first dragon as well. They may have had a small hiccup in the early game due to the first blood, but they have just absolutely not missed a beat afterwards. Now coming back, they're back at a gold lead. Kangas, they've gotten the first mid-tier one. They're going to get the second one thanks to the Demolish procs from Zello.
Ooh. Is Jerboa lands a root onto Molly? It doesn't have the damage to kill him, though, despite having that first blood. Yeah, Alk, it's back in favor of Sentinels. It is insane how vigilant you have to be to hold your lead against this team. Molly even gets away, chased all the way off of his Krugs. But there was a 1,500 gold lead for professional hot tub streamers. That has bounced back with a vengeance. 2K lead, but Lamont in trouble. Ooh. Winter's Bite misses. Charm lands. Lamont is the bait as everyone else collapses. Kills to the carries as Gume and Zello pick one up apiece. Gume might look for more, but looks like the hot tub streamers have made it back to safety. Molly says, nowhere's safe for you. I'm going to run right at you. Hitman GM over the wall. They do get the kill onto Lamont. Hitman's down. Baits Cosmic Soul in, and a killing spree for Gume.
Yeah, and we've now recognized the moment right now. Even Molly spamming the emotes. Everybody on Sentinels knows we're back in business, boys. Just like nothing even happened. They're going to just completely brush off their shoulders, be like, level 1? Barely know them. Don't even care. They're getting right back to business. I mean, like you're saying, it takes a lot of metal to be able to stay up against Sentinels, but I mean, they kept it about as close as they could. This should just be a solo kill for...
Yeah, I don't think there's any outplaying this one. Okay, wait a minute.
No.
How?
No.
How? Oh,
it's
no.
It's the defensive, you know, like the adaptive defenses just got out of there. Even Lamont, he almost has Ignite up, and he's like, I'm going for it. What are you gonna do? You gonna stop me? Starting's here. Engage.
Oh! Taunt onto 2. Lamont with the moves. Starting provides the last bit of damage there for a swift and a smooth double kill.
How backbreaking does this have to be, Kangas? That, like, you have this lead, you completely throw them off their game, and Sentinels just kind of, like, shrug you off and go, okay. And
I mean, you say backbreaking, I say heartbreaking for the professional hot tub streamers, but they're still looking for it. Oh! Rampage for Gume as he finally gets his first death picked up by Jerboa.
Shut down going over to professional hot tub streamers, but, I mean, it's sprinkles, right? Like, cool, it's a little bit of garnish on that, but other than that, it's probably just going to be a 1v2. Yeah, Molly's on his way. That's it. Man. Yeah, they're going to start up this Rift Herald, and immediately, remember, a minute before the next dragon spawns, they'll grab this Rift Herald and have access to that next objective when it spawns.
Look at Lamont's damage. That was straight up just a Lamont combo onto a strange hero. I don't think I saw a Shock Blast from starting land right there. And yeah, Herald picked up. Gold firmly in favor of Sentinels here, and what is looking like the full run as they can go undefeated through all of RiftMasters 2022 by just playing out the rest of this game like they've played every game before.
Yep, and they will have full control. They've just been so impressive this entire circuit. 3 qualifiers in a row, placing first place, undefeated during all of that. And, you know, there has been changes. There's been some champions that have been added to the game. Sentinels just seem inevitable. Like, yeah, we're going to make it to the finals. We're going to make it here. We're going to win every single match at it. And this super team just doesn't look like it's going to stop. We're going into the new year with some bright North American talent ready to go.
And how great does it feel for Sentinels? They've represented us at Icons, not having the showing that they were hoping for, but now with a brand new roster going into next year, this is looking like the best team in North America that we've probably ever produced. So if anybody's going to do it, could be them, but they don't go down easy. Fresh Odds of streamers say we will continue fighting, picking up a big kill onto starting right there, grouping up as 5, chasing down Lamont. If they get these Braum stacks up, that could be a stun, but Lamont just turns it back around with the Shield of Dur, and Hitman gets Molly. It's looking all right, but Gume, the carry on the Corki, is just 1v2'd, jumping onto the opposition for a triple kill. Is Jerboa in full retreat. Shake the little puppy butt, because that's all you're going to get here. That is a quadra kill. There we go. That's it. That's just game. That's a teleport top lane from starting. Zello pushing in as well. And long may they reign. The throne has awaited the kings. And I started too soon because Sentinels don't actually end right there.
Oh, man.
We'll do it again later.
We'll do it. We're almost there. We're almost there. You'll get their chance at this one. Okay, Zello got down. Maybe they find Lamont, but everybody is respawning. I don't think professional hot tip streamers have a chance at this point. 10,000 gold, 12 minutes in. We'll see if they can get to that slip and slide part that we were talking about. Not quite as dominant as game 1, but really with a start to this, as we saw. Hard to look at the damage coming out from Sarvin, even with his hull breaker deactivated. Just demolishing the streamers.
Yeah, Cosmic Soul wants to end this game with a bang. He decides to rope and dope in, but now Hitman GM all alone on the front line. Double kill to the support carry jungle. Insane talent Lamont. Demon King picked up as well, and that should be the series wrapped. You gotta credit the hot tip streamers going down the best way possible with a full-on team fight that they took on their terms. But Sentinels still too strong, and oh no, they're gonna do it. They're playing with the food.
Yeah, they're not gonna take any risks.
No.
All right, cool. Well, Kangas, great news. We have had the same amount of games as we did yesterday that we do today. 8 games. So
nice.
Not anywhere close to 15. We take those.
That's about half. Just over. So we were closer than we weren't, by my math. You know, 51%.
51 is bigger than 49. This is true.
It is bigger.
51 is a pretty big number. Agreed.
A wise man once told me. I think you ripped him off on it. But anyway, Sentinels. I wasn't going anywhere. I just wanted to be rude for no reason.
No,
but
it's understandable. It's okay.
Yeah.
So there's a Rift Herald just like walking it down, and if it makes it to full HP to the Nexus, I'm pretty sure it just one-taps it. So Zello is up there defending it. Now, hot tip streamers, I know it's going to feel pretty bad, but I do kind of want to see a Rift Herald just one-tap a Nexus. So if we could get that to occur,
I think we're going to get a meat grinder to start it off as the team fight comes through. It's just disgusting from Sentinels. All the damage you could ask for. Everything lining up perfect for the perfect run. The crowd is ready. Here's your throne. Long may the new kings of North America reign. Sentinels with the perfect tournament.
No losses. Probably the lowest average game time of teams that made it this far. Congratulations to them. Sentinels, your RiftMSTRS 22 champions, and a great way to end off the year.
What a game 2. I mean, the series felt dominant. If you just look at the stats, you just look at the numbers, you just look at the game times, you would say, oh, Sentinels easily, not even sweating. But that game 2, man, I mean, the hot tip streamers had an insane game early on, and they just couldn't hold on to it. As you see, gold was ever just barely on their side. And then, full slip and slide by the end of it. That's how good Sentinels are. But This is Molly's most death series of the entire tournament at 6 deaths total. So there we go, Hot Tub Streamers, you did it! Congratulations! Is that not worthy of praise, Elk?
Well, considering the self-reported #1 team in North America just got wiped hard, you know, it's to be expected. I'm glad that they had the self-confidence to do it, but Sentinels are just a different beast. They've shown that.
Yeah.
They've proven that time and time again here in this tournament, and nothing else but really to roll out the red carpet for them, really.
Pretty much. Glaciax was right. Hit on the nose. It feels like there's no competition in this region. When you look at the bracket that we've had in this tournament overall, every team except for Sentinels, fairly close series, right? We had a 2-0 between the Imperius and second place Demons, yeah, but the best of fives, at least one game was picked up by the losing team each time. So it showed that if, like, you know, when it comes to second through third, it's relatively close competition. Professional Hot Tub Streamers were better than the other two, but it didn't feel like they were stomps. It felt like they were close games, which means that Sentinels, it's like them up here and then everybody else kind of hanging out around this area. You know, this zone. You can't even demonstrate it on the camera, but here's my arm. You can imagine how much higher up that is.
Well, I mean, they really have shown throughout the entire circuit, really, that they are playing in a completely different ball game. You can tell just by how fast they're playing in general. They are not playing the same Wild Rift that the rest of the tournament has been playing. The other 64, like 32 tournament players, like those teams are fundamentally not at the level of Sentinels, and Sentinels just gets to now watch. That's probably why Glaciax was like, we can't really get scrims, and there's not a lot of great teams that we can really practice. So I'm sure they're probably doing really well in there, and I don't know what else to say. We've been talking Sentinels off the entire time. They're just nuts.
The danger of a team like this is that if they don't have good competition to play against, if they're just better than everybody else, then you're not learning much about the game. You're not understanding how, you know, better teams than you will react to your strategy. If you're just straight up beating them in lane, beating them at teamfight setups, beating them in teamfight execution. And that's kind of what happened to Tribe and Immortals, if we're being honest. Maybe more so Tribe than Immortals, but it happened historically to the North American teams that we send to international events where they dominate the region, but because they dominated and weren't really tested, well, now that they're up against teams better than them, they don't know how to play against a team that they're worse than. They don't know how to punch above their weight class because they're always punching down. So I think that that's going to be the test of a team like Sentinels, is how do you prepare so that when the game isn't going this well for you, you aren't getting this lead in the first 10 minutes of the game, that you're still able to execute at a macro level. So that's Glaciax's, you know, big puzzle that he's going to have to solve.
Hopefully. And before we kind of say goodbye and, you know, maybe get our winners interview as well, Professional Hot Tub Streamers, this was kind of the expected outcome. I think everybody who was watching kind of knew this was going to happen, but still incredible nonetheless, the journey that you guys have had, not really playing in a lot of the just not even playing in the first qualifier, getting third place in the second one, losing out pretty early in the quarterfinals to second place Demons, and then through the last chance qualifier, making it, getting all the way up there, getting here to the playoffs, and then making the run. A fantastic storyline nonetheless, making a lot of upsets happen along the way, the third and second seed. Fantastic job to them. You made it to this point. Congratulations. Unfortunate, right, that we got like a pretty big stomp, but it comes with the title, right, with what we're seeing from both of them.
That's what happens when you got the super team, right? The second place team, even if it doesn't feel like it was close between those, you still look at the journey they took, and it was still an incredible journey for them to partake in. But with that said, we do have our winners interview set up with Sentinels, so let's bring them on. Alk, we'll get you on to close out the show after this, but for now, welcome on the member of Sentinels here to get their thoughts on how things went. Now, who do we have? Okay, we got Glaciax back again. Coach for Sentinels, Glaciax, I feel like we're going to be best friends after this. We've talked so much. Thanks for hanging out with me again. That was the fastest series that we had all weekend from you, isn't it?
It was unexpectedly fast, but I think we just like the guys just clean up a lot of the gameplay and we just roll with it. Yeah.
How'd you feel about how they reacted to Game 2 in particular? The long, extended invade level 1 where they just were trying to push Molly out of the jungle. It got them an initial lead, but what was your thoughts of how the guys bounced back from it?
Oh, okay. So I think the way we reacted definitely could have been a lot better, right? I think it's just because invades used to be really common in the past, so it's just like a muscle memory kind of thing, and we just like messed up a little bit on the execution, right? But I think I wasn't like really shaking when I saw that because I think we just had an overall like better team comp, like we all were like comfortable with what we were playing, so I sort of knew that we were just going to bounce back eventually. Yeah.
Well, hey, you bounced back and you made the undefeated run throughout all of RiftMSTRS 2022. It is off season, but if this is a taste of what we can see for next year, a lot of excitement around the Sentinels roster. And I know that I had asked you before about kind of how the roster came together, how things, you know, how you were in charge of drafting everybody, putting the roster together. I gotta ask now that you've won the whole thing. What made you want to pick up these 5 players? What was the reason that you said, this is the roster that I want to go with?
I don't think it was like a very big brain thing. It was more like I just know like the NA teams like last season had a lot of like had individually good players on each team. So it's like, okay, like if we just take all the good players and put it on one team, then like that's all we need. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you really did just go to Setup. I just want the best players.
Yeah, we just took the best players and we put it in one team. That's it.
And clearly, you've had success early on with it. The danger sometimes of that being is who's supposed to carry if everybody's a carry. So can you share a little bit about how you've coached the team so far, early on, obviously, but how you've approached, you know, teaching people, okay, this is when we need to pivot. Okay, now Starting's the carry. Now Molly's the carry. Now Gume's the carry. And how to be flexible.
I think in this aspect, it was actually like I was really fortunate because when you're looking at it on paper, you're like, oh shit, like, oh, am I supposed to, like, oh no, like, what if like there's like a lot of ego clashes, you know, and like what happens if like everyone wants to carry? But so far, I think the experience has been like really, really good. Like I think Gume and Lemon, like they're really good role players and really good carry players. They completely understand perfectly like when they need to carry and when they need to like, you know, just do nothing and just like be a team player, right? And it's the same thing for Maddie. Like, you know, we see him play like Vi, Zinzao, and he's playing like Kha'Zix, he's 1v9. I think everyone is very flexible and they just all understand their roles and they just want to win.
Yeah. When the whole team wants to
really
win,
easy.
I think that that's oftentimes the best possible combination you can have, because then they will put the ego aside, right? Glaciax, it's been an incredible run, but I want to say international competition is always what a lot of fans look forward to. If this is a team representing North America at future international competitions, I want to give you the opportunity to start some trash talk, because Brazil, those cocky gamers over there, think that they're the best region in the Americas. Do you have a message for the Omega Esports teams out there that are looking to challenge us for that title going forward?
I'm not really a trash talk kind of person, but the only thing I'll say is that when we built this roster, it was like NA was winning NA was supposed to be a given. You know.
Okay.
Our goal is definitely to push way further, and like Brazilian teams, European teams, like they're not part of the goal. We want to beat like the Chinese, Asian teams. So like that should be a given, you know. Like we should beating Brazilian teams, it shouldn't be a goal. It's a given.
For somebody who doesn't talk trash, I think that was the most savage trash that I've ever heard talked. So, Glaciax, I will bet my beard on your team making it out of groups going forward. Thank you for giving me the confidence right there. And thank you for coming out and chatting with us so many times. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy the moment, and congratulations on the win.
All right, thanks for having me.
Now we'll bring back on Alec Battery here to close things out. Alec, did you hear that? Because I think he just said that Brazil's not even on his radar after I asked if he could.
It shouldn't be, dude.
Credit to
Horizon
Brazil,
Cup,
man.
Brazil,
Credit to them.
Brazil and North America held hands at Horizon Cup with being bottom of our group. You know, they did okay at Icons. We got ratio just a tiny bit.
Did we? No, we did. No, well, of our group, sure, but they still beat us at Horizon Cup. And at Icons, they beat us. All right.
That's okay. We will beat them now. They had their fun.
There we go.
We were
That's
we
what I
were not having fun. We were not having fun at all.
No, we were not.
We will now start having fun at international events.
But I want that rivalry to stay. I think that the North America versus Brazil rivalry is fantastic, and I want to make sure that we keep that burning. Let's take one last look at the bracket here, everybody, to crown, for the last time, our victors. Sentinels are your RiftMasters 2022 champions.
Insane stuff. Just beautiful. We've talked about it enough. We've got our interview with Glaciox already. Like, it's always the case with super teams that it's not just enough to be #1 in your region. When you're building these super teams, you're expecting that to happen. When you build them, you're looking at international. You're looking at what kind of damage you can do. And that's our final standings. I think a lot of crazy stuff. The fact that the second place Demons are in third, kind of a funny tale, a little bit of irony there. Imperius not able to kind of make that run that they were kind of expecting. And a lot of names of individual players, their story's not quite over yet, that they're going to look at this and say, where can we build? What can we do from this point on?
I think a fire's definitely lit under a lot of the other teams playing in this tournament to say we had a lot of ground to cover and a lot of practice to start grinding. But with that said, that's it for RiftMasters 2022. Alec, it's been an incredible run. Thank you so much. We got a cast together at the very end. I know it's because, unfortunately, Rafa couldn't make it, so shout-outs to Rafa for being on the first half of the broadcast. Make sure everybody give him love. Thank you to Smacks. Wait, is this him? Is this live, or is this just him?
No, it's just a freeze frame.
It's just a freeze frame. That's fine. That's fine. I'm still happy we got... Oh, wait. Everybody copy his face. All right, there we go. That's enough. Thank you for Rafa and Smacks as well for being on the broadcast. Thank you to Tasty Bacon for being an incredible producer and keeping things rolling. Tori, our amazing observer as well. Thank you to everybody cheering on your favorite players and teams in Twitch chat. And thank you to every player who participated in the event. Even Sparkle is cutest who kicked my ass the one weekend that I participated. I forgive you. I forgive you. That is it for RiftMasters 2022. We'll see you back next year for more Wild Rift action.